And welcome. Welcome. So today we are going to be doing a little bit of theory crafting, trying to figure out some builds maybe for some of the characters. There's a lot of different ways that we can potentially build characters this season, and it looks really good, to be honest. There's a lot of different like options, but I feel like we need to like kind of explore some of those options and see how best we can potentially build the characters. I mean, shield looks good. On top of that, armor and evasion look better than they've looked in a long time, so definitely something that you could potentially build into. In fact, I had honestly thought that maybe a really fun build this season might actually not to go armor and not to go evasion, but to go armor/evasion, and actually try and build both of them together. Could be an interesting way to get like a hybridization and get the best of the both worlds, get the deflection stat along with the like elemental armor bonus, and try and see if you can get both of them extremely high. Might be worth it, especially with some of the nodes that allow you to stack like armor and evasion together if you take those nodes. Let's hit the intro button and let's get started for the day. One day, 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 1 second. Man, them jiggle physics, though. What the hell? Look at those jiggle physics. I'm getting demonetized, guys, in the first, like, 5 minutes of the video. Let's go. Let's get demonetized again. How do I get burrs almost 100 times in a row? I'm pretty sure I have a whole video explaining exactly how I do that, Dan. It's called Infinite Burroons. And if you go to the video, I'm pretty sure I explain everything for you, my friend. Here, I'll link the video so that you can watch it and literally listen to me explain it for like 40 minutes on exactly how it works, how I make it happen, like what variables I use, the whole 9 yards. There you go. Have fun with it. There's a lot of cool stuff that you can potentially do with the variables.
Why are you wasting time here? Continue clearing.
A lot of fun stuff. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play WASD. I like it when the WASD and the mouse controls work together. And PoE 2 doesn't do that.
Not yet, yeah.
I think I might want to go back to like regular mouse controls. I don't know. I've been playing too many games recently that use mouse controls, and I don't know if I wanna. Okay. Better. Elon map. I forgot about the Elon map tab. That sucks. I'm being demonetized. It was a joke. I don't know if I'll be demonetized.
Hello. See what you think.
It was a joke. Oh yeah, I never did watch the video on the trade system where they had like a... Didn't they put out like another video, like more
There's like a
detailed
40-second video, yeah.
on the trade system? Yeah, let me take
So
a
they
look
just
at
showed the
that.
in-game browser of it.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Let's look at it together. No, I want a big. I want a big. It's not why you do no big. I want big. Make it big. I want a big. That's terrible. I don't want a small. I want a big. Okay.
During the third Edict content reveal, we announced the new asynchronous trade system that allows you to purchase items instantly from other players, even when they're offline. But one feature we didn't quite have ready in time for the reveal is the in-game market browser. Well, it's ready, and we know a lot of players have been looking for.
Okay, so a lot of people were complaining about the website because like consoles and stuff can't accurately access the website. So this is their solution, is they basically took the website and put it in the game. This is old tech, by the way, taking the website and putting it in the game. Like frickin' EVE Online back in like the 2000s had like an in-game web browser. I mean, it wasn't the most amazing thing in the world, but it was literally an in-game web browser. You could just pull up web pages and like look at stuff inside the game. It was kind of neat, actually.
Forward to this one. Open the browser by clicking here. Search for the item you're looking for. Then click the purchase button to be immediately teleported to that player's hideout, where you can purchase the item from their shop.
I'll get it here quick smart.
They don't even need to be online. Almost all the functionality of the website is available here. You can search using many different filters, sort everything how you want, and
So what do you think the chances are that not every way that you could search for stuff is going to be on this thing? You know
He
how...
already said it in the video. I think he says it in the video that it's almost the functionality of the website. But he said, and also in interviews, that the website's always going to be probably a little bit better just because of the the options you get on there.
Yeah, like when we're doing like these like crazy specific searches, like I think those are probably still going to be better on the website, but
buy it
It's
instantly.
something though. People have been asking for it, so it's like the first iteration. It's
I mean,
in
it's
the
big.
game.
It's big. I like it. And I think the only thing I don't like about it, and there's a lot to like about it, so don't take this wrong. The only thing I don't like about it is it takes the human element out of the trading even more. Like one of the complaints I had about the trading in PoE is that like, or rather PoE in general, is that it feels very much like a solo game. And like the trading was barely an interaction, and now it's not even going to be an interaction at all. So the players won't even have to interact with each other in the least. I mean, maybe it could make more interaction if you're there at your, because like they're teleporting to your hideout, right?
Yeah, they're coming to visit your.
So they're
setup.
gonna come visit. So if you're there when they visit, I mean, I guess you could always say hi and like talk and stuff. So I guess there's a little bit of interaction there still. Assuming you're actually online and you're in your hideout at the time when they come and visit to buy things.
Happy trading.
You say hi to their anime girls.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking.
Ugh. Ads. Like, I'm literally watching this video, sir. I love Lucy number 2764. That's literally the name of the test account that they used for this. I love Lucy. Alrighty then. I mean, they didn't necessarily say that the website would be gone or anything, right? So like,
Nope. No.
even if this doesn't function to people's expectations, you can still hop over to the website and play around with it.
Simply a requested feature, and it's there.
I mean, it looks good. It does look good. It says negotiable price. Yeah, nobody uses negotiable price like almost ever. Nobody. Almost everybody uses like static price. Oh, what was that about fees?
There's a gold cost to the, but that's not to that. There's a gold-
52,583 fee? Oh, they're trading things for gold? No, because they're trading things for exalts.
There's a gold cost to using the automated trade system, like where you use the stash thing. I know that. I don't know what you're exactly looking at right now.
Oh, just looking at the panel that they brought up. It showed items on the panel. And then the items head says negotiable price, 5 times exalted orbs. Fee, 1,538 is what it says. Listed 14 days ago. Negotiable price, 10 exalts. Fee, 52,583. Negotiable price, 10 exalts. Fee, 37,916. Well, I don't know what that's about. That seems like a pretty hefty fee. I mean, granted, eventually you end up with like nearly infinite gold, but if you play properly and don't spend it all on like the unique chest or gambling it all away. I mean, it looks like most of the filters are there. I mean, it'd be interesting to play around with the trading system. I am playing Path of Exile right now, my friend. I am indeed. If you're talking about the Burr exploit on console, as far as I know, the Burr exploit on console doesn't work precisely because you can't lock your seed code. But that doesn't necessarily mean you can't use the variables to like mess around with stuff. Like one of the things that you can definitely do is like armor rack and weapon rack manipulation. You can probably still mess around with the chests, but you won't be able to guarantee a drop. I mean, unfortunately, console just doesn't have the same capability as some of the other systems. You don't have the ability to like micromanage things like your seed code and your map and stuff like that. But as long as you don't change your difficulty, your map should stay the same. And you should be able to still mess around with stuff. Just take a look at the variables and how I'm actually doing things. Don't look at the exact method, just look at the variables that I'm using and try and use those variables in your own runs. Where is the currency tab? Support gems, doodle-doo-doo-doo. A lovely little support gems, doodle-doo-doo-doo. $66,603. We're almost at 666, boys. 666, 66, 66, 66, 66. Alright, so, theory crafting characters. We gotta pull up the patch notes so we can look at all the patch note stuff. That way I can search for stuff in the patch notes. The Third Edict. So people were saying that they were like silently making adjustments to the patch notes.
They were updating them. They have an update section. You don't have to go through them, but there's the update section at the bottom. Pretty sure it is. Pause here. There was a change.
Going down to the bottom.
Yeah, there's changes at the bottom, like by date, or updates they made.
Oh, okay. So they made changes on the 21st. Ancestral Warrior Totem now have no limits. Socketed Mace skills have 50% less attack speed. New Ancestral Warrior have no limit. Socketed Mace skills have 50% less attack speed. Oh. He added endurance charges onto it. Okay, so now it requires 3 endurance charges to raise. On the 25th, they added Arcane Surge buff now grants 15% increased attack speed and 10% instead of 10% more. So a nerf. 15% increased from 10% more. So more,
Yeah, that's a nerf on
yeah, that's a
ascendancy.
nerf. Armor piercing rounds. Quality now provides a break of 0 to 20% of armor, previously 0 to 30. Blood Hunt Explosion now causes life loss rather than unscalable damage. Combat Frenzy. Quality now provides 10% chance when you gain a charge to gain an additional previous 20%. Huh. Yawning for no reason. I think people, fans of my channel, know by now, like, I just yawn randomly for no reason, even if I'm not tired. Doesn't even make any sense. Let me get me some energy drink, though. Give me some caffeine in my system. I don't drink it every day. Today is going to be a fun day, though, so we need some caffeine. Dark Effigy. Impact Radius. That's has to inflict Withered. Maximum stages. Looks like they nerfed a bunch of stuff. Like after the fact. Now provides 20% more damage per charge. Previously 10% chance to not have your charges removed on use. Flicker Strike, 20% chance to not remove charges on use. Okay, so they took away the chance to not use the charges on pretty much everything. Freezing Salvo quality now provides 40% more freeze buildup. Previously, delay between missile activation is 0 to 0.2 seconds shorter. Hand of Chayula quality now provides 20% increased duration of socketed gems. Supported curses have 10% increased magnitudes. That's also another interesting thing with the Hand of Chayula is you basically just get like free curses. Provides also increased effects of socketed marks. Launch of Destruction quality now requires 1 fewer combo, previously 2. Overwhelming Presence quality provides 15% increased aura magnitude. Previously a base effect of the aura. What? What the hell does aura magnitude even mean? Range? Effectiveness? Overwhelming Presence quality, 15% increased aura magnitude, previously base effect of the aura. Profane Ritual now provides 10% chance to not destroy consumed corpse, previously 20. Sorcery Reward grants a barrier and can take elemental damage to 5% of your armor and evasion rating, previously 10. Updated patch notes. The Flowing Metal Notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant 50% of armor, to also apply to elemental damage from hits. That's the Smith of Katava, right?
Yeah. Mr. Katava.
I mean, that's kind of a crazy buff for the Smith of Katava. That's actually ridiculous. The Eagle Eye's notable passive now has been renamed to Bullseye. No longer removes a distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, applies 10 stacks of critical weakness to the enemies when you consume a mark. Into the Breach skill granted by Waking Dream. Notable passive skill now grants Remnants. Spawned by supported skills and have 50% increased effect. Quality now provides 15% increased effect of Remnants. Previously, Flame of Chayula manifests nearby 0 to 0.3. Demon Form granted by Demonic Possession. Notable skill passive no longer disables your weapon or has its own weapon set. And it no longer grants a level of all skills while in Demon Form or increased spell damage per Demon Flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage per Demon Flame, and quality now provides 10% increased cast speed while in Demon Form. Life loss per second in Demon Flame is now lower beyond Skill Gem 20. Arc is now a projectile and no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies and is no longer a payoff skill. It chains 6 to 9 times at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 5 to 8. 50% more shock magnitude and can now consume a lightning infusion to chain additional times and deal more damage. Bone Shatter Shockwave now deals 50% more damage against unique enemies. I like this, like, bonus against unique enemies. I feel like most of the stuff in the game, for the most part, has this, like, very odd tendency to be really low damage because they don't want it to do lots of damage against the low tier monsters, like the little trash mobs and stuff. And then, like, by the time you get to the boss who has, like, nearly infinite HP and you hit them with this attack that barely kills a trash mob, like, it's just balanced really poorly. Like, I like the fact that they're giving more damage to these skills against the bosses so that they don't have to balance them in weird ways. Because it's a lose-lose situation either way. If you make it high enough to do damage to the boss, then it's going to murder the trash mobs. And if you lower it, you know, bring it down low enough where it's not murdering the trash mobs, then it does no damage to the boss. It's just it's a bad situation overall, and this is a better solution for it. How's the Chinchilla doing? He's right there on the camera. He's sleeping. You see him over there in the corner? He's down here in the corner right here. He's sleeping by the wheel. There's two of them in that cage, but one of them is sleeping by the wheel. I don't know which one's sleeping by the wheel, but he is having a nice little siesta. All right, well, I got some more stuff on Cold Snap. Cold Snap has been reworked and named to Snap. We already know that. It can now be used on any orb, spell, or any frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy causing an explosion, corresponding damage, and creating remnant corresponding. I think this is kind of a cool effect. I don't really particularly like Snap, but I mean, a Cold Snap. It was an interesting ability, and it works sometimes. But the problem is that you have to fire off an ability like half the time and then use the Snap on the ability, and it's kind of a wonky situation. But opening it up to other effects is kind of cool. I love my chinchillas, too. They're fluffy, and they're cute, and they like to sit on my shoulder and stuff. Path of Exile 2, it's pretty good. They've been working on it. It's been getting better and better every patch. I feel like when it first started, I mean, it had good bones, but it was definitely still missing a lot of stuff that they needed to fix. And, I mean, over time they fixed a lot of it, so. It's getting better every patch, which I have to give it to them about that. Elemental Sundering. Pulse can now consume 20 ailments, previously 9. Cold Explosion now deals 40% more damage. The Cold now deals also 100% more damage against unique enemies. So we're seeing that like all over the place. New Freezing Salvo. Quality provides for 40% more freeze buildup. Previously delay between missile acclimation. Can't breathe. Magma Barrier now passively increases your chance to block while active. Over time it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield will be raised. Will spray lava in front of you and grant an endurance charge. So if I remember correctly with Magma Barrier, like you didn't necessarily have to raise your shield based on anything specific. So let me just go somewhere random. Like if I remember how it worked, like if you just had your shield up at any point, it would be charging. I see a lot of my Diablo 2 Resurrected videos. Yeah, I got like 3,500 videos. Hopefully you've seen at least some of them. I mean, I need to get Magma Barrier and put it on the character just so I can play with it. Is it Mace? Magma Barrier, where are you, Magma Barrier? Oh, Magma Barrier, Magma Barrier. Wait, no, Magma Barrier is a spirit gem, isn't it?
Yep.
It's a spirit gem. I remember it being a spirit gem. Magma Barrier. I'm not high enough level for that. I have to go back to town and get another gem. So you planning on going dual wield, or are you going to use a shield, or?
A shield? Yeah, I don't think you can live in this game without a shield. I mean, we'll see once like I'm fully geared with deflect and stuff, but.
I mean, you gonna be a witch?
Witch?
You gonna be a witch?
Nah.
Then you hear about the witches weapon swap stuff?
A witch hunter?
Yeah.
You mean?
Or the witch
The
the
mercenary,
witch
yeah.
hunter. Like basically having the ability to switch between like two completely different builds. You were talking about doing weapon swapping. It sounds like it's right up your build. You could have like two completely different builds set up with your weapon swaps.
It sounds a little better than it is, because there are limitations to that.
Well, it's 100. It's 100 points.
The limitations are, though, you have to actually travel to keystone nodes and jewel socket nodes.
Yeah.
Like you can't bypass them. So you can't go like 100 this way and 100 that way, and get to certain spots because you have to spend, like, the points only work on the wheels essentially.
All right. So uncut spirit gem, warrior, magma barrier. All right. So now we have magma barrier. Actually, it looks like I already had magma barrier. Okay. Nice. Yeah, so the way magma barrier works currently, at least as far as I can tell, and I don't think they've changed this functionality of the way that it works, is that you don't have to use magma barrier. So magma barrier is not an ability that you have to actually use at any point in time. On top of that, you don't even have to use raised shield. You just have to use any ability that counts as a raised shield. So there's a lot of abilities that count as raised shield. So shield charge counts as a raised shield. So when you shield charge, what you'll notice is that your shield will light up with the magma barrier like fire. If you use resonating shield, which resonating shield is very powerful, resonating shield also technically counts as raising your shield. So magma barrier will also be active during that time period. I mean, it honestly seems like with the way that they've changed magma barrier, since it's now a passive increase to your block chance while active, and over time it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield raise will spray lava in front of you and grant an endurance charge, right? So there's no reason not to use it at this point. Like if you're a blocking character, it seems like it's just a no-brainer slap in for free block chance increase. It doesn't say how much block chances increases by, but it says now passively increases your block chance while active. Do they specify exactly? Now grants 25% increased block chance. Magma Spray now has, it's based on evasion, unfortunately, so the damage is not going to be based on the armor of the shield, it's based on the evasion of the shield, which sucks. Which could potentially be a good reason to go, like, an armor evasion setup. So you could have both.
I think we're going to have to. Because even the elemental damage with the armor thing, apparently it's calculated before the resistances. So it's going to be a big hit, and we know how armor works against big hits in this game.
I mean, you can test it out right now. You can literally test it right now. So there's that unique item. I mean, we should still have it in the stash. I used it several times with leveling up, and it was really good. Let me find it real quick.
The question is, does it work in the end game? I don't have a character that has like a level 90 armor-based character. I don't think I even have one.
What is it called? Well, I mean, it's hard to use this item to test an end game. I mean, you can use it in the beginning, and it works very well. But end game, like one of the problems is it's an armor that doesn't have very high armor value, and your armor is your main source of armor, so that doesn't really help very much. But
the problem's going to be against big elemental hits, because the calculation happens before resistances, is what people are saying. So it's not like you're going to reduce the hit by like 75% resist, and then your armor kicks in to reduce it even further, and it's a smaller hit because you reduced it, but it's actually going to be the giant hit against the armor, and then after that your resistances kick in.
I mean, that sounds even better, actually, doesn't it? Like, wouldn't that work out mathematically to be better?
Against smaller hits, but not bigger hits. It has the weakness of how armor works, essentially.
Well, like, so let's say you got hit for 10,000 damage, and let's say you're running, I don't know, what is it, like 50% armor to elemental, and I'm on an armor character right now, so I currently have 76% armor.
It's probably easy to
reduction.
100%, because you can get 100% easily.
Okay, so we're gonna, but let's say I'm at 50% of that, so that would be a 50% reduction, which is still gonna bring the 10,000 down to 5,000, and then my resistances that I assume would be at 75% would reduce that by 75%, bringing that down to 1,250. Now the other way that it would be calculated is it would just simply be added to what? How would they do it the other way? I don't even know. You would what, run the
Well, for the
75%
resistance
first and then
yeah,
run?
yes. So
Okay.
it'd be a
All right, so
2,500
10,000
hit
minus
instead of a 10,000
75% and then
hit,
minus
which is
50%.
a major difference in the way armor functions.
I mean,
Like,
they should be the same. I just ran the
No.
calculations, and they should be the same if you run
Yeah,
it
but
that
that's
way.
not how armor functions in this game. You know that. Like, you went over that. Like armor, like a 10,000 hit versus a 2,500 hit, with the way armor works in this game, is massively different, the damage reduction. It's not like a flat percentage.
So what you're talking about is like the higher damage, the less effective your armor. And the less effective
Yes.
your armor, the less effective that 50%
Yes,
is
that
going to
will
be.
Yes.
But it's still an additional percentage reduction based off of
For sure.
like
But
your amount. So like even if we say that like that 10,000 damage hit coming in, instead of 50%, let's say that it's 25%. I mean, you're still gaining like, what is that? So like 10,000 minus 75% and then minus the 25%. I mean, you're still cutting another 625 damage off of a 2,500 damage hit. I mean, it's still going to be an impressive amount of additional reduction on top of your normal reduction. As long as you're capped out on resistances, of course. You definitely want to still be capped out on all your resistances. And increasing the maxes would help as well. But essentially what it's allowing you to do is it's allowing you to just apply your armor directly to your elemental resistances, which is pretty powerful. I mean, if you stack armor as high as you can as well, like that 10,000 hit won't be mitigated as much. Isn't that the entire point, right? The higher your armor gets, the less the big hits matter. And then the crazy thing is for all the small hits, it sounds like you'd be pretty much just invincible.
Yes, the small hits is going to be feeling crazy.
Yeah, but like it's not even just like the small hits, because like before it was always that case with armor. I guess what I'm saying is that like
Yeah, the small
now it's
elemental hits,
yeah,
I guess.
now it's gonna feel like that for small elemental hits too. So you're gonna get hit with the elemental damage, and it's gonna be like, oh man, this is easy breezy.
You should be able to take like giant shotgun, small shotgun, like lots of elemental little things, like easily, and maps and stuff.
It sounds like it would work really good with a thorn setup. Like getting hit like a whole bunch of times by little tiny hits. It also depends on how much you're going to be able to stack on your character. And I think, honestly, did they say you could go over 100%?
Yeah, I think you can. That's what people are saying. That's why that one ascendancy that's 50% baseline, like you can roll it on gear. There's passive points. I think you can reduce it further than the 100%.
I'm trying to find the armor. I can't remember what it's called. I know I would hand it out to people all the time whenever they were leveling up a warrior or something, because it's insane.
Well, they updated in the patch notes. I'm pretty sure when you went over it, so it's in the patch notes.
What, the armor?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. When you went over it, I think you read a line about that.
Oh
armor.
yeah, I did. I think you're right. Yeah, I do remember reading a line about the armor. I don't see it in here though. Like, so I guess I don't have it right this second. I could always buy it. I mean, it should be pretty easy to buy. Man, I'm dying today. I mean, I'm looking at the changes here. It's the Black Braid unique armor. They buffed it, actually. The Black Braid unique armor now has 100 to 150% of armor also applies to elemental damage.
I guess that answers the previous sentence that we just had.
So, I mean, that's one way you could test it right now, is by just using the Black Braid. I mean, I don't know why we don't have a Black Braid in the chest, but...
You said it would gimp your armor though in endgame, right? Because it's low.
Well, yeah, it's not a high armor unique, but, I mean, technically, like, early on, it doesn't matter. Like, that's the whole thing, is it kind of just, like, didn't really matter early on, because it had pretty good armor for, like, an early build. Maybe it got put in like the armor section or something. No. Huh. There's a bunch of remove only sections in here. Is this previous season stuff? Like what is this stuff exactly?
Pretty sure they migrated our characters already.
Yeah, I mean there's if you look in the tab there's a whole bunch of like you've been kicked for performing too many actions too fast. I slowly just removing stuff from the guild stash. What the hell?
Oh no.
I'm not allowed to remove stuff from the guild stash? Dude, that wasn't even like mechanically fast. Like that was slow by most standards. I was literally just control clicking.
You're so fast.
Apparently.
They think you're hacking.
Apparently.
That's old man reaction.
Let me go slower. I'm gonna get banned from a Path of Exile too. Again. before I even get into the game, guys. All I was trying to do was like mess with these remove only gems that are in here. I don't know why I'm bothering. Just let the stuff get deleted. Who cares? Uh-oh. Oh, it's full. You know what? It doesn't matter. Like, just God forbid I sell stuff like in a normal. Like, how slow are these guys? I gotta wonder, like, if that was fast, how slow are these guys that made that rule? How slow are they that made that rule? No, but, so back to the Black Braid armor. So when I used it, I was able to run, like, negative resistances. Like, I had basically no resistances on my warrior. And I was able to almost completely run with just the armor rating. And it had to do with the fact that it was basically almost completely replacing the armor or the resistances, which is kind of nuts because, and I don't know how it performs at end game in that particular regard. I doubt that you could have like, negative resistances and like run like just elemental, coverage, but especially with Black Braid, which doesn't give you enough armor to actually probably function at end game. But the thing is that like, I was able to completely ignore resistances for a very long time until I had to replace the Black Braid armor, and then that was the only point at which I needed to like put any resistances on the character whatsoever. I'm pretty sure I could find like my live stream from that particular time period, pull it up just for fun, and like see like some of the combat and like how much damage I was taking, but I mean, they buffed it up even more now. It'd be fun if you found a Black Braid early on for an armor setup, because that'd be killer while you're leveling. It's almost as good as that one, that cloak that you gave me. That fire cloak or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the similar vein. Like, it basically just makes your character almost unkillable as long as you're stacking armor value.
Not yet.
I'm so interested to see how this, like, shield charge spamming is going to work. Like, I don't even understand. How is that going to function?
I can't do that
You're
yet.
recharging all over the place.
Like, what do? Can you just hold down the button and just charge forever?
Well, it has a startup animation, right? It's like a 0.6 second
I need more
quote unquote
time.
cast.
Yeah, and
Brain timing.
and that can be brought down, right? So
I
like
think,
that's what I
that's the
was.
goal, right? You want to bring that down so you
Well,
can keep charging.
so that's what I was wondering. Like when you're talking about like the attack duration. God, what the hell are the buttons? P. That's right. It's P. Did that jank say full passive reset?
Probably.
Did say full passive reset. I
They
guess
say
they
it again after the
must have
patch when they redo the passive war.
they must have changed a bunch of shit.
Yep.
Excuse me, pardon my French. What's the term? It's called what? Skill speed or something?
Skill speed, yeah.
So Dance with Death is skill speed, which is completely incompatible. It is completely incompatible. You literally cannot use it. Unless you could get away with like a shield and no weapon. Okay, so acceleration is skill speed. You can get at least, what, 16% skill speed there. Trying to see, like, how much skill speed you can actually get on the board. It's pulling up a bunch of stuff that is not related to skill speed at all. Oh, I see the monk has some on his side of the tree. So you've got 3%, 3%, 5% skill speed over by the monk side of the tree. Oh, and another 3% and 3%. I say you because you always play a monk. See how I defaulted straight to Leon's monk? Leon's not going to be a monk this season. Leon's going to be a warrior.
I'm gonna be on the wrong side of the tree this season.
It's going to be a warrior.
All the stuff over there is crazy this season, especially Deadeye. I think Deadeye is the one people are the majority are going for.
Deadeye?
Deadeye monk, because there's the one monk skill that counts as a projectile or has a projectile tag, the Thunder Sleep or whatever it is.
Interesting.
And then the Deadeye is the only class now that can automate the marks since they removed the spell tag from marks. So you can't like cast on crit mark anymore. But Deadeye has a new thing that they can use marks for auto marking.
Hey, what's up, Bruzak? You going to come hang out with us in chat, man? Where's the Bruzak at? We've been missing the Bruzak. He disappeared from existence. Looks like there's some skill speed over by the warrior board, too. 6%, 3%, and 3%. So how does that even calculate anyway? Like, skill speed versus, like, increased versus more, obviously. So, I don't even know how that calculates.
It'd be nice to dig into it again.
Well, I mean, it's a 0.6 second activation time. The base attack time or cast time of a skill is divided by the combined increased attack speed and skill speed modifiers to determine the final time to perform the actions. The result is then divided into 1 second to calculate the number of actions per second. The fundamental formula for determining actions per second is 1 second divided by base skill time equals base actions per second. Okay, hold on. Let me copy this down because this is actually good stuff. Okay. So 1 second divided by the base skill time. So we know the base skill time is 0.6. Base actions per second. So our base actions per second would be, very simply put, 1 divided by 0.6, which is 1.66 actions per second repeating. And then, so it says 1 plus the sum of increased speed modifiers. The sum of increased speed modifiers. It doesn't say anything about more speed modifiers, so more speed modifiers aren't in here. So let's assume for a second that we have, like, let's run all the speed modifiers together and let's just have fun with it and play with the modifiers. So we've got 3 plus 3 plus 6. All right, that's 12. Oh, you're bringing a friend with you. Okay. Becomes highly recommended, I see. There's another 3% over here, which is within range. Okay, so that's 15 so far. All right, and then down here, if we want to actually go this far, I'm not entirely sure if we can travel that far, to be honest. That seems like a pretty ridiculous travel time. I mean, there are some shield nodes down here. There's a couple really good shield nodes down here, so we might end up traveling down this way. So let's assume we do travel down this way, because those shield nodes are really good. So we got 3, 3, and 10. So another 13. So plus 13. So that brings us to 28. It says times. Okay, so how does that even function? I don't even know. We go. One divided by 0.6 times 29%. I don't really know how to do that calculation. How the hell do you even add in a multiplication of a sum of increased speed modifiers that are percentages? Are you multiplying them times the percentage? Is that what you're doing? Like, maybe we're multiplying them by the percentage. Maybe that's the correct answer. So maybe it's 1 divided by 0.6 times 29%. Okay. So that would bring me down to a attack time of 0.48 from 0.6. So I would be roughly gaining 1.2 seconds every cast, which isn't like awful, actually. Interesting. So it says more multipliers reduce the base skill time. Huh. Trying to see if I got the math right. I'm not far off. Like, for some reason, mine is off by a little bit, but according to the AI that ran the calculation, it says it's 0.46875, and mine is 0.48. I'm not really sure why there's a slight difference in the values. So base skill time, increased skill speed. Apply the formula. Base time over +1 plus increased skill speed. Divided by 100. You have to divide it by 100? Or over 100? Oh, so it's 1.28. So 0.6 over 1.28. So what does that mean? Does that mean that they're taking 0.6 and multiplying it by 1.28? That doesn't sound right. How are they arriving at the final answer? I don't even see it. I'm blind. I'm blind. Like a bat.
Good movie.
Maybe they're dividing it by 1.28? They are dividing it by 1.28. Okay. But it's the formula literally says to multiply it. I don't understand why they would have a multiplication in the formula if you're supposed to divide it. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, basically how the formula works is you have 0.6 divided by the original value of, or sorry, that's not right. 1 divided by 0.6, which gives you your 1.66, which is your total attack speed. But then in this particular case, we've got the other formula, which is how we increase the attack speed. So it's 1 plus 28, but it's not 29. It's 1.29 apparently, because the percentage counts as a fraction. Or sorry, 1.28. And then what they're doing is they're taking the 0.6 and dividing it by the 1.28, which is not the same as the formula that I literally just pulled up earlier, which told me to multiply it. Literally has a multiplication symbol there, not a division symbol. So this needs to be switched to a division symbol apparently. And this also needs to be put a decimal point there because the percentage counts as a decimal. So 28% increase is a 0.28 increase, and they add 1 to signify that it's a increase, not a decrease. Because if you just multiply something by like 0.28, it's going to reduce the value, which is why they have the 1 there in the first place. And that gives us like the total output, which is 0.4685, which probably gets rounded up or down or something, because that's silly. I would assume probably up, which I think that's what they said too, that it gets rounded up to 4.69. I'm assuming that attack speed comes into equation here too, but I don't know, like, when it comes to specific abilities, you know how some abilities don't seem to be affected by attack speed, and some abilities seem to be affected by skill speed, because there's not like an attack speed component. I don't know if Shield Charge actually has an attack speed component. I mean, one thing that we can check right now is I can pull up the passive tree, and we can see the difference. I don't think I have the points to actually, like, let me just destroy my entire character real quick. Reset all passives. I mean, are there any actually within range? That's the question. So 3%, there's a 3%, a 3%, and a 6% in range. So let's grab these real quick.
I can't do that yet.
Oh yeah, like even just a tiny bit of skill speed is making like a huge difference in activation time. Yeah, like that's crazy. I only got like the whole feeling of the skill, like the lag time of the skill, like diminished so like significantly as soon as I put in just like.
It has that
a
0.6 right now in the game.
I would assume. Attack time 0.46 at the moment with my skill speed.
Okay.
Let me pull the
That
skill
sounds like
speed.
a-
Let me pull the skill speed out. Wait, I gotta go to Duriani to do that. Hold on. Alright, so pulling the skill speed out. Went up to 0.51. Do I have skill speed anywhere else? That's another question. I think I might have skill speed in other places. I wonder if attack speed is also, like, affecting it as well.
Step closer
Do I have attack speed on my gloves? I do. I got 9% increased attack speed on the gloves. Okay. So is that affecting it? Yes. So I'm going from 0.56 attack time from the 9% on the gloves to 0.51 attack time. That means that you can add attack speed in various places, obviously on your weapon and also on your gloves. I can't remember if you can get attack speed anywhere else. You can add in the skill speed, and you can easily get the shield to a point where it's like spammable. I think so. Let's test it and let's see how far we can push it. So let's add that skill speed back in. What other skill speed can we add? There's some skill speed right here. So let's go to Doriani and let's refund some of our points. And let's grab this skill speed, and I think there's another skill speed. That's like a whole doojank of skill speed in various places. Oh yeah, the banner. But the banner doesn't actually give anything right now. The 20 gives like no increase to attack speed at the moment. Alright, so since attack speed works, let's take a look at some attack speed bonuses that might be nearby as well. Melee attack speed. Shield charge counts as a melee skill, right?
Yeah. Yep. Should have a
Okay.
melee attack.
So there's another 3, 3, and 8, which now brings us down to 0.40. Let's see how that feels.
I can't do that
Oh
yet.
yeah, it's like it's already feeling like way better even with just a moderate amount of attack speed increase. If I had an attack speed weapon, I'm sure it would be a lot better.
I can't do that yet.
Let me see if there's an attack speed weapon sitting in the stash. Just anything that has like a decent amount of attack speed on it. Just for testing purposes. You want to cook, but it's hard to without the nutrient? I mean, that's what we're doing right now. We're going to be cooking. We're doing some cooking. Pom 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 pom. Yeah, there's a 12%. Let's grab that. Alright, so with a 12% increased attack speed on the weapon, it does nothing. Interesting. So I think weapon attack speed doesn't affect the shield because the shield is not a weapon. I think that's essentially how that works. So at this particular point, that means that building attack speed for a weapon means relatively nothing. Okay. Huh. Yeah, weapon attack speed is a local mod. It's similar to Diablo 2, right? Where attack speed only affects that weapon and it doesn't affect the shield. And I don't think you can get attack speed on a shield, at least as far as I'm aware, unless there's some unique shield that has attack speed on it.
Yeah, I don't even think your weapon matters as far as damage, right? On the shield skills.
No, it's mainly just the plus the skills. There's certain things you can use
Which
your weapon
opens up
for.
possibilities.
Yeah, like if you're using your shield as your primary damage source, but like a lot of the times you use your weapon too, so it's not like your shield is your only weapon damage. So like you don't necessarily completely hate having like a decent damage weapon to hit things with. What's up, Sean? Looking forward to the new league? Nice. It's the first league actually, technically.
I want to get technical.
It is the first league in the most technicalist of leagues.
Let's get technical.
Let's get technical. Let's get technical. Let's get technical. Let's get technical. Okay, so far we've determined a couple things. Like skill speed definitely works, attack speed definitely works. The base charge time can definitely go down really low. Obviously, since it no longer has a cooldown, we can spam the ever-living crap out of it. Why does it say life per second? It costs life?
Not yet.
It's funny because this character is probably the closest you're going to get to like a 0 cooldown charge build because she has the ability to ignore the cooldown on occasion.
I can't do that yet.
I wonder how the magma barrier is actually going to function. Like, it says it builds it up over time, but, like, do you have to actually hold it down for that period of time to get the effect? Or is it, like, cumulative over multiple, like, raisings of your shield? So, like, technically, if you're shield charging, you know, like, you're holding your shield up the entire time you're shield charging, technically. So, like, if I shield charge a lot, would the magma charge just be going off constantly and I would be building endurance charges? And if that's the case, if I'm getting constant endurance charges, then what do I start spending those endurance charges on?
I think a lot of new skills consume them, right? Are there skills that can consume them? Pretty sure there's patch notes about some things like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we look at the endurance charges, like, there's probably something in there. I forgot to finish looking at the... But yeah, there's that crazy one for the Witch Hunter. The Weapon Master notable passive skill now grants 100 passive points and become weapon set skill points. Previously 20. The preceding small passive now grants 6% increased cooldown recovery rate instead of weapon skill points. 6% increased cooldown recovery rate. Oh, that's kind of cool. The Ice Tomb unique body armor now grants cold thorns equal to 18% of your maximum mana. Oh, they took away the pure damage, the pure elemental damage weapons. Crackling, arcing, and bolting quarterstaves now have inherent physical damage, as well as a small amount of inherent lightning. Cultist, adherent, and fanatic bows now have an inherent physical damage, as well as a small amount of inherent chaos. So there's no longer pure elemental damage items like that.
About the chaos one? Was that in the list that you just named?
Yeah, that was the cultist.
Yeah, cultist. Okay.
Yeah, how they set it up is you can use multiple support gems. Like, I never understood that either because it really was really restrictive because you could only ever set up one ability properly. Like, so if you were a poison character, yeah, you could only set up like one ability to actually be your poison ability unless it was, you know, not explicitly otherwise a poison ability already. It was kind of stupid. I like them doing that because the Gemling Legionnaire was like one of my favorite characters just simply because he could use like 2 versions of a support gem.
It opens up way more build possibilities.
Yeah, well, not only that, but it just makes the characters feel less restricted to like 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
At least at this point, you might have like 2 or 3 or 4 skills on your bar that could all potentially be effective at dishing out damage. Now, obviously, you can't use 2 or 3 or 4 abilities, but at least you'll have 2 or 3 or 4 abilities that you can actually use at given times when you need to, as opposed to before. Like if you were a poison character, good luck. You pretty much only ever got access to like 1 ability, and that was pretty much it. It was just like you got that ability, and you got to put all your gems on that ability, and pretty much nothing else. Gemling Legionnaire was like the shortcut that allowed you to get a little bit more, which was pretty cool. But
Now the rule still exists for the lineage supports, which are like the unique support gens, which is okay.
oh, it still exists for the old ones?
No, for the new ones.
Oh, the
lineage
unique
supports?
ones. The unique
unique
ones. Yeah, yeah,
yes, yes, yes. Because they're kind of like unique items. You're only supposed to have one
yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
of that particular one.
Added option to assign your equipped weapons to both of your weapon sets instead of needing to use a different item in each weapon set. This can be enabled by right-clicking the weapon set icon on keyboard and mouse or holding Y triangle. That's actually pretty cool. So you don't necessarily have to have two different weapons anymore. Now you can have two different sets that are using the same weapons, which is actually probably pretty good. Because there might be different ways that you want to set up an ability. You remember, like we were talking about earlier, you could have one weapon set with like a version of the ability which is meant for like AoE damage, and then you might have another one that is used for like single target. Why does it seem like on these notes they're just constantly adjusting the same things over and over again? Frostbomb seems like really powerful now. I actually really like it. It's even, I think it might be even better than the previous version.
Yeah, now that it's all elements and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The frost bomb, and you get it really early. I think like casters are gonna level like the first couple levels at least with frost bomb and like spark or something. Because you're just gonna be able to negative res everything and just delete the screen.
They nerfed some of the bases. That's interesting. Sea Glass Spear got nerfed from 1.6 attacks to 1.5 attacks. And Gemini Bow got nerfed from 1.2 attacks to 1.1. Somebody, they said enabled the Goblin Troop Pet microtransaction, and they literally just put, oh no. Is it that bad?
I don't know.
Is poison in this game treated as its own element? It's included in the chaos, I believe. It's technically chaos damage.
Did they change that though after one patch? Isn't it like part physical now? I forget now. It changed so many
physical.
things,
Well, physical is what determines it. So, like the way
it's
remember
like
we were exploring how poison damage worked, and so like the magnitude of your physical damage determined the poison damage, and then the poison damage wasn't physical; it was chaos. So like it was ticking as chaos, but it was like you required physical damage to get the poison damage to have a high magnitude or something. Like it was stupid. I remember we were like researching it and it was really weird. Like you kind of wanted to break the armor of the monster to apply the poison, but then you also wanted like negative chaos res to make to make everything work. It was weird.
Yeah, and I think there was a patch note in 0.2, the last like league or season or whatever you want to call it. But I forget what it would said that kind of addressed that. I haven't really dug into damage over time in this game yet. Every time I do, it just like it fails because I don't dig enough.
I'm really curious about this flammability, like various thing that they added. So like if you had a bunch of players like all in the same game, for instance, and you're all playing together and you're all fire characters, the flammability debuff should be on the monster permanently at that point, right? And then you're constantly hitting them with fire damage. So like wouldn't that mean that they would be constantly stacking fire damage? And then the other thing is that it clearly states, it says fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied the flammability, a chance to ignite that enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Right? So essentially, if you have a bunch of people all hitting the target with fire now, because how it worked before was is like your biggest hit was your ignite, and everything else would kind of just be ignored, right? Like, because that's how you wanted to do it. You wanted to have that really big hit, which is really, that was why people would use like Hammer of the Gods and stuff, you know, because like the Hammer of the Gods come down and they put like this big giant ignite on the target. But like how it's explained now is it seems like if you have, say, a 4-player group all smacking on a target with fire skills, that it's adding to the monster's flammability. And the higher the flammability goes, the higher the ignite is when it occurs on the target. So if you had 4 players all wailing on a target and scaling that flammability to the moon, then by the time the monster actually ignites, it would be a combination ignite of all of the flammability that was currently applied to the target during that 8-second duration. Which would probably mean that the actual ignite would be massive, like just massively ridiculous. On top of that, even for a single player, it sounds like you're what's the term? Incentivized to like hit the target as many times as you possibly can with as many fire effects as you possibly can. Because, like, if you have one big attack that you normally use to put your ignite down, like, you're going to smack that target, right? But, like, any subsequent hits that you get for fire damage, any at all, even if you have, like, Firewall running, or if you've got, like, the fissures that are doing, like, fire damage, or if you've got, like, subsequent fire damage coming from other abilities, like Magma Shield shooting off sprays and stuff like that, everything will add to the ignite magnitude because everything is adding to the flammability. So during that 8 seconds, at the very least, you're constantly building the flammability of the target, and you're getting huge amounts of ignite magnitude. As soon as the monster ignites, it's going to be like ridiculous. It sounds like this system works way better than the previous system, which really only took into account the largest hit, which caused the largest ignite on the target, which wasn't really very effective. Didn't they do that for the other elements too, or was it poison as well? I don't know if they did it for ice and lightning, but I know they did it for fire and a poison, I think, because those are dots, whereas ice doesn't have a magnitude and lightning doesn't really have a magnitude either. Does electrocute have kind of like a magnitude on its like an actual like damage over time effect?
Has magnitude for damage multiplier, because that's just a damage multiplier shocking something. Like it goes from 20% to 30, for example. Like damage multiplier. Those gloves are good enough. I don't. They're free. I buy free gloves. This mace is insane.
All right. So what was I looking for? I was looking for something. Totally lost my train of thought.
You were looking for love.
No, something I was gonna search for on the patch notes, and I totally forgot.
I don't know.
Looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for love.
Identify my stuff, Kane.
I mean, the shield wall like change looks really interesting too. I'm kind of excited about that. And then the banners, like those also look really interesting.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, see, like as of current, if you hit the wall with like shield charge or something like that, it only breaks the segments that shield charge hits, which is not as cool. I like the change that they did where literally when you like shield charge into the wall, like every segment explodes. Like if you deliberately detonate your wall, the whole wall explodes and you don't have to do like the whole silly thing where you're like destroying each segment. Did you also see that they pretty much like nerfed? You remember during like some of the season starts, I was using like the frost wall to damage bosses. I just cast it directly on the boss, and it would do like massive damage. They pretty much just nerfed that on like all the characters.
I've seen some funny clips of people doing crazy stuff with.
Well, they made it so that the wall does like 80% less damage if it explodes within like 0.5 seconds of its creation or something like that,
Yeah.
to essentially prevent people from being able to spam the wall.
There's some clips of like people fighting like the highest difficulty bosses, like in a 6-man party, all spamming that like frost wall, and it just instant die or something. I don't know what people were doing, but yeah, I think that's why it got changed.
I mean, it was ridiculous. I said it many times. It was absolutely ridiculous. I would use it to kill bosses all the time. I'm like just cast this on the boss and like murder him. Works. GG. Cheese balls. Oh no, they're open. What? That's bullcrap. They better not be stale. They are totally stale. Cody, you want some stale cheese balls? I know you don't care. There you go. More power to you. Cody say, yeah, cheese balls? I like cheese balls. You like licking them salty balls, don't you? I want my money back. They gave me stale cheese balls. Huh. Oops. Opened up a web page and just immediately closed it. Oh, is Path of Building not an actual website? It's a
program. It is a program. Community fork. I think you get it off GitHub. I haven't gotten it for this game yet. I had it for PoE 1.
Is it
They used to
its
spend
own-
more time in there than the game.
Is-
That was Theorycraft.
Is it its own like exe file, or is it
Yep.
is it hooking into the game itself?
I think it's its own exe file. I don't think it touches the game.
Trying to see if I can find the download.
I think you get it off GitHub usually.
That's what I'm looking at right now. Trying to find the actual download for the file. Windows Defender said this thing is borked. That's what it said. It said borked. So it's literally just like the passive tree.
Yep, and it has a ton of like customization and calculations you can do in there. I was very familiar with it at one point.
I'm just looking at it.
It's very efficient once you have your build in there because you can literally just change your passive tree up and see like, okay, if I go this way or I grab these nodes, how much damage would it add? You know, like you can very clearly see optimal ways to path and stuff. And like, okay, this section is better than what I'm doing. And one of the coolest parts is you can do item upgrades in there. So you can literally copy paste an item from in the game or from the trade site, put it in your build and see if that item is an actual upgrade and how much of an upgrade the item is.
I don't know if this is updated. I downloaded the newest version, but it doesn't seem to be updated. Let me do a quick check against the patch notes.
They definitely don't have the new passive tree because it's not released.
Well, they don't even have, like, the changes for, like, the warrior. Like, I'm looking at it right now. Where is the... Okay, so ascendancy changes. So, like, for instance... the Turtle Charm. Turtle Charm notable passive no longer grants 25% less block chance. Still says 25% less block chance. Or can block damage from all hits. Shield is not raised. It doesn't have any of the new stuff written on it. You take 30% damage from blocked hits.
They slacking then. They slacking.
Unless there's a way I can, like, choose the build.
Check at the bottom version. Sometimes they have a version, like a beta version at the bottom.
Checking. It says check for updates. Let me see what it says.
No, at the bottom of the program, like the little line down there where you have search, there's a version of the
_1,
tree.
_2. It says _2. It doesn't say.
They don't have a 3.
Yeah, there's no 3 written down there.
Sometimes they have like a beta version that changes half the stuff that they know about.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is just the old tree, so it's useless. I mean, if that's the case, I might as well just be doing it in the game. I want to get another look at the, like, passive tree adjustments. There was a picture of the passive tree, like the new passive tree, with all the node changes.
Yeah, there's a couple pictures. I think there's like a slider too, where you can like look at the two compared.
Well, I got mine open right now, so I can, like... Well, they got, like, a high-res image of it over here. Nice. Let's take a look at the high-res image. So we got both trees open. Put them both in about the same place. So the new passive tree has, like, insanely more density. I mean, just taking, like, an area over here, like, near the shield. Like, let's just do this area right here. Like, you can clearly see that they added this whole node cluster here. They added an entire shield cluster here. They added an entire cluster right here. A whole cluster right here as well. This whole cluster is new. This cluster is new. This cluster is new. I mean, this is just a tiny little section, and I can clearly see that there's at least, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's like 7. I want to say 7. There's like 7 new clusters just in this one little tiny area. It's going to be very hard to know how to build your character when the passive tree is completely changing like this.
Yep, that's what most people are stuck on.
Like, look at this star down here. The star has 2 giant new nodes next to it. You see this thing? Look at that, those ridiculous nodes down there next to the star. I'm assuming by the colors, that's strength, dex, and intelligence. So the star was always based around all attributes. It seems to be, like, additional, like, complementary things to the star. I don't know what those ones at the end are. Like, there's definitely a crazy amount of additional, like, nodes on the tree now, which is going to help open up a lot of options. I was talking with some people about this the other day, and one of the things we were talking about was, like, how when you have to travel to a specific node, you invariably end up taking things along the way, or, like, at your destination. And there's usually only a certain number of things around your destination, right? So, like, you really have, like, very limited choices because there's not a lot of things actually near where you're going. It's like, where do you want to go? Oh, I'd rather go to Taco Bell. Well, there's no Taco Bell on the way. We'd have to drive out of the way like 50 miles to get to a Taco Bell. Okay, well, what's on the way then? Well, there's a Wendy's and a Burger King. And you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll go to Burger King because I don't have any choice. I'd rather have Taco Bell, though. Like, that's kind of how it felt when you were on the passive tree. Like, a lot of the times you were taking things that were near you or going out of your way to get to things that weren't near you. But, like, there really wasn't very much choice in the matter. It was either spend a bunch of points to get to something that's not near you, or take whatever is around you that could potentially help your build. So it's nice that there's more around you when you go somewhere. So that, like, you know, that way you have
You're
more
running
choices.
in a town, not in like a highway stop.
Exactly. You're not stopping at 7-Eleven to get like a Mexi melt and some like old stale fries and like a half charred piece of pizza. You know, you actually have some choices. You'd be like, oh, do we want to go to McDonald's or, you know, Taco Bell, or do we want to go to that restaurant over there, or do we want to go, you know, like you actually have some choices now. It looks like on the tree. It looks like a massive difference. I think it's a good change overall, and it's going to like help expand the options for the builds so that we're not all the same. You know, like I talk about all the time.
The instant weapon swapping, the passive tree update, and the support gem being able to be used on every skill is like
Like a
three
whole new-
major changes. It's a whole new game, yeah.
Whole new game.
For Theorycrafting.
Yeah, a whole new game. It's going to be absolutely crazy from like multiple perspectives. It'll be interesting to get into the game and start like trying to see what some of these nodes are. I mean, they do talk about them. It's like if we pull them up, like I can pull up the patch notes, and we can look at the passive changes. Like they talk about them. They don't necessarily list every single passive change, you know, individually, but they do have a list of what they added here. Let me find it real quick. Where are you? Passive changes. Where are you? Here it is. Okay, so it's a short list, but they do kind of like slowly explain things. They say 8 new clusters added between the warrior and the witch and sorceress areas of the passive tree. 15 new clusters added to the warrior area of the passive tree. 23 new clusters added to the mercenary area of the passive tree. 17 new clusters added to the ranger huntress. 17 new clusters added to the monk, and 25 new clusters added to the witch sorceress area of the passive tree. Now that's interesting. It sounds like the witch and the sorceress may have gotten the most added to their area. Like it's because there's 8 new clusters in between the warrior and the witch, which is what the Templar or whatever, the class that we don't have yet. The one that's like energy shield armor that like there's nothing actually starts there at the moment. So like close to the sorceress is 8 new clusters, and in the actual sorceress area is 25 clusters. So next to them is like a pretty large amount of additional clusters. And they also got the 17 from the monk. So like just surrounding them on either side, plus the amount that they got total. Because, you know, like you got to think within range, right? So things within range of you. They got 25 plus the 8, and then plus the monk's 17, which is like 50 additional clusters within their reach. The mercenary got a really large amount too, got 23. And then the ranger is nearby, so that's 17. And then directly to the other side of the ranger is the warrior, which is 55. The mercenary is looking pretty heavy too, because he already had 23 solid, and he has the pretty large increases from those. And then the ranger and the huntress got 17. They get the monks 17, and then they also can access the mercenaries for 57. I mean, it looks like everybody pretty much has like a huge number of additional passive nodes nearby that they can get access to. And not only that, but if you're traveling around the board, it seems like in general you're just going to have a lot more to pick from. It says
the only section that's like more empty is where the Druid and Templar are going because they're not in the game yet. I think the top left is not as packed as the rest of the tree, but it will be probably when those classes come.
So this is an interesting line here too. It says, many existing clusters have also received updates. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcefully refunded if you allocated nodes around the areas where the layout changed. So not only have they added like a huge number of passive nodes, like in total, but they've also changed a bunch of the existing ones as well. I mean, if we add up the total number of nodes that they changed, or that they added, so there are, what, 8 plus 15 plus 23 plus 17 plus 17 plus 25. That's a total of 105 new nodes, which is kind of crazy. You're going solo campaign?
Yep, I've been practicing speed.
Are you gonna like rush to Act 4 and then you're gonna have fun?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm probably gonna end up rushing to Act 4 as well. I've done the Acts 1 through 3 like a million times. I'm actually kind of excited for those little side quests too. The little interludes.
side
I think the
zones,
interludes look really interesting as well. What does that mean? A small attribute passive skill has been removed on all outward highways between class starting locations.
Yeah, when instead of skipping the initial starting class location, you can go for attributes. I guess they got rid of that. So like if you look at any starting location, you can go like right or left or bottom or top of it to go to like just attributes only.
So they took those attributes away?
They want people to use their starting nodes essentially because that they put a lot of time into those starting nodes, I guess, and
well, yeah, but you might not be using those nodes though. Like
I know it's weird. I agree.
If you start as like say a monk, but you want to
get out of there as quick as possible.
Yeah, but you want to build say like evasion or something, or if you want to build energy shield, or maybe even you want to build armor, God forbid, or something, right? Like you don't want to be forced to take a bunch of like evasion, energy shield.
Can you bring
nodes.
up the picture so we can look at it? Because I think we can compare it right now and kind of get an idea of.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I have it up. This is the one from the image from the thing. It shows mainly the mercenary side of things. It doesn't really show the exact starting location, though, unfortunately. Maybe I can try and find another image.
There was somewhere, I gotta see if I can find it. There was somewhere where they literally had the comparison. You know, like where they do those things where you like drag it over and it changes as you drag. Like it changes the picture as you like drag the cursor over it, like the slider. They had like a slider mechanism and it had old and new, and you can kind of like uncover. You can like see it live change in front of your eyes.
Somebody just offered to buy one of my items. The hell?
People play. People are crazy. They play forever.
What the hell do they want to buy? It says they want to buy something. I don't know what they want to buy. Let me know if you're there or busy. How do I reply to this guy? I forgot the button. Isn't there like a button where you can just
I mean, you
reply
can
to
right
them?
click, you can hit enter, open up the chat, right click on the message, and hit whisper. I forget the shortcut. Like in WoW, it was like /R, but for reply. I don't know about this game. I forget.
Horror chants. Okay. Some people really do be playing like Eternal Realm, don't they?
Yep.
He's actually gonna pay me for it too. I'd give it to him for free. I don't even want it.
It happens all the time because I never delete any of my characters. So like I would log on to my old seasonal characters in any game and I would just get whispered a ton. It's like I don't even care about trading these items. I can't be bothered. And they wouldn't stop, and so I just go on D&D. I'm like, you just leave me alone.
I mean, I just give it to him. Like whatever. Like it doesn't matter to me. Just take it. Take it. Do I have an actual like warrior, or like I kind of want to like look? I don't think I ever leveled up an actual warrior. I think that's my problem. I leveled up an Amazon, a Deadeye, an Amazon, a Deadeye. I have a level 1 warrior, a level 78 Gemling Legionnaire, level 76 Chronomancer, level 85 Gemling Legionnaire, and a level 6 Witch. So yeah, a whole lot of nothing. I kind of want to see, like, I don't really have the time to, like, level up a character from scratch. I don't really want to play with all the skills either, like, in their current form, because I feel like it's just going to make me not want to play the character. Like, the warrior skills are just really bad.
Yeah, they're gonna get a lot better for sure.
Oh, yeah, I mean, did you see that the Titan has access to a,
Roger Q backpack, yeah.
no, I'm not really sure what it's called. I don't know if they changed it or not either. It's the one that has
The
the
passive
armor break on it. It's like 10% of all your hits cause armor break.
Oh, it's not the Titan, it's the Warbringer.
The
It's a
yeah,
block one.
yeah, the block one. And 10% of all your damage contributes to armor break. Like that sounds insane.
Yeah, it's very nice. Like all your skills apply armor break. Yep.
Yeah, then you just
You
never
don't
have
need
to
run
worry
any
about
supports or anything. Yeah.
yeah, you don't have to worry about any kind of armor break bonuses. Just forget
Yep.
about it.
It's a good ascendancy, and I mean the fact that you can respec ascendancies now, I can try it out. Like I have no problem trying them all out. I know Katava got nerfed.
I mean,
I'll
it also
still
got
play
that it also got that buff too though. Let me take a look at the Can you even get power leveled in this game? I don't even know.
I don't know either. I think you can TP people to like the act bosses, like waypoints and stuff. I think, but I don't know like how fast your character can get leveled. Kind of like D2. You know how you got like a level 1 in Hell, but you still have to level them to 25. I don't know how it works in this game as far as the leveling portion. I think you can get like an act or level 1 like to the end game, but
So what was the one that they changed on the Chayu? You said it was they added a new one for the Chayula monk.
they added a lot to the Chinchilla monk. About the volatility
The
stuff.
one, yeah, the volatility stuff. I'm trying to look at it on the patch notes. Let's see, hold on. Volatility. Okay. Effects which set a maximum for volatility now do so instead of being additive with the default cap of 200. What?
There's things that you can change the amount of max stats. So like, there's a thing on the tree that sets it to 30. I guess in the past it was setting it to 230. So I think it's just a fix.
Okay, so it says Ravenous Doubts has been renamed. Where is Ravenous? Okay, Ravenous Doubts is a relatively early one. That's the mana leech recovers based on damage, other damage types as well as physical. So they changed Ravenous Doubts to instead now grants 1 volatility on inflicting elemental ailments and take no damage from volatility. That seems really powerful, like especially if you were to do like a whole volatility build, which is not very difficult to do. If I remember correctly, I was playing around with volatility in this build, and it was pretty functional. There's a skill gem or a support gem, if I remember correctly, that like you can just grab, and it gives you a huge amount of volatility when using like chaos damage and stuff like that. All gems. Catharsis. Supported skills require 20 volatility on you to use. Using supported skills will detonate a random amount of volatility on you. Volt. Volatility. Supported skills grant volatility on critical hit. Gain 5 volatility on using supported skills while they are empowered. Supported strikes trigger volcanic eruption on hitting ignited enemies. What does that have to do with volatility? Oh, I just typed in vol, and vol was enough to pull up volcanic.
So volatility empowerment is gone apparently. Here, I'll link it in the.
So the volatile power support gem's gone.
The empowerment one, not the volatility other one where it's you get volatility stacks on crit. So what I'm thinking is you can get the volatility on crit, so you stack crit, and then you can also get the volatility on elemental ailment on the ascendancy, and all of your skills get like all the ailments because of the way the ascendancy rotates. So you basically get a ton of stacks just by critting and by applying elements. The empowerment they got rid of, I think, because empowerment was like a cheap way to get 200 stacks. People found like methods of like cheesing it and getting 200 instantly.
I don't understand this catharsis at all. It says supported skills require 20/20 volatility use.
It's a detonate skill. So you put it on a skill that you want to use once in a while. So you get a bunch of stacks and you use that to detonate the stacks. It's like a skill. It's a rotational skill. It's not your main skill. You put it on a skill that you use at that condition.
Well, that's the thing that I'm trying to figure out, understand like what the benefit is. So the benefit is just the ability to detonate the stacks?
Yes. Yeah. Because the stacks by default, you have to wait like 4 seconds for them to detonate. So you want to detonate the stacks because the detonation is what gives you explosion damage and it gives you the buff. Because you get like 1 stack is like 1% chaos damage extra. So you get like 200% chaos damage extra on top of your skills. So you want to detonate them. So that gives you control of when you detonate it. So you don't have to wait the 4 seconds. You don't have to like sit there and say, all right, let my stacks fall off.
I could have sworn there was a skill or something that also interacted with volatility, and I don't remember.
There's a ton of ways to interact.
I don't remember needing that. Let me take a quick look at like. I don't know right off the top of my head. I can't remember. Let me take a look and see what I'm using at the moment, I guess. God, I can't remember the buttons to pull anything up. Okay, G. Yay, G. I could have sworn that one of these abilities interacted with volatility in some way, and I can't remember which one. There was like a specific interaction between that ability and volatility, and I ended up using it, and it was really impressive. I actually really liked the damage output, but then at the same time, I ended up killing myself all the time, which was not very effective. I seem to be missing stats required to wear my weapon. I don't know. The changes to the Child Monk sound interesting, especially since you gain volatility based on inflicting an elemental ailment. So, like, I mean, you could get massive stacks of volatility that way, and then you don't even necessarily need to, like, build volatility the other way. I mean, assuming you have 200 stacks of volatility on you at any given time, I mean, I would assume that your damage would be absolutely ridiculous.
It just depends how often you can affect the elemental ailments on like bosses, and that rotates, right? So I think you would want to combine it with the volatility support gem just to get stacks as soon as possible. Like that's how I would theory craft it.
Yeah, you would want
You
the
might be
crit
able to do it
one.
without.
You would want the crit one as well. It really, the purpose of taking Ravenous Doubts is so that you're not taking any damage when the volatility explodes.
Yes, yes.
That way, it doesn't matter. Like, you're just constantly getting the free damage from volatility without having to worry about the damage, like the negative aspect of it, which is huge. Where's the volatility? Because you can look at the volatility support, and I can read the volatility do-jank. So volatility detonates after 4 seconds, dealing 100 physical damage to you per volatility. For 10 seconds after detonation, you gain 1% of damage as chaos for each volatility which detonated. The detonation timer will reset on gaining another stack of volatility. Volatility can be gained once every 0.1 seconds, and volatility does not normally have a maximum, though some effects can set one, which they did set a maximum of 200 to it at this point, so that changed. For 10 seconds after detonation, you gain 1% damage as chaos. It says here that the detonation timer will reset on gaining another stack of volatility. So basically, you don't get any damage bonus while you're holding on to a large number of stacks, and they will not detonate, because every time you gain a new stack of volatility, it's just going to prevent them from actually giving you any damage, which pretty much aligns with what I experienced, which was I would build large amounts of stacks, and then when the fight was over, they would start exploding, and I would start taking massive amounts of damage in between the packs, which wasn't very nice, because then I would start the next pack with like massive amounts of damage done to me. I mean, that thing that removes the damage is really nice, but also, I mean, it doesn't really seem like they detonate very easily if you're constantly generating them. It almost seems like you want to have like maybe like a lack of generating them properly, unless you want to use the catharsis to detonate them manually.
Yeah, you detonate them manually, I think is the way to do it. You just put it on any other skill you have. There's so many skills you can equip. Like a utility skill.
I can't remember if they like... Do they detonate one at a time, or do they detonate like...
No, I think you detonate every single stack.
No, I mean
Pretty
like
sure it's
naturally as they go off. Is it like
Oh.
1 per 4 seconds, or is it like everything has a 4-second timer?
I know what you mean. Like, are they joined together or are they separated on the timer?
Yeah. I'd have to like test it, and I don't really have like the stat points anymore. I think they reset my skill tree is probably why. They're like, here, we reset your whole skill tree. Congratulations, no skill tree for you. I don't even, like, know what the hell I'm missing at this point. I guess I could just put some points in dexterity so I can actually use my weapon. And I could at least go, like, play with stuff.
Did you path up to the volatility nodes?
Are there volatility nodes?
Yeah, they're in the top right. I think they're by like spaghettification and stuff. They're like towards the chaos section.
Maximum volatility is 30. 3% chance to gain volatility on skill. 3% chance to gain volatility on kill. Kill volatility doesn't really sound all that impressive.
Probably nice for mapping.
3% chance to gain on kill. 3% chance to gain on kill. 50% chance to gain volatility when you are stunned. 25% chance that when volatility on you detonates, you regain an equivalent amount of volatility. Those all seem really Oopie.
Yeah, and there's probably more coming too. Well, when it detonates, gaining equivalent is kind of nuts, right? Because you can get your stacks right back. So you can like detonate and then detonate again because you're like refunding the stacks.
I mean, if you're in a situation, I feel like where you're at a deficit, where you're having trouble generating them, then yeah. But like, I didn't have any issues generating them.
I never play with it. I can't speak to it.
Like, I remember playing with it, and I can't remember having any issues generating volatility stacks at all.
What were you using it? Were you using the crit? Like what? How?
I think
how
I
were
was
you
just
generating?
I think I was just using the crit, and that was it. Like, I just put the volatility gem in, and that was about it, and I just moved on. Do I even have any support gems here? Like, it's like everybody stole all the support gems.
What is going on with this game right now? It just keeps crashing. I think they're doing something with the servers.
Let's grab just the volatility. Here, engrave. Alright, so I've got my volatility. And where am I putting you at, volatility? I guess we could just throw you on, like, the regular quarterstaff or something, or... What the hell was my main ability? I don't even remember. I don't know what the hell's going on with this character. It's like they stole all my stuff. And the forced resets are so dumb. Like, don't reset my character for me. Like, when I log in, give me a reset. Like, that way I can see how I had the character set up originally, and then I can do the reset. Like, when I log in, my character shouldn't just be automatically reset, and half my stuff is missing, and I don't know, like, where my character was set up, or how things were functioning before. Like, you basically just took my character and just destroyed it.
Probably better off you hated that character.
I mean, I did.
Sure,
I did. I absolutely hated this character. I did. Promised I was never coming back to this character. Well, they're just like regular melee attacking monsters to death right now. Regular melee attacking the monsters. Tell me what to do, gonna melee the monsters. Where are my actual abilities at? Why do none of my abilities actually function? Because I need intelligence.
Probably attribute requirements.
Yeah, well, none of the stuff works anymore because my attribute requirements were all fucked up because they took away all my things that I had set up. So like, my gear's not on, my skills don't work, like nothing on the character functions. Like, I don't even remember what I had on the character at this point. I don't even remember what my main ability was. The hell was my main ability? Looks like I have Staggering Palm on my right click. Whirling
You're using
Assault.
the main quarterstaff strike? You have a lot in the basic skill, it looks like.
I'm pretty sure I was using it for, like, some specific purpose. I think for leeching or something. I can't remember. So according to what I'm seeing here, the stacks all expire at the same time. So I don't even know why you would really want to use the explosive thing if you can just like stay out of combat for 4 seconds and have like all 200 stacks expire. Like, wouldn't
Well,
it
I
wouldn't it
don't
be
think
better
to stop attacking a boss for 4 seconds. I don't think so.
for 200% chaos damage?
Well, you can just set it off for 200% chaos damage, right? You
No,
can
you-
instantly do it
You
instead
get
of
20.
waiting.
You would get 20, and then it's on a cooldown, so you could slowly build it up over time, or you could have like a massive amount of damage all at once. You can also refresh the cooldown with the 20, like keeping the 200 stacks, so you could literally build 200 stacks instantly, and then use the ability to keep the cooldown going. But like, if what I'm saying is here is correct, you keep building the stacks, and every time you build a stack, it refreshes the timer. But as soon as the stacks fall off, you get the entire bonus as soon as all stacks fall off. So they're not individual. They're together as one giant stack pool. So 200% would give you an instant 200% bonus, and then you could utilize other things to like maintain the 200% stacks for the entire time. I mean, granted, if you like sat there and went 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%, like 10 separate times, eventually you would reach 200% as well. But it's going to take you like 10 separate uses of that ability, whatever the ability is.
So detonate them is limited to 20%? Is that on the detonation skill? I didn't read it.
It says
Like, I haven't
20.
played
It
this
says
at all.
20 stacks. So it will.
It'll
Well,
only detonate 20.
well, no. It says it costs 20 stacks.
Yeah, at 20
and
stacks you can use it.
and it
That's how I
detonates.
read
It says it detonates a random amount.
It's a random amount.
So you have to have at least 20 stacks. It's going to burn 20 of your stacks, no matter what. I don't even know if those count toward the thing. I'm assuming the 20 stacks that it burns do not count towards the total. And then it says that it gives you... Can I close my patch notes? Oh, that's not what I was looking for anyway. I wanted to look at the skill gems. They really need to make a way to look at the skill gems without having to have a skill gem in your inventory. Like, you should be able to at least look at them without having to have a skill gem in your inventory. Wah, 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 wah. Volatility. Supported skills grants. No, not that one. It says detonate a random amount of volatility on you. It doesn't state how many. It just says random. I don't know what that means.
So, like, if you have 200 stacks, it could detonate 100, I guess, or 150, or 175, or 199.
I mean, it could be any number of like variables. Like random, I mean, is it ability to detonate like the entire stack, or like is it only going to detonate one? Or I mean, it could be any number of things. There might be a limit
Does the
to it.
detonation have a cooldown?
It doesn't really say.
Because you
Well,
can just spam the button again, right?
so the cooldown seems to be the fact that you require 20 volatility to use it.
Yeah. So let's say you had 200 stacks, you press the button, and it randomly chose 30. You still have 170 stacks, so you just press the button again, right? You can just spam that button as much as you want, I assume.
I mean, I don't think you would want to spam it because you would want to maintain whatever the timer is.
Oh,
And the
if you got
timer's
like a bad roll, like say you got a bad roll, say you got 30 and you still have 170 stacks, it's like, I want 170% damage, not 30%.
well, the thing is you got like 10 seconds, and as long as you use it again before your 10 seconds, like you can keep the buff essentially forever, which means that like spreading it out a little bit benefits you just in case you run out at any particular time. That way you have a couple more seconds to regenerate some more. I mean, the idea, at least as far as I can tell with it, is keeping the buff active at all times.
Yeah. Free damage. The best part about it is it's damage on top, so you don't even have to use like a chaos skill, which you probably don't want to use a chaos skill because you want to get the ailments from an elemental based skill, so you get more stacks.
Well, I mean, the thing that they added was that chaos damage causes the ailments. So that was part of the changes they made, was that you can basically just...
You have chaos damage for free, so you can actually focus on an ailment skill and get even more ailments, while the chaos damage also for free is generating ailments. So you have like a double approach to it.
Now grants chaos damage from hits, contributes to ignite chance, magnitude, freeze buildup, shock chance, changing every 2 seconds. The changing every 2 seconds might be kind of, I don't know. I was thinking about that, and like, it's not always easy to build up, you know, an element on a target, and you only have 2 seconds to build up an ailment on a target. You know, how many times have you like been able to accurately build up an ailment on, like, say, a boss in 2 seconds, or like a unique enemy in 2 seconds? Like, it's not enough time. And I don't know exactly like how that's going to function realistically if you have a you know, like an ailment switching every 2 seconds, where you're building up freeze for 2 seconds, then shock for 2 seconds, then ignite for 2 seconds, then back to freeze for 2 seconds, and then shock for 2 seconds. I mean, I guess technically eventually the monster would have all of them on him, but I mean, it sounds like it's not going to work as well as, like, you know, where every hit is applying freeze, or every hit is applying ignite, or something like that.
Right. That's why I would use an elemental skill on top. So you have something in baseline that you're doing, like freeze, ignite, whatever. And then that's just extra on top.
Keep pulling up like something. Like, I'm trying to search for like catharsis information, see if anybody knows. It keeps pulling up something for some game called The Division. I literally just typed in negative The Division on the search bar, and it still pulls up The Division. I have no idea what that game is. But it's crazy to me that I literally did a Boolean search to subtract Division from the list, and it's still adding it into the list. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you've like used that, but yeah, so we're still putting it in there. We're putting it in there.
I mean, you might be able to just play around with it in the game. You just have to find like a boss you can't die to.
I was just looking at it. I mean, it seems like you would definitely want to design around building as fast as you can. Right now, I'm not really set up specifically to build as much volatility. I was just playing with it to see how it functions. I wanted to know whether it was a separate cooldown timer, or like per stack, or how it was functioning. So, like, from what I saw, it essentially functions like this. You build a stack of volatility, it has 4 seconds to explode. You build a second stack, it resets the stack, and both stacks have 4 seconds to explode. You build another stack, or like 10 or 20 more stacks, and it just keeps resetting the timer, and none of them will explode until you stop attacking. If you stop attacking for 4 seconds, they all explode at the same time. So it's just instant detonation in 4 seconds. And then you start building more, and then you got 10 seconds of the damage countdown. If you have a stack of volatility explode again during the countdown of the existing buff, it adds 1%. Like, if you have 1 stack explode, it adds 1% to the stack, and then resets the timer of the stacks. So it seems to me like you're generally, like, poo-pooed upon for only building stacks and not doing anything else. So if you only build stacks, you're not going to really have much benefit from volatility. However, if you stop attacking and you let the stacks like generate, then you get a lot more benefit from it. Or you can use the catharsis to try and explode the stacks randomly and potentially get benefits there. But it definitely does seem like you have to have stacks on you essentially at all times. And you have to have a way of detonating those stacks at all times to keep your buff going. So it's going to be like a constant thing. Your buff's going to fall off like in between like monster packs and stuff. It's going to be annoying. I mean, I guess
That's probably why they have the volatility on kill stuff, because it'll help refresh it every time you kill a pack. You just go to the next pack.
well, the detonating thing might help with that as well, because like you'll be able to detonate stuff in between packs to try and keep your stacks running.
Going, yeah.
Which is probably the better use for the catharsis ability, is just to be able to keep the buff active at all times. So anytime it looks like it's about to run out, you could just press the catharsis button to let it to refresh the stacks, which could help. But you don't really want to spend the stacks all the time. You want to make sure you have the stacks to spend, like in that case. So you're going to want to build them and then let them sit. I can't remember how long the stacks just like... because you can generate them in multiple ways. I mean, I remember running around with like 50 or 60 stacks on me at one point, and like as long as I was attacking anything or anybody, like they would stay on me relatively well. Bunch of crap in my inventory for. I must have logged off on this guy. I was like, fuck it. It's like I'm not coming back.
Yep. It's like those movies where the town's abandoned after like a strike or something, and it's just everybody's frozen in time. The character just frozen there.
Yep, just frozen. Just moving on. Not coming back. I mean, there's definitely some interesting like things there. Another interesting like stuff is with the passive tree. If I remember correctly, there's a whole bunch of stuff on the passive tree that has to do with like applying multiple ailments to a monster. I can't remember exactly where they are, but I remember like a whole section that had to do with like damage bonuses based on the number of ailments that were currently active on a target or something like that. I think they're up in the sorceress side of the tree, actually. Now that I think about it. So it might be out of range for the Chinchilla.
I think there's the monk section that has like the ailment wheels where you have like all three elements going. I forget what it was called.
Well,
there's definitely sections about
this one's
it.
the elemental damage. There's a section, I could have sworn, unless they took it away, and it literally just says something like, yeah, here it is. It's up here near the sorceress side of the tree. 15% increased damage for each elemental ailment on the enemy. Increased frost buildup. I think there's another one over this way. Is this it right here? Yes, this is it right here. This is the one I was thinking of, which is actually near the Chalupa Monk. This is the one where you get 30% increased elemental damage if you've chilled an enemy recently, 30% increased elemental damage if you shocked an enemy recently, 30% increased elemental damage if you ignited an enemy recently. But it's based around elemental damage, not chaos. Which, I mean, that's not really like a big boof to like a chaos damage character. I mean, technically the chaos is just extra damage on top, and you could potentially be building any element that you wanted to, I guess. You could build physical, you could build fire, ice, lightning, like it doesn't matter. Like if you wanted to do like a full chill build and then have the chaos damage on top, and then you get the free shock and the free ignite as a result from the chaos damage, like that wouldn't be awful. I don't know if I'm gonna do Chalupa Monk. Still got scars from the last time. I still got scars.
He scarred you for life. Poor Chalupa. Alright, what's next on the list?
I'm just looking at stuff, just seeing what they changed and looking at potential options. I don't think I'm touching Amazon at all. Like, I played Amazon too much last season. That's just the moral of the story. You burn yourself out on a specific character. I mean, honestly, I've never really done a warrior, like, actual ascendancy. So it could
That's
be
where I'm
fun.
at.
It could be fun to actually play around with the warrior ascendancy. It seems like um the Warbringer one is the one that got the most changes this season.
Yeah.
Like out of all of the warrior ascendancies, it seems like they really kind of like smacked that one in the ding dong. Um, Warbringer is also the one that has to do with totems, right?
Yeah, there's totem stuff in there.
Hmm.
I mean, you can completely avoid the totem stuff, but there's like half of it I think is dedicated to totem stuff. I think half's dedicated to like the armor break stuff and war cry stuff, and then the other half is totem, something like that. Or I guess maybe a quarter, because then there's the block section.
I was thinking about banners.
Banner's tactician. Tactician is the banner juice because you get every banner.
Yeah,
Tactician looks nuts.
I wasn't really thinking about using the banners as like having all of them active at the same time. I was thinking about more like a individual buff at an individual moment kind of a scenario. I think it could be really cool to have like that one tanky one and then the one damage like attack one. Like if you're in a situation where you're fine and you have no problem with, you know, damage reduction, then you could go with the offensive one, or if you feel like you need the defensive one, then you could do the defensive one. It'd be nice to be able to swap back and forth between them. I mean, unfortunately, that also means you'd have to spend more spirit onto it, though. Honestly, the new like mortar cannon, the one that fires the grenades, does sound really neat. That does sound really cool. Unfortunately, that does require the crossbow. So if you want to do the mortar cannon, you got to be a crossbow character. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems with any of the characters, right? Is not having enough life to actually like survive hits. I can't even remember like
Exactly.
how much life you need to survive most like high tier content. Isn't it like 2,000 or 3,000 HP or something?
I would say 3 to 4,000 minimum.
Yeah, like you need a large amount of HP.
Or 3,000. If you have 3,000, you better be an evasion build. I think you need more than 3,000 if you're not an evasion build.
Well, I mean, as a warrior, you're going to be stacking lots of strength, so
But that's why everyone's nerfed. They nerfed that Giant's Blood. They're so mad because they take away your flat life from strength, essentially.
I was actually thinking about using Giant's Blood with the shield because I thought it would be good to get the +7 skills for the shield
Oh
skills,
yeah.
but then like now that they're taking away the life, I don't. That's not worth it.
Nobody likes dying.
They're clamping down on the HP too much. It's one of the reasons why you always saw me going like energy shield just to add in more like
Yep.
thickness.
I think
Gotta
we're
add
going
that
energy
thickness.
shield again.
Gotta add that
There's
thickness in there.
something that lets you scale. I think on the new keystones or something, you get energy shield based on strength. So it's literally, I think they're forcing energy shield again.
I mean, there's the Zealot's Oath, which is really good. So it's over there in like the warrior side of the tree, and if you're going blocking, you're going to be over here in the blocking section anyway, so it's going to be really easy to grab. And there's also that node nearby that gives you the it's like in one of the trees, yeah, gain 20 energy shield whenever you block. That should be kind of crazy with the setup as well. I don't understand why they released patch notes like this. It's the most disruptive way possible. I mean,
What do you mean
you're
by
not
that?
wrong. You're not wrong actually. Like it's very difficult to plan out anything when we don't know what the hell's coming. We can't see the tree. Like We don't know what nodes they added. Like, they didn't tell us any of the nodes. They just showed us a picture of the tree, and we're like, look at all the new nodes!
I think
And
they're
didn't tell
not
us.
against releasing the tree. It's just they're not ready to because something on the website's not ready. There was a tweet. If you go check Twitter, pretty sure they tweeted about it.
Yeah, but it's like, how are you supposed to do any kind of theory crafting when you? It's not even just the nodes that they added. Like, if that was it, if it was just the nodes they added, but they also said they changed a large number of the nodes that were existing. So, like, the passive tree that we're looking at might have absolutely no bearing whatsoever on, like, the current character that we're building. Like, we're like, oh, okay, what are we gonna build? I don't know. Like, what are the passive nodes? I don't know. Like, how does the tree look? Well, you know what? There's more stuff. Like, but what is the more stuff? I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming some of it stayed the same. Like, that's my assumption. Like, that some is still staying the same. I mean, I like the regen, and obviously if you're starting over in the warrior tree, there's tons of regen that you can get all over the place. So, I mean, that's a really powerful way you can do it, too. And obviously if you go Zealot's Oath, you can, like, stack your regeneration into your energy shield. So if you end up doing, like, energy shield armor, I mean, that's definitely possible. I feel like energy shield is almost, like, forced on armor just to get the extra HP, because there's very few ways to get more
Yes.
hit points, except for strength, of course. Strength gives you hit points, but, like, it's not guaranteed in any way, shape, or form to get more hit points with it.
And we're gonna have less strength probably too because the tree is more dense. So you're not gonna be traveling like those travel nodes that give you the 5 attributes. Most builds probably won't have as many of those travel nodes because they're just so dense. Like you're like, oh, I can get this whole wheel, and I can get this whole wheel, and I can get this whole wheel before I even go anywhere. Like we were just talking about, like arriving at a town instead of a gas station. Like you're you're probably not going to be traveling gas station to gas station.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because, like, we're not going to be traveling as much, so we're not going to have as many stats. It's going to be easier to get what we need, essentially. Like, it'd be like having, like, a McDonald's in your house. Like, you don't have to go anywhere. You can just go to just give me some fries. They're like, okay, order up. Cody's just out sleeping. Cody, you sleep all day long, and then we go in downstairs, and then you just sleep some more. Yeah. He says, "So I'm a sleeping boy, and I've got a big boy, and I need to sleep to grow, and I sleep 'ems." I'm gonna get you a bed. I'm gonna get you a bed. I'm gonna get you a bed. I'm gonna get your bed. I'm gonna get your bed. Oh no. So you better stop it. You're gonna make me fall. Ba 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 ba. I mean, I don't know why I'm looking at the board. The board's not gonna help me out at all. I want to look at the ascendancy, but I don't have a warrior to actually look at the ascendancy, and it doesn't matter anyway because the whole ascendancy changed. I think I'm definitely going Warbringer. I think it's going to be fun.
Warbringer seems cool.
What is? I don't even understand this, like, ancestral jade crap. Like, what the hell even is that?
Is that the stuff where you encase yourself into like a statue or whatever, and you take no damage?
Yeah, and I have never understood it.
I think it's like, I don't know. I think it's like a way to like generate, like you see a big attack coming, and I guess you just tank it instead of dodging it. I don't know. I really don't. I haven't played it.
Yeah, but, like, in the original version, like, if you use the ability, you would gain stacks, and then they would just, like, when you get hit, they would just go away or something. Like, it was weird. Or, like, I remember, like, in the original version, they said, like, you couldn't move or something, which I think they originally, like, they eventually took away. But, like, the new version, they said the stacks don't go away. So I don't... It says no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. I don't understand what Stacks of Jade is. Maybe I can, like, enlighten myself on it. Because if I do go this direction, you know how, like, a lot of the times when you take an ascendancy for a specific purpose, you always end up with, like, extra points and you don't know where to freaking spend them. You're like, what do I put these extra points in? I mean, let's take a look at Stacks of Jade and see, like, how effective it is. Stacks of Jade is a mechanic tied to the Voidbringer where players passively gain a stack of Jade every second, up to a maximum of 10 stacks, for a total of 10% physical damage reduction per stack. Players lose a stack when taking physical damage from a hit, which no longer happens, and while the stacks are generally used with Encase in Jade active ability to absorb damage, the passive stacks themselves provide a consistent defensive layer against physical attacks. In generation, you passively gain 1 stack of Jade per second. Maximum, you can have a maximum of 10 stacks of Jade. Each stack of Jade provides a 1% physical damage reduction. You lose a stack of Jade when your character takes any amount of physical damage from a hit, which no longer happens. Entering a new zone or returning to a map can cause your stacks of Jade to disappear, requiring you to build them up again. The active skill, Encase in Jade, consumes all of your current stacks of Jade to provide a strong temporary defensive buff. The buff absorbs all damage from hits, with the amount of damage absorbed scaling with the number of Jade stacks you had at the time of activation. Encase in Jade functions like a panic button, similar to Path of Exile 1's Arctic Armor, allowing you to temporarily tank heavy hits by turning into a Jade statue. The passive bonus is a consistent defensive layer against physical damage. Interesting. So the changes that they made to it is that you no longer lose your stacks, and essentially it now just becomes a 10% free damage reduction, which sounds insane. Let's read it again. It says, stacks of Jade granted by the Jade Heritage notable passive skill are no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. So that means that taking this node essentially just gives you a free 10% physical damage reduction.
Sounds nice.
I mean, that's not a bad bonus. Ancestral Jade Hulk no longer charges. Instead, it uses a Warcry buff to nearby allies that have 50% increased damage. Their Leap Slam has also been improved. Ancestral Jade Caster has had its spell range increased. The Pinning Jade Storm has had its area of effect increased, and the delay between forming and exploding has been reduced. Yeah, 10% PDR, physical damage reduction, probably bypasses the restriction on armor, which doesn't actually do large amounts of reduction. So, like, I would assume that whether it's before or after doesn't really matter. I mean, say if you got like a, you know, like a 10,000 damage hit and you're getting like a 50% reduction on it, which brings it down to 5,000, and then you get like an additional 10% on top of that, so it brings it down to like 4,500. I mean, I would assume that the 10% is just an additional, like, either before or after, one way or the other.
If it's before, it's God's here.
Yeah, so, like, if it's before, and it reduces the 10% before armor, then you reduce it by 50%. Like, you're going to be getting a little bit lower than you were before. Well, actually, it doesn't really seem to...
Well, you just remember how armor works.
Yes, you're right.
You're reducing a 9,000 hit instead of a 10,000 hit with armor.
Because that would increase the effectiveness of
difference.
your armor, yes.
Yes. Your armor will be more effective, correct.
Yeah. So if it is before, it's making your armor more effective. So then it's actually giving you more of a 10%, more than 10%
Yes.
reduction.
Way more. Yeah.
Yeah. So a 10% reduction off the flat, and then an additional reduction, like even past that. Interesting. Ancestral Spirit Turtle Aura. What was the turtle aura? That was the one that increases the block chance of your nearby
I think
allies or
so.
whatever?
Yeah.
That's what that one person was talking about the other day, right? When they were talking about an aura to increase the block chance of everybody nearby.
Yeah, like a party buff or something.
Ancestral spirits provide the following effects. That was not the website I wanted to click on at all. So the ancestral spirits are those little summons that follow you around. I think I saw Chunks using those one time. Wasn't Chunk using those? Or was it somebody else that was using the little pets? Is that basically what that is? Warbringer Ascendancy PoE 2. I just want to look at the existing Ascendancy so I can get an idea of, like, what
Oh,
that
you have
one
it in the
does.
POV you downloaded. Just bring up POV and then compare the notes.
And just pulled up a picture of it. So each of your totems will summon an ancestral spirit minion to fight for you. If the totem is summoned, the minion dies. That is summoned, the minion dies, then the ancestral spirit will die too. Okay. So grants skill ancestral spirits. That's probably what it's talking about. Which means that you have to use a totem to get the ancestral spirits. So we need to look at the skill ancestral spirits. So the ancestral spirits skill. Modifiers to totem life also affect minions from this skill. Minions from this skill have a 1% increased accuracy rating per 3 dexterity. Minions from this skill have a 1% increased damage per 3 strength. I mean, the minions have like little buffs and stuff. Where's the buffs? Like I remember this. There were like auras that came out of the little ancestral minions, depending on which ancestral minion was summoned, and different ancestral minions were summoned for different totems. I am confused. Assuming the game calculates the hit before the armor mitigation, which I don't see why it wouldn't. I mean, most of the time, like, the monster's damage is determined before the actual hit occurs. Like in Diablo 2, for instance, like if I hit a target and I have 10,000 damage, my 10,000 damage is determined before, like, the monster's resistances, and then the monster's resistances are then applied to the 10,000 damage after the fact. So like the monster's hit is usually calculated before your mitigations, and then your mitigations are applied to the damage. At least that's how I always understood it. Yeah, I'm missing like the auras. Like the auras aren't here, and I don't know exactly how this works. So ancestral spirit auras. The Paua shell aura from the ancestral spirit turtle grants nearby allies 80% increased defenses, previously 50. This is a patch note. I found a .2 patch note. And a 40% increased block, previously 25%. The Pau Shell Aura. Looks like we found at least something. And I cannot find anything on the damn aura.
How many points do you need to get it?
For what?
The aura.
How many points do I need to get?
How many points in the ascendancy do you need to get what you want to test?
Oh, the answered the call thing is only 2.
Oh, okay. So,
I mean, according to this, it's number 4, which is right there near the front. So, Ancestral Spirits is the one where you summon the totems, and that gains you the skill Ancestral Spirits. Now, from what I understand, you gain a specific spirit when you summon a specific totem. And I think the totems that you summon are different, or the spirits that you summon are different depending on like which totem. I can't find the information on the different auras from that particular ability. Which could be extremely powerful if you have like a little army providing you with like 2 or 3 auras. I remember somebody else doing the same exact thing. And they had like all the auras running because they were using like all the totems. And so they had like they had like a big giant turtle, and they had like there was like a I don't know, weird looking like deer creature thing, and then there was like some other various stuff, and I can't remember like how each one of the auras, which one of them was being triggered by which one. I know that it was somebody in the kinship who was running it that season.
maybe Colin? I don't know who plays Warrior besides Colin.
Warbringer Ascendancy Ancestral Spirits need an AI upgrade. This is a post from January 14th, 2025, so pretty early on. The spirit you summon will often spend a significant portion of his time being spawned, doing his chest-pounding emote, and just effectively stunning himself. Does he have the auras here? I don't particularly understand what the purpose of this is. When the turtle simply passively has its effect as an aura around it. Okay, so it has a passive aura around the monster. Okay. If the intention of these spirits is simply be a support and not deal damage, I'd way rather see these be made into some sort of aura effect for your existing totems rather than janky, uncontrollable minions that really don't do anything. So the auras are tied to the minions. That's basically what I just confirmed. So every minion has his own aura, and it's basically just surrounding the minion. The totem is essentially the, like, source of the minion. So when you drop the totem down, the minion comes out, and then the aura is essentially around the minion's feet. Ancestral Spirits, Warbringer Chaos Totem build. No, ads everywhere. Does he not do any like practical outside the town examples? Why do the graphics look so bad? It looks blurry and like
Video call.
really weird. Yeah, it's like video call quality. There's the turtle right there. It's like a big giant sea turtle.
He looks sick.
Yeah, it's the spirits are kind of interesting, and like I mean, I don't know exactly the buffs or like how you get access to them. It'd be interesting to play around with. I'm not sure what totems he's using to get access to those specific buffs. I mean, I guess down here on the bar you can kind of see some of the buffs that he's using. I mean, I see like a bunch of witch skills, like the occultist skills. Like he's got that one that makes like the like comes up from the ground and like impales one of your minions, and it just assigns a random spirit per minion per totem. Okay. So any totem that you put down is going to give you some kind of random spirit. Okay. I gotcha. In that case, it doesn't necessarily matter which totem you use then. It's technically a minion skill. So the mace guy, that's a horn. When he first appears and blows his horn, he gives a buff that grants rage on hit and 10% increased skill speed. The lunar turtle gives 50% increased defenses and 25% block chance, which we saw got patched in 0.2. It might have been patched further. As for success, I've not been using it for that long, but I was able to use it to beat the Act 2 final boss, although it is a war of attrition. So it sounds like there's 4 minions and only 2 of them actually give you a buff. It's kind of wonky. I mean, let's make some assumptions on what I would want to build for this character. Ah, Bruzak, thanks for becoming a member, man. Appreciate it. If only I could get everybody to become a member, then I could be financially secure. So I'm probably going to do number 1, which is break armor equal to 10% of hit damage dealt. And then probably number 2, which is break armor below 0%. Because I think no matter what with shield charge, I think you're stuck with a certain amount of physical damage no matter what. I mean, you can have elemental damage with shield charge, but I think like because of the way that it functions, like you're gonna have a physical component like in the mix. I think I'm probably gonna end up with some sort of physical damage, and even if I go fire, there's that new passive that makes armor break apply to fire, so that sounds pretty good too. So 1 and 2 here definitely. Encase and Jade, it does sound really good. It's just a free damage reduction, which it's not offensive, but like if I want additional defensive onto this build, I mean that sounds interesting. Probably. Trying to think here. Probably the block stuff. So 6, which is the base block chance on the shield, and 7, which is the other bonus, which got changed in the patch to something way better than what it currently is set up for. Because a lot of the stuff's not stated correctly anymore. So what is it, number 7, which is the Turtle Charm. The Turtle Charm was changed to 30% damage. Take 30% damage from blocked hits, and maximum block chance is increased to 75%. I don't know if is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, getting the maximum block chance increased to 75% is nice, but then also you take 30% of the damage from all blocked hits. That's kind of poopy.
Essentially, it's a nerf. That's what people are complaining about. But they're claiming since everything is blockable now, these changes are buffs. But
I mean, they're not wrong. Like having everything be blockable and then reducing the block chance is probably a good move because you're essentially it's the same thing, right? So like before, if you had 75% block chance but only 50% of the attacks were blockable, then it was really like 37.5% block chance. So like if they're increasing the total number of blockable abilities and then decreasing the block chance, it essentially kind of evens out. Still a buff in general, though. Because not being able to block all abilities made block pretty trash. Just like not being able to evade all attacks made evasion really trash.
I mean, with the elemental damage, like the armor applied thing, that you're probably feeling pretty good with that 30% damage taken, Nude.
I mean, yeah, at a certain point, you're right, I didn't even think about that, because only 30% is going to be very mitigatable by your armor.
Yes.
Hmm.
And you have that 10% flat reduction that you took beforehand, right? So you got that 10% flat, you got the armor, and you're only taking a 30% hit. It's probably, and 75% of everything in the game is essentially blocked, besides the giant boss attack.
Well, you only get, what, 8 points total, or what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
8 total, yeah. You get 4 big nodes, essentially.
So I wouldn't be able to take Encased in Jade if I went for the other one. So, like, if I go for Amble's Weight and Imploding Impacts, which I think is Imploding Impacts is really good for offensive. And then, of course, I go for I think Renly's training is pretty much like a necessity because it essentially sets the shields at a very high base block chance, which makes it very easy to hit your cap. Which is an issue. You'll spend a lot of points trying to hit your cap if you don't have a really high base chance on the shield.
You don't need so much increased block all over the tree.
Well, and it also makes whatever increased block you have like so much more effective.
Yep, you just need way less of it.
Which pretty much just leaves only 2 points. So either I put those 2 points into the Turtle Charm, or I put those 2 points into the Jade ability, one or the other. You know. I mean, I think that the character, like much of this character's board is all about tankiness, right? Like the Jade thing is tanky, the block stuff is tanky. So like number 3 on this panel is tanky, number 6 and 7 are tanky, Even number 5 is tanky, which I was also kind of considering with the Ancestral Spirit stuff. But like, because it's 20% damage taken from hits goes to your totems instead, which I don't know, could be interesting. I don't know. I kind of feel like the 10% flat damage reduction is probably going to be better than the 30% or the 75% cap. What is the normal cap for block chance?
Well, it's 75 now, right? And then in the patch, it's going to be 50.
So 50% is the cap on block chance? I mean, with a base block chance of 40% on your shield, you're going to hit 50% really easy.
Yeah, you need like almost no increased chance at all.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you take the 75% note. But even then, it's still not that much.
I mean, it sounds to me like I put my first 2 ascendancy points into the block node. That way I can very easily hit the cap and I don't have to worry about building all the block percentage nodes. Second one goes into the break armor equal of 10% hit damage dealt, and then the third one goes into the negative, able to break armors below 0, and then the fourth one becomes a luxury. Which, of course, yeah, the fourth one's not always super easy to get a hold of. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the stupid ascendancy. Like Trial will suck my ass. Like, honestly, 75% block chance would be better. No, but then I'm still taking 30% damage from hits, so it's still going to remove from my total. So it'll still remove, what is it, honor? It'll still remove honor because I won't be blocking the entire hit. It sounds to me like it would be better to have the 50% block chance without the 30% damage from blocked hits. For at least like the trials and stuff, because then every time I block a hit, at least I won't be taking the full damage of the hit to my honor bar. And also the Encased in Jade seems kind of interesting as well. While encased in Jade, you cannot move or perform certain actions. So I don't really know like how. I guess you don't have to use it since it's a passive buff, so you could just let the buff stack and then not even use the Encased in Jade like ability. So just use it for the passive buff. Don't even really worry about it or put it on the tree or anything for use. Sorry for going MIA. I mean, people got their lives. Like, you can't hang out all the time. Real friends don't care how much time has passed by, my friend. Like, we don't care. We'll pick right back up where we left off. I saw a meme on the internet one day. It's like 2 friends, and like one of them was 2 women, and they're like, oh, my boyfriend asked me to marry him like 2 days ago, and she's like, oh, you didn't tell me? Oh, we're breaking up. We're not friends anymore. And then like there was like 2 guys, and the one guy he's like, hey man, I got married. He goes, oh yeah, how long ago? He's like, yeah, like 4 or 5 years ago. He goes, man, that's great. I thought you were gay. I'm trying to think about like debuffs here. Warhorn's buff and Horn Slam have had their area of effect reduced. I mean, anybody's welcome, Bruzak. Not everybody can hang with the team, though. Like, some people get offended really easily. I don't know why. Some people don't like the speed that we go, or like, there's always some kind of complaint. Like Khan and Leon and like Bruzak and like Bob and I'm sure I'm gonna forget somebody and then they're gonna get mad at me. But like it's actually kind of rare that people hang around and are actually willing to play for like multiple hours and participate and you know, just like be part of the group without getting upset because people are going too fast, or like some people throw with their controllers. That's all I know. I'm sure if we could see in their house, they probably got like a little bucket over in the corner of like 17 broken controllers or something. It's just like I actually knew a guy just like that. He was one of my friends from when I was a kid, and dude had like, I remember came over trying to play like a Super Nintendo game with him. Bro had like a basket full of broken Super Nintendo controllers, and I had no clue what was going on. I didn't know why he had a basket of broken controllers, and like we were playing one day like some basketball game, and he missed a shot or something, and dude, he slammed the controller into the ground so hard, like I swear I heard the earth shake. And like, and then he just picks it back up, and he's just like keeps on playing, and like there's like a button hanging out, and I'm like,
Those controls are expensive, bro.
yeah, well, that's why he had like at first he had like the good contrrollers, and then eventually it was like the
he
Mad
started getting the
Cats,
cheap one.
yeah, the
Oh,
Mad
no.
Cats, and like the
$10
yeah,
one.
yeah, like the well, nobody wants to. His parents didn't want to buy him the good ones because he keeps breaking them.
Yeah, don't blame.
I heard some of the Stormweaver stuff was good too. Some people were talking
looks
about
amazing.
the Stormweaver stuff being interesting.
The infusion, it just depends how good the infusion stuff is. Like, it could be god tier.
Mm-hmm.
Fusions look fun.
Mm-hmm. 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 Can't remember. Like, could you? Like, so setting up a physical shield character is interesting, but like also, I was kind of curious about setting up like an elemental shield character. I thought that would be kind of neat as well. I can't remember if I was able to do that. Like set up an elemental shield character. I can't remember how the elemental stuff worked with the shield and like how it functioned for elemental attacks. I mean, at the very least, it could be interesting from a fire standpoint, especially with the fire like functioning. I mean, I haven't really set up like a fire character yet, but and there's always going to be a physical aspect to the shield from what I remember of how they set it up. But you could potentially have an elemental set up for it as well.
Chalupa shield.
I was really thinking about like I don't know, like fire. Just run like fire with the shield since you get like the magma barrier anyway. I don't like the fact that they changed the magma barrier to evasion though. Kind of pisses me off. I mean, it's still good and it's going to provide you like a free block chance bonus, but the damage on it is going to be relatively low unless you're running an evasion shield. I think specifically it has to be a evasion shield, which is completely like
The passive damage?
yeah, let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Yeah, it says magma barrier now passively increases your chance to block while active. Over time, it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield will spray lava in front of you and grant an endurance charge. Now grants 25% increased block. Magma spray now has an added 6 to 8 fire damage per 15 evasion rating on shield. And has a radius of 2.8 meters. Magma spray deals 112 to 103 to 20 to 155 based on offhand fire damage. Base offhand fire damage? What does that mean? At gem levels 3 to 20. Quality now provides plus 5% increased block chance. Interesting. Right now, if I look at it, because I should have magma barrier like on here. Magma barrier states, yeah, added fire damage per armor on shield. So it's currently armor on shield, and it is not evasion. So they changed it from armor to evasion, which is really weird. I mean, technically it will still provide the buff, and it will also like still function and provide damage, but if you're not using an evasion shield, you're not going to get any real damage out of the ability. Like, it'll
Unless
still
you use a shield swap.
I mean, I guess, well, I don't understand the change from, like, the entire shield system is set up for armor. Why would they change magma barrier
Maybe
to
they
evasion?
felt it'd be OP if you had like a shield charge build, shield charge, shield wall, magma barrier build all together. Then maybe they felt it'd be OP, so they want you to swap and stuff. I don't know.
I mean, it still sounds like no matter what, pretty much anybody can use it as a passive block chance increase. So, passive block chance increase isn't terrible. I mean, like right now, I don't think it provides any block chance increase, right? No. Doesn't apply any block chance increase. It does give you endurance charges right now, though. I mean, technically you can still use it to build endurance charges. It just won't do any damage, which is kind of poopy. I mean, I'm kind of curious, like, damage-wise. It doesn't really say how much damage it does. I guess over here it says 190 to 284 base offhand fire damage. So the base damage is 190 to 284, and then it adds 6 to 8 per 15 armor on the shield. My shield is currently 1,112. So, assuming the minimum damage of 6 per 15 armor, how much of an increase is that? So 1,112 divided by 15 times 6. It would be roughly adding 444 base damage to the shield, or as a shield ability. So I'm going from 284 to what, 7, like 720 something. So yeah, it's a pretty huge loss in fire damage. I mean, it's still there and it's still doing some damage, but it's not going to do anywhere near as much as it would normally do if you had like a fully decked out shield. Yeah, if you have a really good shield, you don't necessarily need the base block chance bonus, but a lot of the shields got their base block chance reduced rather dramatically. I'm pretty sure in the patch, like my shield right now that has a 42% block chance is probably a hell of a lot lower than that. In the patch notes, they like went over like all the shields. And where's the shields? I'm looking for the shields. Yeah, so right here. So here's like an example of all the shields. So here's like some of the unique shields that they reduced, and then there's a bunch of them. So like the Red Blade Banner unique shield is currently at 30%, and reduced down to 15, which is essentially half. The Lycosage shield was 40% reduced down to 15, which is more than half reduction. The merit of service is 50% reduced down to 20. Where's the these are the increased amounts. They talked about the base block chances too. Where's the base block chances? These are the unique item changes, which is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the yeah, reduce the number of increased block chance modifiers on shields from 7 to 3. The highest tier now has a 30% increased block chance, previously 81. So like for instance with my shield right now, you can see my shield has 63% block chance. Well, that doesn't exist anymore in the new version. So the previous one could go as high as 81% block chance, but you're not going to see 63% block chance on a shield anymore. So like if you were to convert that into the current number, I mean, you can like try and figure it out and say like, okay, well, 81% was the previous and I'm sitting at 63. So 73, which is roughly like what, like 18 or so from the cap. If 30 is the cap from the previous, then 81 and 30 are analogous to each other, which means that I'm below that. So I would be sitting probably at somewhere like 22% increased block chance on this shield. Which is obviously not very high, considering I was at 63 right now. So that shield would probably go down from 63% to like 22% increased block chance. Then on top of that, some of the shields have like really low block chance, like base. So if you had like a really good block, shield with high armor, but the block chance on it was really low, this is going to set your base block chance a lot higher, that Turtle Charm ability, which is going to make it so that you get, what is it like? What does it say? 35 or is it 40? What was the percentage that they had on this? Turtle Charm notable passive. No, not that one. Renly's Training, that's it. So now grants 35% base block chance from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, previously 40. So they nerfed it, but it still would mean that the base block chance on the shield would be at least 35% before any other modifiers. And then that like 30% that you could potentially get. So as like a calculation, let's assume that you have 35% as your base plus the 30% that you can get on an item if you happen to get a max one, means you'd be looking at like a base block chance on your shield of 45.5%, which is a little higher than what I'm currently using at the moment, because I think the base block chance on my shield is a lot lower than that. But it does have the 63% increased block, which is helping tremendously. Fortress Tower Shield. I don't know if we got any Fortress Tower Shields in here that don't have any block chance on them. So I can take a look at what the base is right now. Let's see. Armor. Where's the shields at? Shields. There we go. So I don't see one of these in here particularly, the Fortress Tower Shields. But we do have a couple like non-shields in here. So like we have got like the 26%. $26, $26. These are all the same shields. 26 for the Noble Tower Shield too. 25 for the crest. 25. I don't know if they messed around with these numbers. 20 for the buckler. Yeah, so like if you ran the same calculation with this shield, like assuming that you were using this base block chance shield, and you added 30% to that, so like you don't have that buff. So let's say you're at 26% and you add 30% to that if you got a really nice block chance shield. That's 33.8%. So the difference between the two is that your base block chance with the other shield is going to be 35 plus 30%, which is going to bring you up to 45.5, which is a pretty big difference. Like you're talking about 12, like 11 point, whatever, like about 11% difference in your base block chance before any other modifiers come into play, and you're already almost capped out. I mean, if you can cap yourself out easily with the other like value, then I guess you don't need the increased block chance after all. Which, like, if you're going down that path, maybe that's the solution. Like, if you can get 50% increased block chance without it, then like it doesn't matter, right? You don't have to take that. You could go a particular different route. In which case, like maybe that ascendancy is not even worth taking. Because like if you don't need the block chance to hit the cap, and you're just staying with the 50% cap because they lowered the cap on you, right? So because they lowered the cap, it's going to be easier to hit that cap anyway, even though they lowered the percentages. I don't know. Gotta hang around because you need Leon and us to kill your bosses for you. Bop. Quit digging. That's right, I said quit digging. No digging. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Mull this stuff over.
Where's that?
Share the load. The load.
sitting there. I pull up like a feed real quick just to look at some stuff while I'm going to the bathroom, and first thing that pops up is this video of this guy on a tram, and he's got his coffee and he's sitting there like, you know, just waiting on the tram to get started. And this Muslim guy comes up with a knife, starts trying to kill him. I think literally like cuts him, and he starts bleeding all over the place. And he manages to fight him off and push him out of the bus. And I'm looking at the video, and I'm like, this dude never dropped his coffee. I'm like, it's a life or death situation. The dude has a knife and is stabbing you. But you couldn't drop the coffee to free up another hand so that you could defend yourself from a knife coming at you that is slicing and cutting you. God forbid you drop the coffee so that you can defend yourself from a knife-wielding maniac who is assaulting you.
You 100% throw the hot coffee in his face.
I mean, anything other than just holding the coffee like this while you're fighting him off with the other hand, as if like you don't have two hands that you could defend yourself with. I'm like, what the freaking hell? Like, could you imagine that? Like, imagine somebody charges you with a knife and you've got like a soda in your hand, and you're like, well, can't drop the soda, so I guess I'm just gonna have to fight one-handed. And you're just like desperately trying to keep the soda from spilling the entire time while you're fighting this person who's slashing at you with a knife. Dude, dying. I literally said, I'm watching this horrible attack, and I couldn't help but notice he never dropped his coffee cup. The life or death situation was not more important than his morning caffeine fix, I guess. Alright. Where did I leave off at? Theory crafting, right? I guess maybe I should just, like, make a character and play with it, but... I mean, Magma Barrier seems like a no-brainer. Because it increases your block chance, I mean, alone. It also gives you endurance charges, which could be useful for a couple different builds. They set up the...
War cries now consume endurance charges that have no cooldown.
Yeah, so they set up abilities with endurance charges now. So, like, if you want to, like, drop your totems, I think you have to use it to drop your totems, too, don't you? Well, I can't remember. I think you need like 3 endurance charges per totem or something.
That sounds crazy. Maybe to get a buff out of them. I don't know if that shouldn't be a requirement. That's a lot for a requirement. You might be able to get like a huge buff.
Let me search for it real quick. Ancestral Warrior Totem now has no limit. Socketed mace skills now deal 50% less attack speed. Now requires consuming 3 endurance charges to raise your Ancestral Warrior Totem. Yes. So I think pretty much no matter what, the Magma Shield thing is going to be really useful to build endurance charges with, at the very least.
Oh yeah.
So useful. So let's just put that down here. So Magma Barrier, like pretty much no brainer. Maybe not as a main damage ability, but yeah, like it's block chance, and it's also endurance charges. So super good for the build. Another one I really want to use is obviously Shield Charge, which would be like a main ability. So like a main attack / mobility, I'll say, since it has no cooldown on it. I mean, Resonating Shield is really nice. I don't necessarily know if I need it, but I do like it. I think I might like avoid it this time. I don't know. It might be more interesting to go with Shield Wall in combination with Shield Charge, since I can use both at the same time, rapidly back and forth now, as opposed to the other way around. Resonating Shield is amazing, and maybe early on it could be very, very useful, but I don't know if it's going to be, like, super crazy. I can't remember, like, everything that Resonating Shield does. I know it strips, hits break 1,625 armor. Do I have armor break on here? No, I don't. Wait, no, I have Demolisher, which makes it break more armor. Yeah, so it acts as an armor break on its own, and it's also a way of raising your shield with also attacking at the same time. So, like, the cool thing about Resonating Shield is it essentially functions as Raised Shield, but does more than what Raised Shield does. So, Raised Shield is very defensive, offers absolutely no way of being offensive in any way, shape, and form. Like, if you use Raised Shield, it's literally just raising your shield, and you get nothing out of it, except for maybe Magma Barrier. But with Resonating Shield, it's essentially a way for you to raise your shield and actually get some positive benefit out of it. Maybe it's breaking armor, maybe it's like dishing out some sort of ailment or whatever it is that you're using for, but it actually has an attack added into the ability. So it's just a way for you to raise your shield and attack at the same time. So it pretty much supplants Raise Shield as a ability, just in general. So I think that's probably going to end up making it into the build as well, if I want to end up using the Raise Shield at any point. So we can just add a Resonating Shield at least on there as a, like, additional, like, replacement for Raise Shield, essentially. Resonating Shield replaces Raise Shield. That's just a superior form of Raise Shield. If I have a spot for it, it's good. If I don't have a spot for it, then we just leave it out. Shield Wall. I really like Shield Wall. I think Shield Wall is going to be amazing with the new patch changes that they did. Especially since we can actually put, like, the same thing that we're putting, because there's a lot of things that I would put, like, on Shield Charge that I'm not putting on Shield Wall that I can now do since the support gems work across the two. So that should be pretty cool as well. And I can't remember. Shield Wall is primarily what? Fire damage, or is it physical damage? Did they change it in the patch notes? Curvature has been reduced, and the wall is now approximately 40% longer by default. So, you know, they made it into more like a fingernail than a U. Now has a base explosion radius of 4 meters, so previously 3, which is larger. Additionally, the damages enemies in close proximity to the wall in all directions when exploding. You can now use shield charge to bash through the wall. When the wall is destroyed by your own skills, the entire wall is destroyed at once, rather than only nearby segments. However, this can only deal damage to each enemy once. 100% more damage. 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills. That's pretty nice. So it is physical? It looks like physical to me. So back in the armor break, essentially, category. So Shield Wall definitely looks very interesting, like, especially combined with the, like, Shield Charge. It might be a situation where I end up with, like, Shield Charge on left click and, like, Shield Wall on right click, and then maybe Resonating Shield on, like, the center button. Do I still want Scavenged Plating? Can I even add elemental damage in? Like, oops. Took off brutality. Let me take a look at the rings. You got, like, nothing in here. I'm trying to see if I can add elemental damage into the charm at all, or the charge at all. So, like, if I just take a ring, for instance, let's just throw that on for a second. It's got cold damage on it. Okay, so the cold damage is being added to the shield. It would still be primarily physical. I mean, aren't there, like, support gems and things like that that convert damage to specific elements, or... Am I misremembering? Like, if I went to shield wall, and let's go... Cold. Yeah, so support attacks gain 25% damage as extra as cold, but deal less fire and lightning damage. So if I were to throw a cold infusion on the shield charge... Now it's doing 1,295 cold damage. I thought there was a training dummy in the hideouts. Wasn't there a training dummy? Something that you can attack? I thought there was like a little attackable dummy or something.
Oh, that wasn't in this game yet.
No?
Not yet, I don't know.
I can't do that yet.
I mean, well, as a... It kind of splits up the damage a little bit, but I guess you could theoretically do a, like, infusion for fire. Like, if you wanted to try and set up for, like, the burn, especially getting the armor to work against the effect. So, there's fire infusion. I mean, technically it lowers cold and lightning damage, but technically there's no cold or lightning damage on the ability. So, if you were to go that direction, you could potentially get the bonus there. So let's assume you were using cold infusion on the, or fire infusion on the ability. I mean, that's still giving 1,243 fire damage, and then the collision is doing 4,448 fire damage, with a total physical damage of 24,000. I mean, that's not awful. What other options do we have to increase the fire damage, though? Not only that, also, but we have, like, Ignite and things like that that we could potentially pour into. I mean, technically, if you run the armor break node, the one that allows your armor break to affect fire resistance, you wouldn't need to run any fire penetration at all, right? So it would just be full fire damage. And you could get the fire damage bleeds going off, or rather the dots. I'm kind of very interested in trying the fire setup with it. I think it would be really neat. Oh yeah, that's right. The armor explosion thing is really cool too. I forgot about that. Supported skills that trigger an explosion when they fully break an enemy's armor. Converts 100% physical damage to fire. Cannot break armor. Explosion radius 1.4 meters. So you could potentially use armor explosion to get a large amount of additional fire damage. Essentially just through regular armor breaking. And since if I'm using that node that gives me the 10% chance, like 10% armor break on hit equal to the physical damage dealt, That could be a really interesting way to just simply build like a pure physical damage character, and every time you break the armor, you're getting like the massive amount of fire damage, because the physical would just be converted straight into fire. I wonder how much... It doesn't really say how much damage, it just says converts 100% physical damage to fire damage. So I'm assuming it's just the hit that lands the attack, explodes, and causes the explosion.
Cannot break armor itself?
The explosion cannot break armor.
Okay.
So you put this on the skill, and then when that skill breaks the armor, it causes the explosion, but the explosion cannot break armor.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. It's like, wouldn't you have to break armor to get the explosion? So what's the point of the explosion breaking armor?
Yeah, but it works really well. Have you never used it before?
No, it's just contradictory in my head.
Yeah, it does sound contradictory. What's
It
up,
doesn't add
D3
up.
Emporium? Welcome back.
Like, you can't break the armor. Like, you can't get the explosion without broken armor, and you can't re-break the armor. Unless you consume it. And then does it consume it?
No, it doesn't. There's no consumption. It's just the explosion can't break armor. So the way that it works
But
is...
there's no scenario in my head which that would happen, is what I'm saying. Like, to add that line of text, there has to be a way for it to happen, right?
Yeah, so basically think about it like this. You're fighting a monster in a pack of monsters. You break one monster's armor, and he explodes, right? Then the explosion cannot subsequently break the other monster's armor. Like, around that monster. So I think that's...
I was thinking sit boss
I think that's what they're
situation.
saying. So like you can't like chain armor, because then I think that's exactly what they're trying to prevent. Because if you think about it in a group scenario, right, and you're like, you break one monster's armor, if that monster explodes and then breaks another monster's armor, does then that monster also explode and then breaks another monster's armor, and then it creates like a chain of explosions? I think that's exactly what they're trying to prevent, is a chain of explosions. How can you make your barbarian godly in Diablo 2? Make a Thor barbarian. I have a Thor barbarian build you can use. It's on my YouTube channel. You check it out. I'm not exactly sure how a lot of this fire stuff is even going to work with the changes they made with like flammability. I wonder if the flammability stuff is going to like...
Yeah, I don't understand it. I think that's a learn as I go, as I test.
What's this one? Syzygy. Supported slam skills that you use yourself and hits from supported skills are considered crushing blows against enemies which are both ignited and fully armor broken. Hits with supported skills that heavily stun ignited and fully broken enemies will intimidate them. It's a lot of like and or ifs. So if the monster is ignited, and if the monster is also fully broken, and if you heavy stun this monster that is ignited and fully armor broken, then you get intimidate. Which intimidate is nice.
Like 10% more damage than I think.
It's like 10% increased damage taken and 10% reduction to damage dealt. I mean, it's a nice buff, but that's a lot of and or ifs. Maybe that would be great for you, because you're setting up for like slams.
Yeah, I'll have all that.
You'll have
All
all
those
that
conditions
going
are
at the
met.
same time. Yeah, so like getting your free intimidate damage bonus would be nice.
Yep, that sounds like I should use that.
Volcanic Eruption. Supported melee skills that you use yourself, and supported skills trigger a volcanic eruption on hit against ignited enemies. So as long as the monster is ignited, you get a volcanic eruption. Volcanic Eruption. Cooldown time 0.4 seconds. Attack damage 40%. Fire molten projectiles from the struck target, which will land nearby, dealing attack damage in an area. Converts 80% of physical damage to fire. Impact radius 1 meter. Fires 4 molten projectiles. That seems kind of neat. Seems like a way where you can turn like a single target ability into an AoE ability, and requires nothing more really than making sure that the target is ignited, which shouldn't necessarily be that easy with the way they made the changes. So like having some fire damage, like on your physical abilities, and getting the ignites would then equal more ignites through volcanic eruption. Strikes. A strike is a melee attack that directly hits with weapons or body parts. Slam attacks do not count as strikes. So that sounds like something that's more up my alley. Because you're going to be doing slams and like... Actually, does your like weapon throw thing count as a melee attack?
It's a slam.
It's a slam too? Okay, so that doesn't count as a strike. What about my shield charge? Does shield charge count as a strike?
I'll tell you.
It says AoE, melee, physical, channeling, travel.
Strike, armor breaker has strike, basic attack has strike.
Yeah, so none of my abilities are
Strike.
strikes. Shield charge doesn't have strike. Resonating shield doesn't have strike. Shield wall doesn't have strike. Magma barrier isn't a strike. The only thing that would be a strike is like the main mace attack, like striking with the main mace. It says, I don't know if I'd be using any of the other stuff anyway. So that seems like I can't use that either. I mean, it seems to me like I could very easily take Fire Infusion, which gives me 25% as extra damage as fire. I could easily throw that onto the shield charge, the shield wall, you know, any other ability that I might want to, just to add fire damage into the build so that I constantly have ignition, just igniting everything. Use that one passive that gives me the fire damage change, and then I could build into like things like when ignited. How do you make a foreign barbarian? What's a foreign barbarian? A barbarian from another land? There's also Fiery Death, which is kind of neat. Monsters that are ignited have a 60% chance to explode on death. That one's 10% of the corpse's maximum life as well. Let's look at just ignite stuff. Supported skills cannot ignite. Projectiles from supported skills pierce ignited enemies. Infernal Legion. Minions from supported skills take 20% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. Minions from supported skills ignite enemies within radius of 1.5 meters as though dealing base fire damage equal to 20% of minions' maximum life. Huh. Elemental Discharge is weird. It's an intelligence-based thing. It does seem kind of interesting, but it seems completely, like... Yeah, I don't know. Spoopy. That's an interesting one. Burning Inscription. Supports any skill which creates runic inscriptions when cast, causing those runic inscriptions to trigger Burning Inscription. When they expire, Burning Inscriptions is a spell that creates ignited ground based off your maximum mana. I don't even know what the hell that would even work with. What the hell was ruined runic inscriptions?
Sounds like some caster thing.
I mean, I'm curious how the, like, flammability thing functions, because I feel like if the flammability thing functions the way that I think it functions, you're probably looking at stacking as much fire damage as you can from, like, all sources. Like, even having something like Firewall or something running for free, or like any kind of like little additional fire damage popping up is gonna add to the flammability, which will increase the ignite tremendously. Assuming you can hit them multiple times with the ability itself. Like some abilities you might only be able to get one hit per cast, but I mean, I'm looking at the way they reworded it. Like if I go to Ignite real quick and we look at it. Another trade request. Somebody wants to buy an item for a divine.
Can I wait till tomorrow? In the league?
What item do I even have? What do they want? Like, I don't even know. Does it highlight the item? It doesn't seem to be highlighting the item anymore. Torment Call Scepter. This one? No. This one?
Say what
Yeah.
tab it's in.
There it is. It's not a bad one. Yeah, it's got some pretty decent doojanks on it. That's okay. Party was disbanded. Okay. I would like to buy your doojank. I would no longer like to buy your doojank. Okay, back to what I was doing. How dare you? How dare you? Nah, I ain't worried about it. You can invite me if you want some. Okay, so here it is right here. Fire damage no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. So, fire damage itself does not cause ignition. However, fire damage does inflict a stat called Flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 8 seconds on monsters and grants all fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied the flammability, a chance to ignite the enemy equal to their flammability magnitude, and the flammability lasts for 4 seconds. Then it states multiple hits can stack up flammability independently, meaning that a target being hit frequently and or hard enough will consistently have a 100% chance to be ignited. Effects which don't ignite targets as though they did, such as Incinerate or Ignited Ground, also inflict flammability, but are not able to ignite targets until the target has at least 50% flammability. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. These changes do not affect how ignite functions or is calculated once it has been applied. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that becomes capable of igniting to enemies. Some enemies deal non-ignite fire damage over time, which is not affected by these changes. It says multiple hits can stack up flammability independently. So at the very least, according to what this is saying, like having multiple attacks hitting a target will make it much more likely that the target will be ignited with a 100% chance. So just basically getting a huge amount of bonus percent chance of igniting the target. And if the monster is sitting at 100% flammability the entire time, then every single attack that you do essentially will provide an ignite. Where is the... I could have sworn I found more than that. Like they added something later. Was it down here in the updates? I kind of closed out the updates earlier. Which I shouldn't have. I should have left them active. They did add something in the updates. Fire damage no longer has inherently a chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 8 seconds on monsters and grants all fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied the flammability, a chance to ignite the enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Flammability lasts for 4 seconds on players. I could have sworn it said something in here about the magnitude being affected as well. Yeah, it says instead inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. But it does say multiple hits can stack up flammability independently. But then it then goes on to say that they stack up, and you can easily have consistently a 100% chance to be ignited through flammability. But independent...
What determines the damage?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out here, because it does say, it says flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt.
Yeah, flammability sounds like it's like an armor break. You're essentially breaking their ignite, or their fire resistance, and then once you have full flammability, you can ignite them on every hit or whatever. But what determines the hit? Is it still based on the skill?
It doesn't say what determines the magnitude. I'm not sure if the flammability affects the magnitude at all. Like, the way that they have it worded, like, if I can kind of, like, sum it up, because it's...
These changes do not affect how Ignite itself functions or is calculated once it's been applied. Okay. Ignite still works the same way.
Yeah, so, like, it seems to me like what's happening is...
Ignite chance is what works differently.
Like, the damage of a fire attack applies a flammability buff. Or debuff. Right? And it's based on that damage. So the amount of damage that you do... essentially determines the flammability debuff that is applied to the target. So the larger the damage is, the larger the flammability debuff. It also clearly states that the flammability debuffs can stack, so you can have like multiple flammability debuffs at the same time, which will all apply and give you like 100% chance to ignite the target when any fire damage hits the target. So in other words, if you had multiple fire attacks, when you're beating the crap out of a target with the fire attacks or burning them, they're going to have their flammability basically set to 100%, and any attack that you land on the target will ignite them and will do ignite damage. It doesn't say anything about the damage of the actual ignite itself, or whether like the ignites are somehow combining together. It seems to me like it's still being applied the same way as before, which is that like your strongest hit is probably going to be the one that actually applies the ignite, and all the other ones probably aren't going to do anything. I don't know for sure. I mean, how the ignite damage is calculating isn't changing, but it seems like every single fire ability that you have is going to contribute to the flammability. It almost seems like what the flammability system is trying to accomplish here is it's trying to make it so that low damage attacks have essentially no chance of lighting the monster on fire. So, like, you know how, like, before when they nerfed...
You don't get bad ignites. You kind of control it, I guess. Well, no, I guess you can still get bad ignites.
Well, yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say. So, like, with the way that they have it set up, if you're using something stupid like Firewall is probably not going to ignite an enemy on its own. But then the weird thing with the way they have the system set up is that once a monster is at 100% flammability, then you're still going to get little crappy ignites from your Firewall. Because if you build up your flammability to a certain degree, then anything is going to be able to ignite the target, because now the target is going to be sitting at 100% chance to be ignited. So does that mean that using small ignites is going to be a negative? But that they don't overwrite your big ignites, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can only have one ignite, right?
Like, how does that function? Because that's another interesting question. Ignites do not stack by default. Only the highest damage ignite will deal damage at any given moment, while the others remain for their duration but are suppressed. However, unique items such as the Emberwake Amulet can allow for multiple separate ignite debuffs to exist on an enemy, creating stacks of ignite. The Emberwake Amulet?
It seems like it's a buff for like the volatility stuff we were going over with the Chalupa. Because now you can just stack up, like, it doesn't matter what kind of hit you're doing. If you're doing a really fast attack, you're just stacking up ailment. It seems like it's easier to get an ignite going with fast attacks and such. I just don't know, like, how the ignite damage itself is going to be.
Emberwake
you have a mix.
Emberwake is a ring from PoE 1. I don't think that helps us out at all. So each ignite lasts for its full duration. When a new, stronger ignite is applied, the previous one is suppressed, but it remains in effect until its duration is expired. So it doesn't sound to me like having multiple ignites is a bad thing if the highest ignite is always going to do the highest damage.
Okay, I won't override it, yeah.
But at the same time, it doesn't seem like having the lesser ignites is necessarily a bad thing either, because it's going to help bring up your flammability to 100%,
yeah.
Which means that when you do the big attack that applies the highest ignite
you're
damage,
guaranteed the ignite.
Yeah, you're guaranteed the ignite as opposed to not getting
like
it.
Like a random chance of not getting it, yeah.
So having multiple fire damages isn't, like, technically bad?
It actually, like, perfectly lines up with the Chalupa thing we were talking about earlier today. Because you're hitting really fast for those 2 seconds, and you want to make sure you get your ailments applied. Because those ailments are giving you stacks of volatility. So it kind of goes hand in hand with that.
Let's take a look at some of these DJs. So the base damage dealt by Ignite only accounts for the total fire damage in a hit. Ignite does not stack. By default, only the highest damage Ignite on the target will deal its damage However, all inflicted ignites will be present on the target and will remain for their full duration, and the next highest damage ignite is dealing its damage once the current one expires. Any fire damage and a hit will inflict flammability, which is the new thing. I mean, it sounds to me like with the way they have the duration of flammability at 8 seconds, which isn't particularly very long, but it's still a decent amount of time. Like, having additional fire hits in the mix would just help refresh the duration. Because according to this, every attack that you do is going to refresh the duration on flammability and make it more likely that you're going to stay at that 100% flammability. Kind of makes it mildly interesting to consider that one node on the path tree, the one that gives you the, like, converts all your damage to fire. Like, Avatar of Fire, 75% of damage converted to fire, deal no non-fire damage. It could be interesting to run, like, a full fire build. I mean, with the, like, the armor break thing makes it super easy to break armor and also subsequently break all fire resistance, so could be interesting to go that direction. Then you wouldn't even need to like stack anything to increase your fire damage specifically, or convert fire damage rather, and then you could focus on increasing it instead. At that point, I mean, like, even if you use something that increased physical damage, it would still be increasing fire damage, right? Because everything is being converted. Or is
Yeah,
it?
that
Or is it?
ratio.
Or is it because the not? I think no. I think right, because the way that Path of Exile works, if you have something that increases physical damage, it doesn't apply, right?
Oh yeah, that was a change, right? And two.
I'm trying to remember where they put that one node that converts the fire. They showed it off in the video. The one that converts the fire damage or the armor break to fire break as well. Hmm. 1% increased damage per percent chance to block. I forgot about those nodes. You can get a lot of percent chance to increase to damage if you go that direction, which does make an interesting choice to bring up to the 75%, because then you're getting an extra 25% damage, or 25% bonus on the multipliers, or the increases that you're adding. But that's just like raw damage. Where was what the hell? God, I hate when websites do this. Like, you try and go back and it just automatically puts you back forward when you try and go back. Fire, fire, fire. I really don't like the not being able to stack, like, dots. I think that's, like, one of the most fun things about dots is like being able to stack multiple dots. Seems rather silly.
Oh, there's ways to do it with poison. Seems like they make you like earn it. You don't get it like by default. They just want one.
I can't find it in the patch notes. Like they showed it off in the thing, but it just doesn't seem to exist in the patch notes. I remember them showing it off. They showed it off in the video. Okay, and then like, so we're still playing with ideas here. The damage is going to be so much lower on this shield charge too. Like I'm looking at it right now, and the damage is pretty nice, but like it's going to be a lot lower.
Yep. It's basically you have to be max distance, or you have to combo it with like the shield wall. Just spamming shield charge by itself, like close range, ain't gonna do anything.
Impact radius 2.4 meters. Ignite duration is only 4 seconds. I could have sworn this was one of my actual shield charge characters, which is using like a low-level shield charge with only like three row gem slots. Oh, nice. I had something slowing it down in there. Now it's 0.36 seconds.
Not yet.
Wow. That's... Yeah, stacking attack speed with shield charge is going to make it feel a hell of a lot better.
I need more time.
Definitely seems like,
Maybe really strong at the beginning of the game too for leveling.
I can't do that yet. Yes.
I don't know. I'm going to play with this, like, version that I just created with, like, high amounts of attack speed. Azok bug. Let's go to Chimeral Wetlands. That's always a fun one.
I need more time. Not yet. Toxins.
What the hell?
I can't do that yet. I need more time. Not yet.
Big.
Not yet.
I never really considered shield charge to be much of a movement ability. I mean, it's okay. It's not like the craziest thing in the world.
Yet.
The attack time on it makes it kind of jankety to use as like a movement ability.
I can't
Because
do
it
that
feels
yet.
like, you know how sometimes an ability has like a wind up,
I
and the
need
wind up
more
ends up
time.
canceling out any kind of like increase in speed that you get from the ability. Like it very often feels like when you're using it that like the wind up just kind of cancels out the very benefit that you're getting, and it ends up being a wash.
Do that yet. I need more time.
Some monsters are so easy to break their armor on.
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, this feels so bad right now with the cooldown on it. Like it's like being able to use it effectively. You don't have any kind of control over when you're using the ability, because like the Chronomancer can sometimes use it multiple times in a row. Oh, that monster just dropped 2 Lesser Jeweler's Orbs. It's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, that's right. Sunder. I was gonna add Sunder into the mix. So what is Sunder for the purposes of what I'm
Sunder's
thinking
amazing.
about?
It's a giant slam skill. If you have an armor broken target, it actually gives a damage buff to physical.
Sunder causes
Still
enemies
not
to
sure
erupt
if the
with
conversion
shockwaves.
thing will make it
If
apply
you
to
hit an
fire.
enemy
Hopefully it
with
does.
broken armor, Sunder guarantees a
I will be
critical
trying
hit.
it. Right now, it
Sunder
consumes
causes
armor
enemies
debuff
to
to
erupt
guarantee
with
crit and give crit
shockwaves.
damage bonus,
If you
which
hit
is
an
really
enemy
strong.
with
It hits
Yeah,
hard.
the
Sunder
buff, I was thinking about
guarantees a
that buff. That
critical
buff
hit.
looks really good.
Sunder
So the change that they made to it,
No longer consumes, no longer guaranteed crits, but you get the debuff.
yeah, no longer has a 9.9 second total attack time, but now attacks at 35% of attack speed, previously 65. No longer consumes fully broken armor to guarantee a hit, instead inflicts sundered armor on fully broken targets. So you just simply, once the target is fully broken, you use that
You hit
to
him
get
with
a
Sunder to get the debuff, yeah.
debuff. 20% increased physical damage taken for a short duration. Adjusted the damage to the area more closely matching visuals. I mean, it looks like it'd be a really strong one to add into any physical build. So, like, adding in any kind of sundering would definitely be useful. So, Sunder. Can you use Sunder to break shield wall as well? I think you can, right? Because technically shield wall is broken by slams. I'm pretty sure that's how it
I have to
works.
read the skill. Never experienced it.
Raise your ember shield on the ground. Enemies can attack the walls, and your slams or war cries will instantly destroy them. Yeah. So yeah, you could potentially throw down a shield wall and then hit it with a sunder and explode the shield wall with the sunder as well.
Interesting.
So that's potentially another way that you could interact with the shield wall.
Sunder causes enemies to erupt with
Okay.
Once more. Not yet. Not yet.
Actually. Ugh. They rebound my button again. What the hell is the map button? They rebound my map button to the monetization button again. I'm fairly certain I changed that. Which means they must have changed it back.
You mean like the overlay, the tab? I press tab for the overlay. You're talking about, or are you talking about the like map area button?
The world screen, basically.
The world map.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I changed that to the,
Is it you? You? Try you?
Yeah, it's you. I looked into things and checked it out. You cannot go into this area from here. I don't want to go to the area about the thing, but I don't want to go. Yeah, screw it. Let's just take the portal. It's easier.
I'm gonna warm up dinner. I'll be watching. And then be
Alright.
back.
Thinking about, since I'm like full physical, also bleeding might be an interesting choice. Seems like most of the abilities I'm using are not based on fire. So there's a potential there for bleeding damage instead. Bloodlust is interesting. The hell are the hemo crystals? The hell? Keyboard, do your thing. Thank you. Damaging ailments which result from a hit. Any damage that isn't damage over time is considered a hit. Okay. Why does this just seem like self-defeating? Like if the bleed damage is based on the physical damage that you dish out, right? Isn't reducing the damage of the ability, but increasing the magnitude, a self-defeating prophecy of, like, making things, like, poopy? Like, to give you an idea, like, let's take a situation where you do, like, say, 10,000 damage, right? If you're doing 10,000 damage, then that means that your bleed magnitude is going to be based on that 10,000 damage, right? But in this particular case, they're reducing your damage, but then giving you more bleed magnitude. But because your bleed magnitude is based off of your damage, and your damage is going down, doesn't that pretty much mean that you're not getting what it's actually telling you you're getting? Because your 10,000 damage now becomes, let's just pretend it's a direct negative, like 25%. So your 10,000 damage now becomes 7,500. And even if your bleed magnitude is going up as a result, I think you're losing damage overall, aren't you? So, according to this, your bleed ailment is calculated as 15% of the physical damage that inflicted the attack. Okay? So, in this particular case, if we ran like a little calculation here, you can say like you have 10,000 damage, minus, what is that, 95, 85, so 85%. So that's, yeah, 90, yeah. So that would mean that your bleed damage would be a total of 1,500 beforehand. And then I'm assuming that the way Deep Cuts works is it increases the bleed magnitude from 15% to 75% more of 15%. So that would be 15% plus 75%, which means that your bleed magnitude would now be 26.5 or 26.25. And then the hit, however, goes down. So you would have 10,000 damage subtracted 25%, which means you're only doing 7,500, but you would get 26.5%, which is 100 minus 26.5, oops, 25. So minus 73.75. Okay, so 7,500 minus 73.75 equals, oh, dang it, 500 minus 73.75%. So you would gain a very small amount of damage. Like, looking at the difference between these numbers, like, this effectively lowers your physical damage output by 2,500, increases your bleed output by 468. So you essentially gain 468 actual damage. We'll even round it up to 469. So 469 bleed damage, and you lose 2,500 physical damage. That doesn't sound worth it to me. Now, granted, it is a duration of over 5 seconds. So technically, that 469 gets multiplied by the 5-second duration of the bleed. So 469 times 5, which means that you're getting 2,345 total damage. So total damage over the duration of the bleed, right? But if I'm looking at this correctly, like, we are not getting more than we're losing. And on top of that, if this is, like, how I'm calculating it is correct, we're basically just losing the physical damage, which applies every time you hit, for a bleed that only applies once per 5 seconds. Now, granted, you might be able to have multiple bleeds, but I don't know if that really makes things better. Like it seems like a wash overall. Like you're getting damage, but you're also losing damage, and then your bleed damage is also based on that damage. So like the damage that you're losing is also decreasing your bleed damage, while your bleed damage is also being increased, and overall just seems to have a negative effect on your total damage output by decreasing your physical to increase your bleed, which also decreases the bleed and ends up in like a net not positive, like a net negative overall. So that doesn't seem very good at all. I mean, the only reason why that might be better is if you're using like hemo crystals to like pull the bleed. So you just wanted a larger bleed so that each one of the hemo crystals that's being created is a better hemo crystal, I guess. Like that would be an interesting source of it too. Like if you just wanted to have higher bleed damage so that your hemo crystals, as you consumed the bleeds, were doing more damage that way, then maybe. It's from supported skills, inflict incisions. Incision is a debuff which causes the effective target to gain increasingly higher chance to be inflicted with bleeding when hit. All incision stacks are removed when bleeding is inflicted. Each incision stack applies 10% chance to be inflicted with bleeding when hit, and a maximum of 10 incision stacks can be present on a target at once. That seems kind of neat. 3% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skills per incision consumed recently, up to 30%. I mean, there's not much negative there other than the fact that you're not using another support gem in its place. Supported skills can cause damaging hits, causing a base chance to inflict bleed. With supported skills, instead apply base chance to poison, causing bleed chance to poison instead of bleeding. Okay. Hobble equal to 15% of physical damage. I mean, Bloodlust seems like a win across the board, especially if you have other ways to pull bleed. There's a lot of ways you could potentially bleed targets. You don't have to bleed targets with your main ability. So you could potentially go that way. Being able to put Lacerate on all of your abilities also could potentially mean you just have bleeds up everywhere. %50 chance for on-kill effects caused by killing blows on bleeding enemies with supported skills to occur twice. That's kind of neat. So you could have like 2 death explosions instead of 1 death explosion. But it's only on killing effects. Supported skills aggravate bleeding on hitting heavy stunned enemies. Enemies you inflict bleeding on with the supported skills have 15% increased attack speed. Enemies you inflict bleeding on with the supported skills have 15% increased movement speed. Huh. That one's kind of nice. Remnants created by supported skills last for 8 seconds. Supported skills create a blood remnant when dealing a killing blow to a bleeding enemy. Remnants created this way increased life regeneration rate by 10% for 5 seconds when collected, up to a maximum of 100%. Remnants are created with a 1.5 meter of the slain enemy. Huh. I mean, the hemocrystals sounds like it could be an interesting way to interact with the whole thing. Consuming the bleeds and causing the hemocrystals, which do active damage to all the targets nearby. Randomly created when consuming bleeding. You'd need a lot of potential bleeding to utilize the hemocrystals properly, though. Bloodlust also seems like it could be very easy to utilize for more damage aspect. Shield Wall in the new version seems like it would be extremely powerful. I don't remember exactly how Shield Wall functions. The new version is different than the old version, too. Each wall segment explodes, damaging enemies around it. Average damage per use, 5,434. And of course it has damage based on armor for the shield. And it has an explosive radius of 4 meters. Seems like I'm going to be using Sunder a lot as well.
I need more time. You are nothing.
It really does suck right now.
Can't do that yet.
Like, it's going to be quite interesting to see the new version. Because the current version is, like, you hit it and sure, like, some of it might explode. But for the most part, it doesn't really do hardly anything.
I need more time. I can't do that yet.
I don't have it really set up for damage output either. We should try and set it up for damage output and see what it does.
That yet.
Because I do feel like Shield Charge is going to be less of a damaging ability this season. Even though it'll be really fun to use, it's not going to be the same kind of like massive damage bump that we got from like some of the earlier ones from previous seasons. So I mean, let's play around with it real quick. So if we were to set it up for some of the things that we want to set it up for, so let's pull off the supports that I currently have on, which are really just silly stuff. I mean, close combat makes a lot of sense for the more attack damage. I could also potentially throw the bleeding in there. So let's see here. I mean, I think that focusing on shield wall as the main damage as opposed to shield charge as the main damage makes sense. I mean, tagging it with lacerate could be really interesting just to give it an added benefit of dishing out bleed damage. And then focusing it on primarily physical damage wouldn't be awful either, so using something like brutality could be very powerful. Giving it a nice physical damage bump. And then at that point, you could also tie it together with, I think technically it counts as a melee, so something like heavy swing. So now it's doing 9,169. It also has a bleed at the moment on it as well. And that could be increased in other ways. Let's move this to right click for the moment. lead was kind of nice.
Not yet. I need more time. Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, it seems to work pretty darn well. I'm liking the shield wall
I need more
combo.
time.
Let's go somewhere more fun.
I can't.
No, I can't use my attack in town. I mean, using Sunder would also be really interesting with this build. So, like, adding in Sunder could be fun. Thunder is a attack that actually goes off of your melee damage, though. Let's put Sunda on the bar for the moment. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm in the future world. I can't even access the waypoint from here. This whole thing with Act 3 and like the future world and like the waypoint being all jacked up is weird. Always has been weird. Never not weird. Okay.
I should call Alba. Not yet. I can't do that yet.
Huh. He doesn't tough enough to actually take the hits.
I can't do that yet.
Does it bleed targets without even, like... the hell?
I can't do that yet.
Interesting.
I need more time.
I like the way Thunder works. I don't like the fact that it like removes the armor break right now, but it won't do that in the future. So
I'm carrying enough already.
okay, so bom, 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 bom. Sunder is kind of like poopy to use at the moment. But it says that they changed it, so like the total attack time has been made. Like no longer has the plus 0.9 second total attack time. I mean, it is not really that fast. They changed it to 35% of attack speed, but it doesn't have that horrible delay on it anymore, which should make it like far more effective to actually use. Because right now, it just doesn't really feel very good to like to use it at all. Like you sit here and you're just like, like It takes forever to actually use the ability.
Not yet. I need more time. Victory is mine.
Man, adding in Lacerate to the wall is pretty effective. It's definitely doing a pretty considerable amount of damage. Current Ignite is 1,375. I'm sure we could get that way higher.
I need more time. Not yet.
It might not be the best source of bleed, though. I don't know. Not really sure what would be the best source of bleed. I mean, technically, Hammer of the Gods is pretty OP, too. Hammer of the Gods. What's up, buddy? Hammer of the Gods. Oh, I can't cast it? Oh, that's right. They changed Hammer of the Gods where you need, like, charges or whatever to use it, don't you? Glory. Yeah, you need glory to actually use the ability. I remember. You need to glory. You have to be glorified in the gloriness. Which basically means this character is just, like, not going to be able to use it at all. I did it. So that's interesting, because the glory system is what they changed the banners to, right? So all the banners use the glory system as well. Where is the glory? Five glory per second. Oh yeah, that's from the notable passive. Banners no longer gain valor and or have any valor-related stats, but instead generate glory when you attack. They all require 200 glory to place. Unlike glory-based skills, banners actually gain glory while the banner is placed. But you need 200 glory to place it. I'm not sure how that's going to end up functioning. Because if you need 200 glory to place the banner in the first place, it doesn't matter that they're generating glory, because you still have to generate enough glory to place it in the first place to be able to place the first banner to start generating any glory, I would assume.
Not yet.
A regal shard? You shouldn't have.
I can't do that yet. We're automatically.
I can't remember if they increased the damage of shield wall or if they decreased it. Looks like a increase. Yeah, and 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills. So yeah, it should be much higher damage than what it currently is right now. So not only did they increase the damage percentage from 108 to 235 base to a 147 to 281 base, but it also has a 100% more multiplier if it's destroyed by your own skills. So technically, as long as we're destroying the shield wall by our own skills, it should be a lot higher damage than it currently is now. I mean, at minimum, it looks like it's about 40% more damage than it currently is at the moment. But then it's also a 100% more damage if destroyed by your skills, which is really easy to do. And gains... what does it say? Yeah, and gains an additional 40% more damage if destroyed by your skills. So it's 140% more damage if destroyed by your skills. So technically, what we're looking at right here, with what we currently have, isn't even anywhere near close to the damage that we would be getting with shield wall with the new changes. So with the new changes, we're looking at 140% more damage on the bonus here. I mean, to put that in perspective, heavy swing is a 35% more,
Not yet.
right? So we take 35% more off, and you can see that we're losing a considerable amount of damage. I mean, 35% is the equivalent of, what, 6-7 to 7-7 to 8-7. So that's 2, 7, 8, 9, 10. So like 2,300 damage is lost for 35% more. So if we equate that out just relatively quickly, I know it doesn't equate exactly out this much, but let's say 2,300 is essentially the equivalent of 35%. So we take our 140% more and divide that by 35, and we get 4 times. So then we take the 4 times and we multiply that by the 2,300, which is about 9,200 more damage. And then we take our current damage, and we pull that off, so 6,792. So plus 6,792, about like 15.9k per explosion. I'm assuming if we don't have more bonuses, which we can definitely get more bonuses on the wall. I'm missing at least 1 or 2 more slots there. I'm only using brutality and heavy swing, which I could easily put in at least 1 more bonus. I mean, assuming we take out lacerate for the moment, which I think we do want to keep lacerate in. I mean, we could put in any number of bonuses or things. Like, for instance, we could use close combat, which is another 25% when at close range, which this one is pretty much always going to be at close range. Or we could potentially utilize another bonus. I'm trying to think here. Let's just type in more. Supported skills deal 50% more damage with hits against enemies that are on low life. Boom 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 boom. Supported skills deal 40% more melee damage against enemies with a higher percentage of their life remaining than you, but deal 20% less melee damage against enemies with a lower percentage of their life remaining than you. That could be an interesting way to push it too, is grab rage. Supported skills consume 10 rage if possible to do 34%, 35% more damage. And we could also stack rage, which is not a bad option either. Stacking rage could give us a huge bonus damage. And that's also kind of nice. That's an interesting one that could be, like, good for that chalupa monk.
Ah, guess who's back?
Oh, what's up? You see this one, like, excoriate? Supported skills cannot inflict elemental ailments, but supported skills deal 10% more melee damage for each elemental ailment on the enemies that they hit. So you can get, like...
Okay, so it's a large multiplier, as long as you have a way of applying elements on your other skill or whatever.
Well,
or
yeah.
some other method.
Well, I mean, if you're doing the Chalupa Monk, all your skills essentially can apply elemental ailments, right? Because you're doing additional chaos damage, and everything can apply the elemental ailments. So as long as you're hitting with something else, you should be applying ailments.
Like a really strong support. It's a huge multiplier, right? What's the list of ailments again? I know we've done this before. If you highlight the word, does it tell you in the game?
Elemental ailments are ignite, chill, freeze, shock, and electrocute. So technically, there's 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can get 50%.
That's huge. That's a lot.
Yeah, you get 50% more. That's a lot of bonus. I was just trying to calculate the damage on shield wall. I can't really like figure it out exactly. I'm not sure like the total damage, but like according to the thing here, like I was looking at the patch notes, it says that it gets 100% more damage if it's destroyed by your skills, and then it gets an additional 40% more damage if it's destroyed by your skills with the quality bonus.
Which
so that's 140% more on the amount. It also has about 40% more damage than what I'm looking at right now. So like they changed it from like 108 minimum to 147 minimum, and like 235 minimum to 281 minimum. So like with my current setup, I was just playing around with like what I could potentially get out of it, and it looks like I'm not even.
Based off
I'm
your
only.
Weapon, or is this based off
shield.
Your shield?
Shield. It's a shield.
Oh, it's based off the armor on the shield.
Yeah. So I'm currently using heavy swing and brutality just to like test it out, and it's sitting at 9,169. So with the assumption that I'm getting a lot more than this would give me, because technically it's 40% higher or whatever, right? So it's about 40% higher than what it is right now. So no abilities on it. Base, it's 4,312. I wonder if there's any way I can simulate the 40% increase.
You have to 40% the base. You have to up the base, and then you put your multipliers on top of the base. So, like, just do the bigger number.
let's
5,434.
here. Let's
40% more.
let's just calculate it out. So I think I can do this. I think I can calculate out the bonus. So here, hold on. So first off, we need to calculate the base damage because obviously the number there doesn't help us. So the base damage is 111 to 166 plus the 6 to 8 added physical. So it's 6 to 8 off from every 15 armor on the shield. So let's do that calculation real quick. So 1,112 divided by 15 gives us 74 roughly. Okay, so 74 times 6 is 444 to 8. So 8 times 74 is 592. And then we take that and we add those together. So 444 plus 111, which is 555. So we're looking at 555 base to 166 plus 592 is 758. All right, and then we take the number that we're actually getting. So the enhanced damage that the skill actually has max now is 281. So we're going to take our 555 plus 281%, which is going to give us a base damage of 2,114 to 592 plus 281%. 2,255. I don't know if this is right. That's like before any other multipliers. Again, that's less than what I currently have rated on the shield right now, which states 3,900 to 5,434.
Yeah, your 5,434 will go to 7,607. And I can do the min if you want the min.
7,607. But it wouldn't.
5,460.
It wouldn't be modifying off of this number, though, would it?
Yeah, because your base damage will be increased by 40%.
But this
Like
isn't.
that number will be 40% higher.
This isn't the base, though, as far as I know. I'm confused. Well, the base
Isn't
damage
the
is.
offhand total damage calculated by the shield off of the value of the skill?
Well, the shield has its own base damage, and then it also has the added damage from the shield that it's getting, that's being added to the base damage. So it has 111 to 166 base damage, and then it adds the 444 to 592 base damage to that base damage number. So those are both just base damage numbers, and then eventually you end up with 555 to 758. So 555 to 758 is the base damage of the skill
The
before
40% that you told me is the attack damage? Like that 295 is going up by 40%. Is that what's going up? Let me pull up the notes.
Oh yeah, that's right. It does have the attack damage written there of 295.
So if that's the 40% going up, it's very easy to calculate. It's what I gave you. It's just 40% more.
But it doesn't say that on the panel here. I'm looking at the thing that they have, and they have the attack damage set at 235. Am I reading that wrong? Shield wall. Attack damage 295%. In the notes it says attack damage 281.
What level is your gen?
Shield wall 21.
Yeah, so you're higher than 281 because you're at 21. So
Oh no, they brought it down. I'm an idiot. They brought it down to 235, not up to 281. I'm an idiot. It's okay. You guys knew that. You guys knew that. I'm still confused at how they're getting to the 5,300.
All right, so you want to calculate it yourself right now. Okay.
That's what I was doing.
All right, so you got the base number there, and then the 444,592 is your armor. That's your conversion. So it's 758 times. Yep, exactly. It's just what it should be.
I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I was reading a comment on the thing. Confused the crap out of me. Somebody's asking for unlimited burgers.
Do you have any items on that give you plus damage? Like rings, weapon, anything? Well,
yeah,
weapons
there's
shouldn't
physical
matter.
damage. There's physical damage, rings and stuff. Yeah, you're right.
I would get naked for this calculation if you want to get this down to the exact.
I'm looking and seeing what I got in the dude.
Get naked, boy. Get naked. Put your stuff in the stash. Why is your inventory so full? Go to the stash.
Don't know why my inventory is so full.
You trying to calculate the numbers yourself, you need to empty your gear. You need to be a naked boy.
I don't want to be a naked boy. I don't want to be a naked boy. I mean, average damage per use is 3,219. Which is way lower than the damage that's being calculated. I wonder if that's closer to the base. Is it calculating in my weapon damage as well? Or that's just to plus the skills? Because it's increasing the skill of the shield wall.
Yeah, it's increasing the multiplier at 291.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, 295, whatever.
I mean, it's probably
Your
also...
calculations are correct. I think your gear is just interfering with the number. That's why you're confused.
Yeah, I mean, I was assuming that I would be getting more multipliers and things from, like, my equipment and other items as well. Like, so, I mean, I guess I can calculate those in as well. Like, it doesn't really make that big of a difference. If I could just add those into the calculation, it would make more sense. So, like, I'm getting 15 to 30 physical, which gets added onto here. So this goes to, what, 70? And then the 30 goes right on to this, bringing that up to 8. And then I have 15 again, so this goes up to 85. And then I go to 26. So that brings me up to 800. And what is that? 14. So 814. And then I probably have enhanced, stuff from the board too, is what I would assume.
Yeah, your passive tree.
Yeah, I'm probably running like passive tree bonuses that are enhancing the 291 that are probably bringing me higher than the amount that I'm currently looking at. So like just on the passive tree alone, I'm probably set up with at least some type of attack damage and bonuses.
I see you even have the anointment. Shield anointment down there.
The shield anointment. Yeah, I'm getting like 1% damage per chance to block. I think I also have the other 1% damage per chance to block. So we're looking at 54% times 2 at the very least.
I mean, essentially, I think you
sick.
calculated it correctly. You just have to minus 40% off that calculation.
So let's just take the new...
The weapon off.
So it's
Your
2...
damage is what your weapon's off, is essentially what it is, right? Because you lose about 40% taking that weapon off. The plus the skills.
I was trying to calculate the damage, what it was going to be. So, like, I think I was going to play around with it. So 231 plus 108. I'm trying to see if I have any other bonuses besides those. I don't know if I have any other just, like, random attack damage, like, sitting around anywhere that I can add into the equation. Strength doesn't give you attack damage, right?
Not unless you have there's a skill that does it, or a passive point. I don't think you, let me see if you have it.
I got
To the
another
left.
plus 8 there. To the left?
It's always to the left. It's in the warrior section. There's a passive thing that gives you percent damage based on your strength.
I don't think I have that passive.
Yeah, I don't think you have it.
Most of the board's been taken away.
It's to the left. You don't have it. It's down left.
What's up here? Probably not anything attack related up here, I would assume. Yeah, nothing. I think I've got it correct now? Just making sure I don't have any other, like, attack mods here. How can you find a Berserker's Axe with 5 sockets? Kill monsters that are level 85 or higher. That's how you find it. Kill monsters level 85 or higher.
Then you also can roll your no socket ones. You just roll them in the cube and hope, and you can pray.
I mean, you still gotta find the base, which requires you to kill monsters 85 or higher. I feel like D3 Emporium is deliberately trolling me. He's been trolling me all day.
He is. I like it. Just leave him in there.
Yeah. Just keep on trolling, my friend.
Keep the good times coming.
Keep the good trolls coming. All right, so I think I got all the numbers right. If I calculated everything right and I got all the bonuses right and I added in all my enhancements that I've got from various sources, I'm pretty sure that I have everything correct here. So the calculation should come out properly this time. So again, so we take our base damage of 585 and we add our, what was that, 231, I should have added it all together. 331, 339. So 347% is what we're looking at, like with the new damage number, not the one that we currently have, and the current damage that we're running. So 585 plus 347% is 2,614. To 814 is going to be a hell of a lot higher. And how does the more damage calculate? I don't even know. Is the more damage like on top of it, or is it before?
On top of everything. That's the benefit of multiplication versus additive. Additive goes off the base. Multiplicative goes off the total.
Okay, so after this is done, then we take our 3,638 if we want to like find the top end damage, and then we add our more damage, right? So we can have a lot of more damage. There's like at the very least we could be running heavy swing, which is 35%, and also brutality, which is 25%. Those are two very easy ones to run. Then you also have the 140% from the thing if you actually detonate it with one of your skills. So that's 140 plus what, 35. I'm assuming they don't compound interest, right? They probably all apply at the same time. And then plus 25%.
No, they do. Multipliers multiply off each other.
Oh, they multiply off each other in sequence?
Well, here, put one in and see how much your damage goes up right now, and then put the other one in and see how much it goes up. Then you'll know for sure, right?
Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. All right, so we're currently at, what is it, 5434. I mean, we can just run it, so 5434 plus 35% is 7335. Okay.
That's
and then,
right.
Then the next one, well, the next one would be the Telltale, right? Because the next one would
exactly,
go up.
Right.
So plus 25% would be 9169. So yes, they're feeding off of each other in sequence. That's interesting. I wonder if it starts at the higher ones and goes down to the lower ones. That's probably what it does. Because I would assume you wouldn't start with the low ones and go to the high ones. So it's probably something like 140, or actually the 100% is probably first, and then probably the 40, then followed by the 35, and then followed by the 25 in that order. Which would end up at a total of, and I closed out the calculator because I'm an idiot. So let's say 3,038.58 plus 100% more, then plus 40% more from the quality, which I don't think applies together with the 100%. And then it would be plus the 35% more, then plus the 25% more. And of course, there's more that we could potentially add here, definitely. I only put 2 support gems in. So we're only using brutality and heavy swing, and you can definitely add more than that. So that's 17,192.
Yep.
That would be pretty good. And then, of course, we could add in some more like support gems that have other things on them. I was thinking Lacerate would be really good with this. That way you get the free bleed every time the explosion happens on essentially all the monsters within range, which would be pretty freaking OP. And the bleed is going to be 15% of the base. So that would be what, 17,192 minus 85%. So it would be a 2,578 bleed over 5 seconds, which is roughly 12,894 damage total. I think that's how the bleed works, right? It's like 15% of the amount that did the bleed, and then it's over 5 seconds, so it's that damage over 5 seconds. I mean, that doesn't seem terrible. Magnified effect might be pretty good for the ability too, to increase the overall range of it, because shield wall has a radius of 4 meters.
Yeah.
So you can potentially bring that up even further to like a radius of I don't know. Let's look at it real quick. So let's put magnified effect on there.
It might be required for single target too, because do all the parts of the shield wall overlap onto a boss?
So they specifically stated that they would only get hit by one.
Oh, okay. So then you don't want it on the boss then, right?
Yeah. I just wanted to see like where it falls on this regard. So let's put it on there real quick just to see. So the radius goes from 4 meters to 4.5 meters. Okay, so like a half a meter radius increase for that isn't awful. What other things could you potentially use with it? I mean, Lacerate makes sense because it just allows you to get a free bleed, which is going to do a massive amount of damage. I was also thinking that because of the relatively short distance of it, even though it probably wouldn't show up on the panel, those support gems they added that are like within close combat, the close combat ones, supported skills deal 25% more attack damage to enemies within 1 meter of you, scaling down to no bonus at 3.5 meters or further. But like a lot of the times the monsters are going to be within 1 meter of the wall. Or is it 1 meter of you? I guess I don't know how that one potentially functions. Oh my god, now John's over here trolling me too. John, why are you trolling me?
Have you heard of Ancient's Pledge?
Yeah, have you heard of Ancient's Pledge? I mean, come on. Come on, Ancient's Pledge is the best. I don't even know why I'm looking through here. They added a bunch of new support gems too. There's probably a bunch of new stuff that could potentially be even better than the stuff that I'm choosing. Oh, Leon, he's going to be a Thor hammer barbarian. He wants to be Thor. He wants to throw hammers at people and smack them in the face.
I am using the brand new skill, which nobody knows nothing about. Playing a build that I've never played in the game, a class and ascendancy I've never played. Doing an element that I've never done. So it's going to be a lot of question marks for me, but it's going to be fun.
Question marks. What do you do with your questions?
I think the most common build right now that every streamer's hyping up is the Hollow Palm Deadeye. But essentially any Deadeye, some bow skills are being hyped up. Hollow Palm Deadeye is being hyped up. The Sorc Stormweaver stuff with infusions being hyped up.
Ooh, this terror support gem is kind of interesting. It says 50% chance on kill effects caused by killing blows on bleeding enemies with supported skills to occur twice. So like any kind of like on kill effect that you have can potentially go off a second time as long as the monster was bleeding when they die. Sounds kind of OP. Like for instance, the armor explosion. Actually, there's a couple different ones that have like explosions on death and whatnot that you could potentially take advantage of. I'm leaning heavily toward like a shield build. I might actually play warrior for the first time. None of the warrior stuff ever even looked interesting to me, to be really honest. But I think this is the first season the warrior stuff really does look interesting. If I do it properly, I mean, it seems like I could make a pretty powerful character. Cody did a grumbling at me. See Cody Snoot? Can you spot Cody Snoot on the screen? He's put his snoot on my arm down there. I see a snoot. Cody is a snoot. Cody is a snoot. I see Cody's ugly snoot. Ah, I said ugly snoot, and that's right. League starting with one of the new skills is always a bold move. It's pretty funny. I mean, I think that one looks pretty powerful. Like, I don't think you're going to have any issues with it. It seems like you have two different ways you can potentially run it.
Yeah.
You've got the throwaway and you've also got the potential like slam way. I mean, and technically you could potentially do both ways if you wanted to. Like, I don't see any reason why you couldn't have like a weapon swap like with a two-hander or something and just like chuck a big old hammer at somebody's face for like the main damage. I don't know. Like, it seems like there's a opportunity there for like a single target setup as well as a like AoE setup. I hear you, Cody. Do you gotta go Peppa-Doo? Are you tungums? Do you need watums? Do you want snacks? Is your butthole itchy? You got a mud butt. Cody said, don't talk to me about mud butts unless you know what's going on. I mean, yeah, I think Shield Wall is a really solid choice. I think Sunder is a really solid choice too. I'm concerned about Sunder's attack speed though. It seems relatively slow.
Yeah, it's meant to be like a big attack. Like it's kind of a big attack right now, but it seems like they got rid of like that base 0.9 requirement, and it's just raw like attack speed cut.
But like its current attack time is 1.69 seconds, which is awful considering like shield charge, which is already kind of slow, as an attack time of 0.36 seconds. Like at least I can get off like roughly about 3 attacks per second, whereas like with Sunder I can't even get off but like I don't know, what is it, like 2 attacks per 3 seconds?
So right now I haven't done like act 4 to 6 like the cruel difficulty, but I one-shot everything with one Sunder essentially. Like every boss gets like one shot with Sunder right now in the campaign. So it's like that big attack and it pays off. Drastically pays off.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on using it as a kind of attack though.
Yeah, which means you probably don't want to use it because it's like a slow, hard-hitting thing.
Well, I want it for the physical damage bonus. That's what I want it for.
Well, you'll be swinging for a while. It's like,
Well, as far as I understand it, you don't have to do anything other than hit a monster that's already armor broken. That's what it says. So like you don't even technically have to use it more than one time. You just break a monster's armor and then from there, I don't know. It says that they reduced the ridiculous 0.9 attack time bonus, but it also apparently has a 35% normal attack speed or something. Yeah, weapon speed. So. I don't know. I don't plan on building a ridiculously high damage weapon anyway, so I'm pretty much just using it for the free 20% increased physical damage.
I can't do that. yet.
Oh, that thing is beautiful. Give me that.
I need more time.
I mean, the current shield wall is pretty rough. Like, I'm playing with it right now, and it's just not the most amazing thing out there. Like, it barely breaks. Like, I think shield charge might be the one exception to the rule, because shield charge kind of, like, has this AoE explosion, and so if you hit, like, dead center, it tends to break a little bit more of the wall than normal. But, like, a lot of the abilities only break exactly what they hit and nothing else. Even Sunder, which does a pretty significant, like, frontal cone, seems to only really break, like, the part directly in front of you.
I can't do that yet. Take you. Not yet.
I don't know, by the time I'm done with the calculations, I feel like the damage on this shield wall is going to be a hell of a lot higher. I'm thinking about Warbringer. Thinking heavily about Warbringer.
Not yet.
Warbringer, the bringer of war. No, I was thinking about Shield Wall. The changes they made to Shield Wall look really interesting. It does look really interesting. Now, I never really liked any of the actual, like, I hate to say it, but most of the mace skills are not my cup of tea at all. Like, they do not feel good to use. They're slow, they're clunky. It's like driving a car with 3 wheels. No, I'm thinking about the shield wall ability itself. They made a lot of changes to it, made it very interesting. Could be quite a sleeper, I think, in the grand scheme of things.
Here's a question: does the shield charge and shield wall even require mace, or can you do like a spear?
I think they're technically mace skills, but I don't know now that you mention it.
It will say it on the skill. It requires. Let me look.
It says requires an armored shield.
Yeah, so it doesn't require a mace.
Requires an armored shield.
Yep.
Interesting. So you can use anything that you want to.
Yeah, you don't gotta use mace skills.
I mean, let's go test that theory real quick. Let's go back to town. And let me, like, put on a spear or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Slam something on, see if I can still use it.
Spearfield shield wall. Here we go.
I actually really like Spearfield. You ain't telling me nothing I don't like. I like that. You making good points here, sir. Why are you making such good points? Let's see. Let's just grab like a one-handed item. Melee weapons. Ranged weapons. Where do we put the spears at? Melee, projectile weapons. Oh, they're in the projectile weapons section. Skill gems will not work if this weapon is unequipped. Okay. It says Hammer of the Gods and Sunder will not work. I mean, yes, I'm aware of that.
Because those are probably mace skills,
Yeah,
right?
those are definitely mace.
Which, if you still want them, you can put them on a swap. You can. I think you can have the same shield on the swap with the new patch note, right? So you can have like a mace swap just for those skills, and it's instantaneous now. It's not holding you up to just cast that.
Huh. I mean, like, seeing the mace skills go bye-bye doesn't make me sad, but do I specifically want the spear skills? That's another question. Like, I mean, Spearfield's interesting.
Rake is cool.
But then again, these do have really high dex requirements, too. Doesn't she have, like, a bleed thing on here, too? Like, I can't even remember. Yeah, like, she's got a bunch of bleed crap, like Blood Hunt and all sorts of other things.
Oh, yeah. I've been wanting to do a bleed spear build forever. Like, I like all the bleed skills, or the physical skills. They're all fun. I just never theorycrafted it or built it yet. It's for both gems and gear, Mandarin.
Yeah, gems and gear. Yeah, it was pretty much everything. There's a 25% drop across the board.
They want us using weapon swap, and that's what the whole Witch Hunter change was about too. It's like if you weren't enticed enough, they're like, here's an ascendancy that gives you 100 passive weapon skill chain. Like,
Well,
enjoy.
what they also said was is they found that most people were just spending, like, most of their passive points are literally just on, like, stats. That's it.
Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them.
Oh, they're the ones that designed the game
If
that
the
way.
enemy was
Yeah,
Blood
that's-
Hunt
it
dashes
is
to
kind
an
of stupid.
enemy and stabs them.
Stats were such an issue. Like, I remember every pair of my rings and amulet always had to have like multiple stat rolls, like all stats, strength, whatever it was, dex, intelligence. Like, I needed stats all over my jewelry to even use half my skills. Like, it was mandatory.
Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals. Bleeding enemies will take more damage if they are moving. Rake dashes to a target enemy and performs a wide sweep, inflicting bleeding on enemies hit. The further you dash, the more damage it deals.
It's really not a lot of one-handed weapons, either. There's not a lot of one-handed weapons, sorry. Yawn speech. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
It's time for no Rolling Slam, finally. Goodbye, Rolling Slam, you punk.
Ba 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 ba. Trying to think what I would gain by switching to the spear. I'm just looking at abilities and trying to see what I would actually want to use. I totally forgot about the tame beast stuff too. You could potentially get some cool tame beast modifiers like speed. I like the tame beast. The tame beast is nice. I like it a lot, and I'm in the barber term. Reclassed Pokemon champion? Hey, I like the little tame beasts. I think they're good. I was collecting them. That's right. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon, mon. I mean, one way I could potentially do it is I could utilize, something like Rake as like my main attack. I don't know if you can... I don't know. I mean, when I'm looking at the abilities, I definitely see like a potential in some of the attacks, but at the same time, I don't know if I want to like completely convert over to like a spear build. Bloodhunt causes explosions. Hitting an enemy that has suffered blood loss will cause a blood explosion and also consume bleeding. Explosion radius is 1.3 meters. It deals 25% of consumed blood loss. Has additional unscalable physical attack damage. What does unscalable mean? 10% more area effect per 203 blood loss consumed. Up to 500%. I mean, it sounds like a very powerful setup with like the shield and the blood hunt together.
Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. With Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them. If the enemy was bleeding, you get an explosion. With this skill equipped, you will be able to see how much blood enemies have lost to bleeding. The more blood loss the enemy has, the bigger and more powerful the explosion. Blood Hunt dashes to an enemy and stabs them.
So, if I'm seeing the way that Blood Hunt works correctly, so Blood Hunt is essentially just an ability which pulls the bleed off, and when it pulls the bleed off, consumes it, does a huge amount of physical damage equal to the amount of blood loss that the monster has taken during that time period. So, like, what I could potentially do is I could set up that ability as kind of like a backup to the shield wall. So like I drop the shield wall, I explode it with shield charge, it does a huge amount of bleed damage to everything nearby, I pick out like a tough target, and then with Blood Hunt hit the target and cause the bleed to essentially explode, dealing damage to everything else nearby. Sounds like a solid combination of effects. Like using the shield wall to essentially do massive amounts of damage, which then applies a huge bleed to everything nearby, and then I could maybe even include the hemicrystals into that combination. What was the hemicrystals? It was supported skills, attacks cannot cause bleeding. Supported skills consume bleeding on enemies they hit, creating 4 hemicrystals, maximum 20 active hemicrystals. I'm not really sure if you could use that with the Blood Hunt. I don't know how Blood Hunt works in combination with that. Because this consumes the bleeding as well, and makes it so that the attacks cannot cause bleeding. Blood Hunt... doesn't say that it causes bleeding. It says lunge at a target, skewering them. Hitting an enemy that has suffered blood loss will cause a blood explosion, and also consume bleeding. This skill cannot be ancestrally boosted. So it doesn't seem like it causes any bleeding. Would that even interfere? Could you use Blood Hunt and Hemicrystals together? Apparently not. Where's Impale? Man, this guy's got some crazy modifiers on his skills. I've never seen anybody with multiple skills all rank 5. This guy has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rank 5 skills on one character. That's nuts.
Power of the skills up, boy.
His panel looks so weird because he's using a controller. Trying to figure out what freaking broken bug he's using. He applies like 2 attacks to the target, and within seconds the monster has already taken like 1,000,000 damage. And then as soon as the hemicrystals spawn, like, the monster just immediately dies. And he's fighting Zesh.
Oh yeah, they do something with Bloodhunt, Poison, and Bleed. I don't know how it works. I never looked into it, but yeah, that deletes any boss in the game. There's a combo there. It's crazy damage, I know. I've seen clips, I just don't know how it works. I don't know the interactions.
The too long didn't read. Consuming Impale on your next hit increases the damage. If that same skill applies a bleed and another Impale, you're increasing the damage of the next Impale consumption. And it apparently scales infinitely. Hmm. Never put on any music. Should have put on some music. Nobody told me to put on any music. These are awful. How are people implying him impale anyway? Is it a support skill? I'm confused. Support attacks causing them to impale on hit, but making them unable to extract impale themselves. Impale is a debuff inflicted by hits, which is stored 30% of pre-mitigation physical damage hit of the impale as its magnitude. Subsequent attack hits against impaled targets will extract the impaled debuff, and when this occurs, the stored damage of the impale is added to the pre-mitigation attack damage of that attack. A maximum of 60 impaled debuffs can be present on a target at once. If multiple impales are present on a target, each attack hits only extracts and benefits from the strongest one of them. So you put the impale support gem on something, which then impales the target, and then you hit with another ability, any ability, and that extracts the impale. I don't understand how that works exactly. And basically what they're saying is that the impale and the hemocrystals are acting like in combination with each other, so that each hemocrystal explosion is apparently pulling the impale and multiplying the next hemocrystal explosion, which causes it to scale infinitely, which is apparently what's going on. But even then, like, outside of that, they're saying that impale is extremely powerful because of the way that it functions. Like, it essentially just multiplies damage. All you have to do is just build it. It's a combo effect. It does make damage bigger. Everybody likes bigger damage.
Attacking.
Okay. Impale is a debuff that stores a percentage of the physical hit damage on a target. The stored damage can be extracted with subsequent attack hits. By default, Impale stores 30% of pre-mitigation physical damage of an impaling hit. Therefore, the stored damage hasn't been mitigated by a target's mitigation layers, such as armor. This is because extracted impale will add its damage directly to the pre-mitigation damage of the attack that extracted it, which is then mitigated by any relevant mitigation that a target has before they take damage from it. The impale debuff can be inflicted by any physical hit damage, but extracting impale must be done via an attack hit. Okay. So it has to actually be an attack. Which not, well, I mean, shield charge and shield wall are both attacks. Okay, Impale can stack up to a maximum of 60 debuffs, with each stack retaining its own stored damage. When an impale is extracted, its damage is added directly to the pre-mitigation damage of an attack hit that extracted it. The damage is not scaled by your damage modifiers, as it was already scaled by them on the first hit that inflicted the impale. A single attack can only extract one impale at a time. When this occurs, the strongest impale is always extracted first. Impale needs to be enabled to allow hits to inflict this debuff, such as by a modifier on an item or a skill. For example, the Bone Storm skill is a physical spell that inflicts impale by default. Interesting. Impales inflicted by you on you by monsters last 4 seconds. Impales that you inflict on monsters last indefinitely and are only removed by extracting them or by exceeding the maximum cap of 60 impale debuffs, at which point the weakest impales are discarded first, and when the cap is exceeded. Impale magnitude. The default impale magnitude is 30% of the pre-mitigation physical hit damage of impaling hit. You can utilize modifiers that improve magnitude of impale to make this debuff stronger, effectively storing more damage. For example, Bone Storm has a 200% more impale magnitude, and therefore impales inflicted by this skill will have a magnitude of 90%, storing 90% of pre-mitigation physical damage of the hit. I mean, thinking about the way that this functions, it sounds to me like it would backfeed into itself, dishing out more damage. So, if Shield Wall was my primary ability, for instance, and I did like a massive amount of damage with Shield Wall, I could utilize Shield Wall to get a pretty sick damage hit and a bleed, which could do a pretty massive amount of damage. Then if I utilize something like the spear skill, so if I used Rake, or if I used, say, like Blood Hunt, or if I used like Hemicrystals, like if I used Rake with Hemicrystals as for an example, and I pulled the bleed, Hemicrystals would do a massive amount of actual like physical damage to the target, which could be supported into Impale. Right, so I could essentially use the Hemicrystals to pull the bleed from the shield wall, doing a massive amount of bleed damage or physical damage to the target, which would also put impale stacks. And then every time I shield wall, I would pull the next impale stack, increasing the amount of bleed damage that's being done, because that would of course increase the physical damage. And then when you have the Hemicrystals go off again by using Rake, you would cause, again, another feedback loop, because the Hemicrystals would be exploding based on the physical damage that was dealt. Because they're not doing their own bleed damage, they're doing equal to 8% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed bleed. It could also potentially be done with the other ability, too. Like, instead of Hemicrystals, you could potentially use the... what is it? The other spear ability. So it could also use Blood Hunt, which causes an explosion equal to 25% of the consumed blood loss as additional unscalable physical attack damage, which probably also backfeeds into it. So I would assume that Blood Hunt, either Blood Hunt or Hemicrystals could potentially work, but I don't think they could work together. Because from everything I saw, Blood Hunt doesn't work with Hemicrystals at all. So you would use one really high damage effect, like Shield Wall, to get your massive bleed, pull the bleed, cause the bleed to do physical damage, which would make Impale stacks, which you then would backfeed right back into Shield Wall to do more damage. And you just keep doing that over and over and over again, essentially scaling the bleed higher and higher and higher. It'd probably do like massive amounts of damage at some point. What is my Chinchilla up to? I'm not entirely sure. Probably sleeping. I can't whenever Cody's watching. Cody's over here sleeping, so. Mr. Monster Dog would eat the chinchillas, and that would not be polite. We do not like our chinchillas to be eaten. That would be not polite at all. I mean, it seems like a good combination, and it could potentially add a lot of damage to the build. I don't think I've ever really used either of those abilities. I should probably play around with it if I want to try and actually use them.
Yep.
Grab some skill gems and see if I like them or not.
They were fun, the limited use I played with them. I just didn't like build any scaling or like take it anywhere. I was like, oh, this is a future thing that I would like to do.
My current dexterity is so low. You have 0 dexterity. Your mom is a hoe, and she looks like a dirty skank. Like, whoa, bro, that's not very polite. I'm so confused on like the bleed magnitude and things like that. It doesn't seem like any of it is worthwhile with the way that the bleed calculates.
I don't know. I haven't built it, so I can't be like a first-hand witness on it. But it's essentially just a multiplier for your bleed. I think that's what it boils down to.
Yeah, but a lot of the times, like, and this is what I noticed, since the bleed damage is based on the physical, like, you're basically better off usually just simply increasing the hit, which also therefore increases the bleed. So, like, most of the time, if you're going for bleed magnitude, you're sacrificing damage. And if you sacrifice damage for magnitude, like, a lot of the times it just ends up being a wash, where you could have gotten more physical damage, but you didn't. But your bleed is getting more damage, yes, but your physical damage goes down. Like, there's a support gem in here that, like, does bleed, and it's, like, one of the things it does is it gives you, like, increased bleed magnitude, called bleed deep cuts. And then, like, it also decreases your supported skills damage by 25% less. And, like, I ran the calculations, and from what I could tell, you actually were losing out on, like, a massive amount of damage, like, from this. Like, yes, it gave you a higher bleed magnitude by a tiny bit, but you lost a huge amount of physical damage in the process, and it was more physical damage than you were gaining in the bleed damage section. And it just doesn't seem to work out well. And in most situations, it seems like you're better off increasing the physical damage of the hit than you are increasing the bleed magnitude, because the bleed magnitude goes up with the physical damage of the hit. It's weird. It's a weird calculation that they have going on here. And there might be some scenarios where increasing the bleed magnitude is better than having more physical damage. Like if you have something that's consuming the bleed, like I was thinking. So like if you're consuming the bleed instantly, then I think that might be better off. It doesn't seem like in most situations, if you're hitting the target repeatedly, since the bleed doesn't stack, you can't have multiple stacks of bleeds. It seems better off to have the additional physical damage, which is going to hit multiple times in a row, than the extra bleed damage, which is only going to tick once per 5 seconds, or like once per second every 5 seconds until it runs out.
I assume an endgame character, you want the magnitude. You have so much like duration and so much like damage over time, multiplication, that it just becomes a way higher dot build. But I don't know for sure. I'd be curious to see like those guys doing the T4 Zesh. They're basically killing him in 2 hits. If they're using magnitude or not.
I wonder, like, I'm looking at Blood Hunt. That's the ability that I'm really looking at. I'm eyeballing Blood Hunt as a potential, like, option here. Like, if I were to throw in, like, Impale. Like, because I'm thinking, like, I use Impale on Blood Hunt. And then I also use... Oh, you can't use Impale on Blood Hunt. Oh, that's not the one that I freaking just made. The hell? Where's the Impale at? Your character is already using this support gem. Where do I have Impale at? On Spear Stab? I don't ever remember putting that there. Alright, so Bloodhound consumes the bleed, and then when it consumes the bleed, it implies Impale. Impale is the... This one is going to consume the bleed and cause the explosion, which is hopefully, I was thinking how this might function. And then what else could we potentially put on Bloodhound? I mean, we could use Bloodlust for the more physical damage against bleeding enemies, which technically, if you're using Blood Hunt, you would always be using it against a bleeding enemy. So let's have some fun here. Just go play around with it. I don't even think I picked up a spear that's actually any good. I should have actually looked in the guild stash for a proper spear instead of just grabbing any spear that was in there. What do we actually have in here? I don't even know if it really matters because technically the Blood Hunt ability is going off the bleed that it's pulling, but there you go. It's a pretty decent little weapon. My favorite streamer? I don't think I really watch anybody. Pretty much just do my own thing. I mean, there's a couple of YouTubers I used to watch back in the day, but getting wrecked over here. It's really hard to get a good feeling for like the abilities when most of the skills aren't functioning right. Did I take the bleed out of shield wall? I did take the bleed out of shield wall. That does not help me. I'm literally trying to test something with the bleed, and I took the bleed out of shield wall.
Front move.
I am probably the dumbest person alive at this point.
High five. Hey, D3 Emporium, what's up? You back, bro?
It's gotta be one of the weirdest people I've ever seen in my stream. He disappears and then he shows up again like 5 minutes later, and it's like he's a goldfish with no memory of like anything that previously happened, and then he starts like to introduce himself all over again. What's that one Adam Sandler movie where literally the girl like had no short or long-term memory, and like every day when she woke up she just like forgot
50
everything
First
that
Dates?
happened. Yeah, 50 First Dates. He's the girl from 50 First Dates.
Wouldn't it be nice if...
We need to make a video for him so that every time he comes in, like, he has to watch the video to remember everything that he said previously within the last 5 minutes. Last time on D3 Emporium, you made some silly comments like my butthole was itchy and also the monkeys are coming to get me. I don't know exactly what any of that means, but also you said hi 63 times. I'm funny? No, you're funny. You're the funny one. Let's read some of D3 Emporium's greatest hits. That's a cool game you're playing, bro. All right. Has your chinchilla up to? I'm surprised he's not under your shirt. Last time, like I watched your match the dog. What do you eat the chinchilla? Is your name one of your characters after your chinchilla? We should give you a chinchilla in an armor outfit. Yeah, you lose a lot of physical damage. Can you only stack one lead? Right? One lead. Hey bro, you should watch my streams. I don't play Diablo 2 Resurrected. Oh, they get better. Hold on. We gotta find some more. They get better. Do you have a PlayStation? Do you have a PlayStation? How is the game you're playing? Because I want to get it from my PlayStation. It looks really good. Where's the really crazy ones? Hold on. Do you have a video on Diablo 2 Resurrect it when you do the Beast Room word and Berserker Axel Sock 5? Sock 5. Come on, let's go Sock 5. And then he just like disappears for a while. And then he comes back like 5 minutes later, and he's like, "Hey,
recharge.
how are you doing today? How can you make your Barb godly on Diablo 2 TO? How do you make a foreign barbarian? You have to find charms with forms. Hey bro, it will work online to get unlimited burgers on the other two Resurrecteds. Will work on Diablo 2 TO resurrect it to get unlimited bursts. I'll work on the other two resurrected on PlayStation version. Finders Unlimited and Upper Cross. Do you have the PlayStation version of Diablo 2 Resurrected? Can I have a 5-socket Berserker Rax? How do you get unlimited burgers on Diablo 2 Resurrected PS4 version? Unlimited birds. I mean, my bread, bro. It's not saying what it's supposed to say, but I'm trying to say unlimited bird ruins. Bird ruins.
I want unlimited bird.
Bird ruins. What are bird ruins? I think this guy has the most aggressive autocorrect in the existence of autocorrects. I think that's what's going on. Bird ruins. I need unlimited bird ruins, guys. Come on. One bird ruin to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. You gave me a good chuckle, and that is all that matters in life and love and the universe. It would really help if I actually could use these abilities and like my character was actually set up properly. But you know, I digress. Well, I love you, D3 Emporium. I don't love your name, though. I'll just have to deal with it.
Is there like a movie or a show like Mr. McGee's Emporiums?
You like my channel name? Good. Thank you. I thought of it myself.
I need more time.
It's more of an insult, but people always told me all the time that I was always explaining things to people, and they didn't want me to explain things to them. They're like, "Why are you always trying to teach everybody stuff?" And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, maybe because I know stuff, and I think it might be helpful to like teach things to you. It's like, well, we don't want to learn. I'm like, they're like, we don't want to learn stuff. Learning is we don't want to learn things. I'm like, okay, well, sorry, I tried to help you. My bad. I will no longer attempt to help you ever again. I will do my best to leave you in the dark and the dark ages. Like in my earlier life before I became a YouTuber, like I distinctly remember trying to help people with the dumbest things and just getting nothing but like negativity in return. Like the stupidest things in the world too. Like somebody would be doing something very dumb and the solution was really easy. You know, like I remember one time I was walking by and I saw a guy who was working on his car and he was like trying to like rip something open with like a pair of pliers. I'm assuming because he didn't know exactly how it was actually opened, and like that was my assumption anyway. So, you know, as I passed by, I was like, you know, you can open that if you do, you know, use this tool right here. And like I showed him how to do it in like 2 seconds. And he looked at me like I was the devil or something. Like, how dare I come by and show him how to do it properly while he was trying to like mangle his vehicle with like a pair of pliers and like a hammer and like friggin' rip it to shreds. Like who needs who needs to do it the proper way? And it's not even about the proper way. It was more just about simply, like, not destroying his vehicle. And, but no, like, how dare Ginger tell him how to do it the way that doesn't destroy his vehicle? I demasculated him with guidance. I mean, I don't really see it that way. Like, I've always seen learning as a good thing. Like, when you learn to do something a specific way, Like, you don't necessarily even have to do it that way. You can apply your own twist to it. You can figure out your own ways of doing things, but like, you know, like there are ways to do things that are like the correct way, and then you can take that correct way and spin it in various directions, but you know, if you're ripping something to pieces with a hammer and it's like super easy to fix it, you know, a method that can be learned in seconds. We're not even talking about something you got to go to school for a degree for, like something you can learn in seconds. It's very strange when people like don't want to learn an easy method to do something. I don't know. I gave up. Like, and I used to try and help people all the time whenever it seemed like I could, you know, provide a meaningful assistance in any way, shape, or form. Now I just don't bother because most people don't want to be helped. Instead, I have a channel where I can help you guys if you want to seek out that assistance. Instead of like me coming to you with assistance, you guys get to come to me with assistance. That seems to be the solution in my life, which is like I like to help people, but people don't like to be helped. So like, if you want to be helped, I'll help you. You just come to me and ask me, and I will try and help you out. But, like, I'm generally just avoid trying to help people that don't want to be helped. What's the saying? Don't throw your pearls before the swine because they'll gobble them up. Like, some people just don't know at all when something is worth anything. Like, they don't understand the value of something, so they'll just destroy it. And it's been like that my whole life, though. Like, I like to learn about things, and like it's something very simple that you can learn about. Like, I read, you know, and I look on the internet, I do articles, I watch videos. I mean, I even used to like attend college classes just for fun. Yeah, just for fun. There's this like, I don't know if you've ever actually done it before, but you can go online and you can look at it. Like some colleges have like the courses online for free that you can go like download and watch. And like one of them is like Berkeley. So like Berkeley has some of their courses online where you can literally just watch them. Like there's like videos or like audio recordings of the professor talking. And I used to go on there and I used to just listen to the like some of the classes. Like I'd pick classes and I would just listen to the classes. Womp, 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 womp. Yeah, here you go. So here's some right here. These are lectures. These are from like Physics 10, 2006. Kind of old. But this is like Richard Muller. And there's like different classes like based on like gravity and satellites, radioactivity, electricity and magnetism, waves, like all sorts of crazy stuff. Like you can literally just go on there and you can listen to, you know, like classes. It's kind of neat. How do you build a PvP barb? I have no clue. Go ask Cooley. You are asking the wrong person about PvP, my friend. Yeah, I don't know if I like this combination of abilities, because, like, the combination of abilities is pissing me off. How did I lose dexterity? The hell?
Was it make you mad right now because like the wall doesn't work right and the shield charge has a cooldown and
I mean, yeah, all of the above. Like all of the above. There's also other problems that I'm encountering that are kind of pissing me off. Like, you can't specifically charge at the wall. Like, I can't just click and charge at the wall. Like, I have to hold down the shift key and charge in the direction of the wall. And then on top of that, like, another thing that's been pissing me off is, like, when I'm in an area and I'm trying to fight monsters, like, instead of charging through the wall, he goes around it. So, like, say you put the wall down, right? And then there's a monster on the other side of the wall. And you click on the monster to shield charge to the monster, which it does do. He will literally run around the wall just to shield charge the monster.
I can't do that yet.
So the only way you can use the shield charge is to shift click in the direction of the monster. You have to, like, deliberately make him use the shield wall in a direction. Like, you can't click on any of the monsters, you can't click on the wall, you can't click on hardly anything. You have to, like, drop the wall and then shield wall, you know, like, basically just charge directly into the wall. Also, one of the things they changed is the fact that you can shield charge through the wall. In the current iteration, you don't shield charge through the wall, you just shield charge into the wall, you stop, and then, like, that's it. I think that's also something that's kind of, like, messing with. I knew I shouldn't have, like, played around with the abilities. Because, like, I swear they're just going to function completely differently in the patch.
you're just testing, like, I wouldn't try testing a map, I'd be testing, like, the setup of damage on, like, a boss or a target or something, just trying to see how everything interacts. You're just testing interactions.
I need more time. I can't do that yet.
Well, here.
They did change something with targeting in the patch, with the keyboard and mouse targeting versus WASD targeting, and like going towards your mouse cursor versus like the ground or something. I have to reread it when I exactly understand what's happening there.
Well, one thing they said is that you're going to be able to shield wall, shield charge through the wall, which I think will make a big difference. Because then I'll be able to shield charge to the monsters through the wall, which should be pretty powerful. Also, the entire wall exploding is going to be a big boon as well. I mean, that's huge. I do think going the bleed route could be very interesting with the way the explosion works as well. I mean, instead of
some weapon swapping.
instead of going with something like Blood Hunt, what if I just went with Shield Charge? Like, Shield Charge could potentially fill the same role as Blood Hunt or the Hemicrystals by utilizing them together, essentially, to get the effect that I'm looking for. I mean, there's no cooldown on Shield Charge, so I can potentially spam it.
Yeah, the only reason for you to equip a mace or a spear is if you're going to use any of the skills. Like, are you going to use any mace skill, any spear skill? Because then it really doesn't matter. At that point, it's just a stat stick.
I mean, I kind of wanted to use Sunder. I think that's the only thing, because it gives the physical damage bonus. It's like a 20%, is it 20%, right? Like 20% physical damage bonus is huge. That's on the monster too, so. I mean, let's try and set it up. Let's go back to town real quick and see if we can set up a setting like between the shield charge and the other, just so that we have like it working how we're looking to make it work. So in the future, we'll be able to do multiple like effects, right? So like right now we can't because we're currently, you know, stuck in the no support gem, like double support gem mode. But like in the future, we'll be able to use, say, like heavy swing and brutality as well on shield charge, so we can get the damage up on shield charge through things like that. But what I was thinking is we would use something like hemicrystals to pull the bleed off of a target, essentially, to apply that bleed back to the target with the little explosion things. So let's grab like let's see, the crystals. So attacks cannot cause bleeding. Supported skills consume bleeding on enemies they hit, creating 4 hemicrystals. Okay, so let's put this on here. And then shield charge gets the hemicrystals, which did not equip to the ability at all, did it? Where the hell did it go? On a completely unrelated ability. Okay. Alright, Mandarin Tang. What else could we potentially put on shield charge? I mean, honestly, magnified effect would be pretty interesting. So that we're hitting more targets and consuming more bleeds. We could use those two together. Alright. Let's assume we use those two together. Let's try it out and let's see how it goes. Okay, well, the hemicrystals is working pretty well. I mean, I basically drop the wall, it makes a bleed, I attack, the bleeds come off, like, I mean, I see the hemicrystals on the floor exploding.
What spirit supports or gems you're using right now? There's the bleed one, I know, that helps with what you're doing, I'm pretty sure. What's it called?
You talking about for the shield charge, or are you talking about for the...
Herald of Blood? Herald of Blood?
Let's see.
Might be helping you.
Go back to the hideout real quick.
I think it's just gonna help create more like bleed explosions and stuff while you're clearing.
What am I tying together with hemicrystals?
No, it's a Spirit Gem.
Oh.
Herald of Blood.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Herald of Blood. While active, killing an enemy with blood loss will cause a bloody explosion that deals physical attack damage to surrounding enemies based off the life of the exploded enemy, destroying the corpse if the enemy was normal or magic. The explosion also has a chance to aggravate bleeding. Okay. Don't have a high enough level to use that. Herald of bloody blood, they got them bloody bloods. Oh, herald of the blood, they got bloody bloods. Bloody bloods, they got them bloody bloods. Okay. Let's try that combination.
I need more time.
Man, the inability to spam the shield charge is just awful. Even with Chronomancy, like, I don't know what the point of Chronomancy is. Like, I swear the percent chance is so minuscule, it feels like it barely even does anything. Sometimes you end up with like a really cool combination of effects. Sometimes. It's so clunky in its current form. I'm sure it'll be so much better, like, in the new version, but...
Does it work? When you set it up, does it kill the mobs?
I wish I had, like, a way to actually test it. I mean, it seems to do damage, but I'm not entirely sure if it's just not, like, the high physical damage of the ability. Most of these trash mobs can't even take, like, one hit. I mean, the combination of effects seems to work really well. So, like, the AoE effect of the shield wall puts down a bleed, which seems to do a pretty decent amount of damage, like, bleed-wise to the target. Then I'm pulling the bleed with the shield charge. I'm also applying Impale Stacks and Hammer Crystals, essentially, at the same time. So I'm dropping the Hammer Crystals when I pull the bleed, and I'm pulling the bleed. Actually, I don't even know, like... I think the Hammer Crystals is the only thing technically pulling the bleed, so it should be fine. It probably would help if I had on the passive tree, like, you know, some things that actually increase, say, bleed chance. I think one problem is that as it is right now, the bleed isn't always aggravated, and it's not always actually hitting the target either. So just having, like, if I was going to do bleed, probably adding some 10% chance to inflict bleeding would help tremendously. I mean, granted, I can throw lacerate as a thing on the skill, but I could also grab some other percent chances for bleeding for other abilities. I think you can get jewels and stuff that have percent chance for bleeding too as well, right?
I can't do that yet.
Yeah, I think so.
Not yet.
It's another thing to look up on your passive trees if you're building into bleeding, like where are all the bleeding nodes?
Yeah, most of them are down there by the warrior, so, I mean...
Okay.
Like, if I do start warrior, that's most of that stuff's going to be down there. Also, the armor break thing is going to help out tremendously, too. And going into the negative on armor break, of course, is going to increase the physical damage, which should increase the bleeding damage as well. Oh, and he does. Yeah, it feels like you get stuck so much with the way that the current things, like, everything sets up. Like, the shield charge is just not working, like, the wall not being able to go through the wall, like, half the time when you're stuck behind it and you can't use the shield charge, you can't break the wall, so you're just, like, stuck behind the wall being doofy. Now you can, like, shield charge through the wall, like, with the new version, so I'm assuming that'll make it feel a lot less weird. Because you can't go anywhere. Like, you cast the wall, and then you just hit the wall, and so then you're stuck behind the wall. I feel like it'll be way better because what you'll do is you'll drop the wall, pick a target in the back, shield wall to that particular target, like in the back of the pack. Let's see if I can kind of like simulate it so I can break a hole in the wall so I can actually get to the back. I mean, I feel like the loop will be a lot more interesting with the way they have it set up in the new patch. It's just right now it doesn't feel interesting at all. Like, you're blocking your own progress whenever you drop the wall. Also, the wall not putting a bleed on the target every single time, unfortunately, kind of sucks. Yeah, the hemicrystals adds quite a bit of damage to it. Like, I'm watching it, and when I get the bleed off, hit the shield wall, and I hit the shield charge right afterward, the bleed is consumed, and the hemicrystals cause a bunch of explosions, which is pretty neat. I'm not really sure how much damage the hemicrystals are adding, but the crazy thing is that I'm getting like a large amount of hemicrystals. Like when I'm in a big group, because you get a certain number of hemicrystals like per target that you pull a bleed from, and since shield charge is an AoE effect, it's pulling bleeds from like multiple targets at a time. So you're getting, what is it, like, is it 4 crystals per time you pull a bleed, times like multiple monsters that can go up to like 20 crystals. Sometimes it looks like I'm seeing like 20 crystals on the ground. But it really comes down to, like, is the shield wall actually making all those monsters bleed? And if it doesn't make all the monsters bleed, then I'm not getting a large number of crystals. So, again, coming down to, like, making sure that every single time I'm hitting, I'm bleeding the targets. Feels like I'm stuck in mud most of the time. For a character that is using a movement ability, like, it feels very much so like you're not using a movement ability with the way it works right now. Because you go shield wall and then charge, and then you go nowhere. Like, so if you drop the shield wall and then charge into it, you just go nowhere.
Yeah.
Also, the whole thing with the multiple segments not exploding, like, also was really kind of stupid. Because there's so much of the shield wall that gets wasted, whereas it's not going to happen in the new version because it's going to be larger, it's going to take up more space. And when you shield wall into it, it's actually going to blow up the entire wall, so... I mean, there's also that, too. I feel like it'll just functionally work way better in the new version than what it does right now, which is pathetic. I mean, it works, but it's not... I don't know.
I
It
can't do
needed
that
the
yet.
patch, is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, it definitely needs the patch.
Not yet.
I mean, I'm trying to, like, play around with the configuration here, though, to see what I can potentially do. I mean, Bloodlust is a no-brainer because Emma Crystals is already making it so you cannot cause bleeding. So you get a 30% more physical damage on shield charge, which contributes to the, like, damage of the ability itself. I'm using the Impale on it so that every single time I'm shield charging, I'm building an Impale. I think technically shield charge causes 2 impales whenever it hits too, and I think the hemicrystals are also causing impales. I think so, anyway. I can't remember. Doesn't shield charge have like a crazy stun bonus on it, or am I misremembering?
It has a heavy stun, I'm pretty sure.
50% more stun buildup. Am I going to cover the updates to the patch notes? I didn't see anything like super crazy in there. I mean, there's the witch thing, which is kind of interesting if you want to do like weapon swap builds. Leon doesn't seem very interested in it though, because if he's doing a weapon swap character, that doesn't give me very much hope for it.
I'm interested in it. I'm too committed to what I'm doing. I mean, I was thinking heavily about it.
He was thinking heavily about it, but he doesn't want to do it. I'm just messing with you. I don't know. I care not. I thought it was kind of interesting too, but like I'm also kind of just too lazy to set up.
100 points, different direction.
Yeah, on 2 different characters, like 2 different ways, basically. Like it's kind of how it's set up.
I think I'd be more inclined to do it on a build I've already played with an additional build attached to it, rather than like something I've never played that I'm learning, and then I'd have to learn 2 things at once.
I don't know. It's good to get some of this stuff figured out though before the launch day, so I actually know what I'm doing. I mean, shield charge, I get right away. Shield wall, I do not. I mean, shield charge is low enough level that I can just be running that pretty much the entire time. I don't really like any of the other stuff. Here's an interesting idea. What about disengage?
Disengage is really good, really fun.
Well, shield wall has the whole, I mean, shield charge has the whole, like, you know, you have to be farther enough away to get the damage bonus, right?
Disengage shield charge.
Yeah.
That will work. That'd be a smooth thing too. There won't be any delay.
Yeah, so you just disengage and then shield charge right back in. We should try this and see how it works. I'm just thinking
Right
like
now you
early.
have the weapon swap delay, but
No, you don't need a weapon swap delay.
no, right now you'll have it, right? Because you can shield charge with the spear, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You can shield charge with the spear. Yep. So yep, no delay.
Yeah, so you
cooldown.
just you use spear, then disengage, and then shield charge right back in. What does disengage give you besides running away?
You can generate some things with it. You can break armor with it if you parry, but you're not going to be parrying. You can generate stopping grounds with it. Just gotta look at all the supports. It was nice for breaking armor, but you have to have a parry debuff, so you're not gonna have that.
Let's play with it. Alright, so let's assume that we don't have access to shield wall, which we won't early on.
I need more time.
Oh, there's a cooldown on disengage too?
I don't remember there being a cooldown on it.
Not yet.
Was there
What
always
the
a
hell is
cooldown?
going
Maybe
on? It's like,
The shield would shield charge?
I don't know what's going on. Like, it seems like the cooldown is,
Attached to shield charge?
I don't know. Yeah, it says 1.50 seconds.
I mean, that situation won't be there because one of them will have no cooldown.
I need more time. Not yet.
That's really weird. It's like the shield charge is adding a cooldown to disengage. That's exactly what's happening. So like every time I shield charge, it's adding the cooldown from shield charge to disengage. Why are you doing that?
The two travel abilities are sharing the same cooldown. It's probably set to do that.
I need
Which won't be an issue tomorrow.
They're definitely sharing the same cooldown. They have like a global cooldown or something. It's really weird too because like
I can't.
the 1.5 second cooldown is being applied to shield charge. But if I use shield charge, the 2.83 second cooldown is being applied to engage, which makes it like almost impossible to use together. Yeah, you can't. Like, I can't right now. I literally cannot smoothly charge and then disengage. Charge and then disengage. Like, it just doesn't work.
Hey guys.
I can't do that yet.
Hello.
What's up, Devron?
What's the picks for tomorrow? What are you guys playing?
Probably
I
something
am-
with shield wall.
Yeah.
I am trying the new warrior skill, for better or worse. If I was a smart man, I would do monk,
Deadeye.
Jedi, monk, or bow, but I'm not a smart man.
Yeah, if I was a smart man, I would go with my ice build from last season, because they beefed up ice a lot this season too. It's probably even better now.
Yeah, I'll probably do something sorcerer thing. We'll
The
see.
Chinchilla thing interests me a lot because I never tried it, and like I've learned enough about volatility where I'm like I kind of want to build into it. Might be my second character.
Bruzak usually does minions, so I don't know what he's doing this season. He almost always leans toward minions.
I'll say I've been having fun with minions in last epoch.
Minion.
I guess I could just use Rake in the meantime. Another travel skill.
Rake, dash it. Rake, dash it.
Which it won't be next patch either. They removed the travel tag from it.
Oh yeah?
Yep.
Is it no longer dash?
No, I think it still dashes. They just removed the tag. Because the most powerful speedrunning build in the game was Rake Stomping Ground. And Stomping Ground requires a travel skill. So I guess they wanted that completely dead. They don't want people Rake Stomping Ground in. So, but
Makes
you can
sense.
shield charge Stomping Ground. That's the new one. I might be trying that tomorrow in Act 1 especially.
Pretty good. Those little bagel chips. We'll take a look at Rake. Let's play with Rake.
I can't do that yet.
I mean, Rake certainly isn't bad. It also has a dash, though, which I don't like. Can I, like, disable the dash?
I don't think so. It's built in.
Hmm.
Go on.
I mean, there's a button that says attack without moving.
Well, it dashes to the target as well. So, like, it won't dash far if you're right, if you're like on the target's face. But if you're far away, it will dash you right to the target like a Spiritborn.
Well, yeah, but if I'm using shield charge, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Well, you probably be pressing rake afterwards, I guess.
Not entirely sure.
Like, when do you want to press rake? Would be the question.
I mean, technically, I guess the order would be rake, shield charge. Not shield charge, rake. So I think for the time being, until I got access to the shield wall, what I would be using the rake for is just to apply the bleed. And then I would be pulling it off with the shield charge, kind of like how I have planned. And then rake would eventually get replaced with the shield wall. Yeah, I mean, I think rake is a good, like, alternative if I want to do this bleed setup. It definitely seems to function very well. I mean, we're not talking long-term or anything. We're just talking like in the beginning of the game when we don't have access to the abilities that we want to use. It should still function really well. Okay, I actually like this a lot. The shield charge works really well with it too. And the Hema crystals are a solid combination.
It's a fun skill. So it doesn't feel like a Mei skill.
It doesn't feel slow and clunky.
Listen here, okay? I'm only playing Mesas so I can enjoy swords and axes when they come.
That's why I was saying, like, in the patch they fixed a lot of the mace skills, so I mean, maybe they will be. Maybe they will be better. I mean, we haven't got to test them out yet, so we'll see. I mean, with this setup, just using the rake ability with like no mods on it, it does fairly well. I mean, it applies bleed to multiple targets, which is what you need, and then I'm still pulling off the bleeds using the Hemicrystal. I don't know what level the Hemicrystal thing is though. I might not have access to it. Tier 3. Unfortunate. Poor unfortunate soul. If you knock back a target that's bleeding, Do they take extra damage from the aggravation, or like do they have to actually move on their own?
I think they do.
Oh yeah, Stomping Ground. That's the one that gives you like the shockwaves when you're running around. I guess if you can get the shockwave damage up really high by stacking strength.
That's why it was really powerful early game. The damage of it is based off strength. So you can scale strength higher than any weapon in Act 1 especially. Starts to fall off later.
I can't do that yet.
She didn't do it.
Die for Goten. Not yet.
There's a couple builds I'm looking forward to. I mean, this is definitely one that I think I'm going to start with. I was also potentially looking at all those changes they made to like the Ice Archer and whatnot. All those look really interesting. I mean, I might end up reprising like one of my Ice Archer builds from last season. See if I could make it even more powerful with this season's changes.
I need more time. I need more time.
You gonna try your own minion build? Man, there's fun stuff with minions this season. That ice mage that you can explode looks really neat. And the changes they did to the minions too to allow them to like always hit the target because of the accuracy changes. I mean, basically all melee's got the accuracy bonuses, which are going to be pretty crazy. Yeah, so the Hemicrystals is pretty crazy because when you use the Hemicrystals on like a big group of monsters, like you're applying bleeds to every single monster in range, and then you hit the shield charge, and the shield charge hits every monster in range, pulls all of them, basically drops like 20 Hemicrystals on the ground. It's kind of nuts. What the hell? My shield charge just doesn't want to hit Ignaduke. It doesn't want to hit her at all. Why? Why does my shield charge not want to hit the monster? It just goes right through her. Well, that's fun.
I need more time. I'm carrying enough already.
I mean, I'm not mad at that setup. I think it'll work.
Not yet. Vuelo de Mareke. Not yet. Victory is mine.
So Rake is just guaranteed bleed on hit. Is basically how that functions. Right? So like there's no chance. It's just guaranteed. So early on that's kind of OP. And at that point you pretty much what? Just increase the physical damage as much as possible.
Maybe. I've never used Rake for its primary ability. Only practiced speed leveling back when they were doing the races.
I'm just playing around with it right now. Huh. don't think I've ever seen that one. Ancestral Aid. Supported strikes are ancestrally boosted. Supported skills cannot be used until you have blocked 3 times. Huh.
That might be nice for your ascendancy.
Well, I was looking at it. I'm not sure which ability I would want to ancestrally boost, but it does look interesting.
I've used Sunder. I don't know if you're going to use it. You would
Can
probably
ancestrally boost Thunder?
Yeah, slam skills usually get boosted by ancestral boost. Like Titan gets that for free. But you don't. So if you go Warbringer and you use that, you get a free boost on that skill that you only use once in a while to cash in, right?
Oh yeah, cashing in on that damage bonus. I could also use it to destroy my shield walls. Like, if necessary. I'll have to check out Sunder and see how Sunder functions like after the patch, because it might be a more interesting way to destroy the shield walls than shield charge. I don't know. Like, maybe I just use Sunder as my main way of destroying the walls, and then like causing the hemocrystals to spawn. Could work either way. Get it. Get it, buddy. I put it down there for you. Monster dog. Sorry, I'm over here crunching. 7 hours into my stream. I've been playing around with everything. That'd be nice if they released the patch like a couple days beforehand. So like people could like play around with stuff toward the end of the season and come up with ideas. Hasn't Diablo done that? Diablo 4 done that a couple times where like the patch comes out like a couple days before. And you could like mess around with it on the Eternal Realm. So what exactly is a heavy stun in the game? Like, is it just an ailment associated with physical? Essentially? I mean, technically, if I'm using shield charge, I think I get 50% more stun. And then the 50% more stun can potentially cause a heavy stun once you fill up the bar. If I remember correctly from using shield charge before, I had a lot of heavy stun build up. Monsters would get heavy stunned all the time. So I guess technically using something with the heavy stun mechanic would be pretty good. This one is a rupture. Supported skills aggravate bleeding on hitting heavy stunned enemies. So I guess I could technically tie that together with the shield wall. Maybe.
This isn't the place. I can't do that yet. I can't do that yet. We'll open that again. Forgotten. I need more time.
I think one key for this build is going to be getting my attack speed fast enough to like really utilize these abilities in sequence without it feeling like super clunky and broken. I think that's another important thing. Because like, I already have an attack time of like 1 second on the shield wall itself. So it takes a little bit to build the shield wall. And then there's an attack time of 0.36 on the actual shield charge ability, where it's like a wind up when it actually comes out. So like you're throwing that down and then hitting the button,
I need
and
more
it takes
time.
like way too much time to make that combo happen. I'm sure the cooldown removal will help too. There's more patch notes, you say? Player's evasion now works on all hits except for boss skills that have a red flash. Okay. Evasion formula has been adjusted to lower percentage of hits that will be evaded by a given amount of evasion. Monsters now have 30% more stun buildup against players who have their shield raised. And 12% more stun buildup versus monster players who are parrying. I mean, evasion now works against all hits except for bosses that have red flash. Doesn't really change a whole lot. Still means when you get hit, you're gonna die. That's why the whole deflection thing was interesting. I mean, it's better. It's definitely better. I think the armor still wins out, though, because you can tie in block chance, which works pretty much the same thing as evasion. And block chance works on everything as well, except for boss hits that have a red flash. So you get the mitigation from armor, and you get the block chance. I think, honestly, the block version is just a better choice, unless you're going with like a two-handed, like glass cannon build. Like, I'm pretty sure that armor plus block is probably still going to be better than evasion plus deflection. That would be my guess. Especially considering that armor gets that really nice elemental thing that stacks on and provides even more mitigation to elemental damage. The Thrilling Chase notable passive now has benefits from consuming frenzy charges for your skills. Have a 50% chance to be doubled, previously 100. So they nerfed the Deadeye Thrilling Chase notable passive. The Acrobatics Keystone passive has been removed. Of course, if they did this, they have to remove the Acrobatics Key passive, because that's literally what the Acrobatics Key passive did. Interesting. Minions now deal 3% more damage with hits and ailments against non-unique monsters at skill level 3, scaling to 50% more damage and hits against non-unique monsters by skill level 8. They buffed up Twister. It's weird. The Harry's Ire unique body armor now has evasion rating is doubled if you have not been hit recently. Previously, can evade all hits if you have not been hit recently. Updated patch notes, Deadeye. The Eagle Eye's notable passive skill has been renamed to Bullseye. No longer removes distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead applies 5 stacks of critical weakness. They messed around with Cold Snap and Orb of Storms again. Why are there so many updates to the patch notes? Like, this is kind of nuts. Once on the 21st, once on the 25th, once on the 27th, once on the 28th, and then apparently once on the 29th, which is technically, I guess if they're over in like overseas, it's probably the 29th already.
They make changes at the last minute.
Well, looks like they smacked Deadeye up pretty hard. That change to Deadeye is gonna, like, nerf a lot of the Frenzy Barrage, like, damage. Better more changes than no changes. I mean, I haven't even been in the game to test any of the current changes, so how do I know if a change is good or bad? Cody, you gotta go Peppadoo? Yeah? Gotta go Peppadoo? You ready to go? Let's go Peppadoo, come on. You don't see the point in block builds anymore? I don't see the point in evasion. I mean, let's break it down. Right? So here, let's pull up a notepad and let's break it down. Alright, so evasion lets you dodge an attack, right? Alright, so you can dodge all attacks, right? So done, dodge all attacks. Except you won't dodge all attacks. So there's a fallacy. You will get hit. So you will get hit. It's just a matter of when. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So when. Right? When you do get hit, it's gonna hurt. A lot. Right? This is basically how dodge works. Right? They added deflection, which is nice. So deflection is a big improvement over evasion, which deflection allows you to get, what is that, like a 40% reduction?
Damage stacking with your resistances, which is really strong against elemental for sure.
So 40% reduction, which is nice, and especially against elemental, you're going to get your 75% resistances as well. But versus armor, or versus physical damage, you basically are only getting the 40% reduction. Right? So you're not going to get anything extra over what you would normally get. Now, if you're running like, what is it, the one monk that has the extra mitigation. Can't remember which one the monk is. It's not the Chalupa monk, it's the other one. Not the Chalupa.
Invoker.
Yeah, if you do the Invoker does have the ability to add some additional mitigation on top of that, but you're only going to get a 40% reduction versus physical damage. And that's only if, assuming that you have 100% deflection. So if you have 100% deflection, you're going to get 40% reduction. If you don't have 100% deflection, then you're going to have some physical hits are going to come in and they're going to absolutely smash you into the dirt. And then some of the physical hits might come in for 40% less. So it's a kind of a toss-up. So unless you're going to be dedicated to getting that 100% deflection, you can't even rely on this for physical. Right? So it's interesting because you are going to get the 40% reduction and you'll be able to evade most of the attacks. But there is going to be those times where you just get hit and you're just going to die. And it's probably still going to happen with evasion. You're probably just going to get hit and die. Get hit and die. And it's going to be very abrupt. You're going to be like, you're fine, you're dodging, you're fine, you're fine, nothing hitting me, look at this, I'm a god, look at this, oh, and I'm dead. And that's one of the main problems with evasion. It always has been a problem with evasion. A better way of running evasion could potentially be to run armor and evasion together. I honestly think armor evasion could be an absolutely solid setup, because if you ran armor plus evasion, you would get basically the benefit of deflect plus the benefit of the elemental mitigation applied from armor, which is really good. And then you would also get the armor mitigation as well on top of the deflect, so you'd be layering it. You're going to get a really nice amount of layering going on there, which is going to be really nice. Because you're going to get the 40% deflection, then you're going to get the elemental mitigation, which should potentially apply together, which is going to make you relatively immune to almost elemental damage at that point. Because between the 40% reduction and then the elemental reduction from your armor, your elemental damage is going to come in and do basically nothing. Armor, on the other hand, will help protect you against some physical, so you'll get at least some physical protection. On the other side, though, if we look at armor explicitly, so instead of armor evasion, if you look at armor, you get basically the best physical mitigation, except for maybe some sort of unique items. But you get physical mitigation, which is going to be very high. You can also potentially run, the elemental mitigation, right? So you get the elemental mitigation, which can go up to 100% of your armor mitigation. So you can basically apply your armor to your elemental, which is really nice. And then you can run 75% block or 50% block, depending. Which essentially block is going to function almost identically to evasion. because they set it up where it also works versus everything. So your 50 to 75% block is literally function almost identically to the way that evasion functions anyway. So if you run 75% block, you basically have 75% chance to just simply avoid an attack the same way that you do evasion.
Don't
So-
forget you can run block with evasion.
Yeah, and you can run block with evasion too if you want to.
You can do block, evasion, deflect. You can do energy shield evasion, block, deflect. There's a lot you can do.
I mean, honestly, the strongest combination right now would probably be like evasion plus armor plus block would probably be like a god tier defensive setup at this point. Because if you run deflect and you run elemental, the elemental thing, and then you get the blocking, you would literally have like almost no chance of being hit. And if you did get hit, you would mitigate the majority of the damage anyway, making it so that you're just like standing there laughing at most of the monsters that are attacking you.
And you need defense in layers in this game. Like the onion defense is actually like the true defense. That's the only way to build defense. You need an onion.
The onion defense, that's right. William West said the onion defense, all the layers. I mean, the deflect is really nice because it seems like it probably bypasses the physical problem. So like one of the problems with physical mitigation is that armor only has so much physical mitigation for like a big hits. So the higher the hit, the worse it is. I'm assuming that deflection probably calculates before armor does, because it's a.
I mean, if it does, that's strong. I don't know.
Well, it has to, because just like evasion has to calculate before your armor, right? So like generally the rule of thumb is that like your character has to be hit first before anything starts to calculate mitigations. So usually in the grand scheme of things, like evasion, like dodge, avoid, evade, block. I'm trying to think of any other layers, like claw block. Like I know this isn't Diablo 2, but whatever. Like most of the time, these layers are essentially before anything else, like that actually where you actually get hit, right? And then the funny thing is that like this also technically is defense in Diablo 2. So defense is actually evasion in Diablo 2 for some reason or another. But like you have to actually get hit first, and anything that prevents you from getting hit almost always gets calculated before the other stuff. Now I know deflection is technically a component of evasion, so I don't know how that functions. Like technically somebody tries to hit you, it rolls for evasion. If they hit you, then it rolls for deflection. And if deflection is, high enough, then it's basically guaranteed. So I'm assuming it just cuts 40% off the top of the attack and then applies all your mitigations. But, I mean, maybe it goes the other way. Maybe it's applying at the end of the equation instead. Wonder if there's any, like, advanced information on deflection. Deflection is a new mechanic for dexterity-based characters in patch 0.3, which can reduce the damage taken for all hits, including area of effect, attacks, and spells, by a minimum of 40% and potentially more with investment. This also affects ailments they inflict. Similar to invasion, the exact chance to deflect also depends on the attacker's accuracy. Chance to deflect is a separate stat from evasion and is rolled in addition to evasion, making it particularly a defensive layer. Unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance to deflect, meaning you can cap the stat and reach 100% chance to deflect. Deflection rating can be grabbed on the passive tree as well as on equipment. So you can get it on your body armor piece, and you can also get deflection rating from your passive tree. Doesn't say anything about what order it's in, but it does say it rolls in addition to evasion. Wonder how difficult it'll be to get 100% deflection.
If you're evasion, probably not difficult at all. There's a lot of nodes. It comes down to, like, you know, at the beginning of a season, you can invest like 70% of your nodes into defense. Like, probably at the beginning, you're going to have a lot more defensive than offensive nodes. And then later on, as your gear gets better and better, you can change that up. But if you just invest in it in the tree, you'll get it easily. Just how much offense are you sacrificing to get it early on?
Yeah, there's not very much information on the deflective system at all. Like, I'm trying to see if I can find anything about whether it calculates before or after. Technically, it's based on evasion, so if you want it to function properly, you would need a large amount of evasion anyway. So, unless you have, what is it? Unless you're running evasion armor. Like, it kind of seems like a moot point anyway. So if you want to run, like, deflection with a different defensive layer, you're still going to have to run evasion anyway. So you'd be running evasion armor equipment in that case.
I need more time.
Kind of curious, like, they took away acrobatics and they just simply added in, like, the main attack. Like, the acrobatics to evasion natively. So now evasion is just always with acrobatics, but, like, acrobatics had a penalty to it which reduced your evasion tremendously, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. They wouldn't just give evasion that without taking something away, would they? I feel like they would take something away. Be right back.
Honey, why are you sitting all the way over there? Why don't you come over here? Because come over here, come on. Yeah, come over here, come on. That's a good boy. That's a goodest doggo. Yeah, that's goodest doggo. Ja, that's the goodest. I was teasing him so bad this morning. Poor guy.
I mean, it sounds like, yes, they gave acrobatics for free, which is one of the things you complained about. It's like, it's basically necessary for evasion. But the penalty is the second line. It seems like they lowered the percentage of hits that will be evaded by a given amount of evasion. So it seems like you have to stack way more evasion than you used to have in the past. It's like they kind of baked in that acrobatics penalty Because acrobatics used to minus like 75% of your evasion. You had to build way more evasion than normal to get to up to the same percent. Like if you wanted, 60%, 80% chance, whatever it was.
Yeah.
You had to rebuild your evasion essentially as soon as you click that node because it minus 75%. So it seems like you're gonna have to build a lot more evasion than you used to have to build.
Lord, I just logged into my Deadeye character, the one I did the cold build with. Did 98 passive skill points available, 17 Atlas points available. Like they reset like the majority of the character. I don't know why they just didn't reset it completely. Like there's basically nothing left. How was my character even set up? I don't even know. Like I don't remember. Oh well, I guess. None of my gear. I can't even wear any of my gear because I got no stat points to wear my equipment. Oh, this is awful. What is with the like inordinately boobin jiggle? Like I don't remember this last time I logged in. Like the character's boobies is jiggling like they's made out of jello. And we got like Bill Crosby or Bob. Why am I like forgetting his name all of a sudden? Mr. Jello himself. Mr. Jello. Yeah, well, I logged onto this character expecting to look at some like bow skills and stuff, and I'm very disappointed. At least my abilities are still on the tree, even though I can't use none of them. I was kind of interested in that that ice ability that they added, the like generic ice ability. It was like a ice bow skill. Well, that's useless. Can I not find the ability? I know they talked about it, and I know they added it into the game. And I don't see it. It was just like a basic ice arrow that they talked about that they added. Like, it wasn't anything special, it was just a new ability that fired off, like, an arrow made of ice. And it was... You know, like it could be used with like multi-shot and like a bunch of other stuff. And I can't remember what the hell they called it. I don't freaking know. I don't freaking know. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't freaking know. No, 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 no. I don't freaking know. Oh, they changed Blood Hunt too. Blood Hunt explosion now causes life loss rather than unscalable damage. I mean, how hard was it to get to 100% evasion? Or like as close to 100% evasion as you could? With like, without acrobatics before? Or sorry, with acrobatics before? Was it basically impossible? I don't remember ever trying to like stack it, but I did use acrobatics on several occasions. I wish I had a warrior I could just set up. I do not have a warrior. I have a chronomancer. Man, I could always just play around with a tree, I guess. Man, I was reading like some of that crazy stuff that was going on with the guy who shot up the Catholic school. The lady, the guy. I say guy because in his own writings, he literally said he regretted what he did and he wanted to be a man again. Like, it's the craziest stuff I've ever read. It's actually really depressing. I don't mean to say I feel bad for a person who shot up a Catholic school, but if you read some of his writings, like what he wrote, like, I don't know what to think about none of that stuff. He wrote in there that he wanted to be a man. He wrote in there that he wanted his old life back. He wrote in there like all sorts of crazy stuff. Like, apparently his life changed in a specific way, and he didn't like how his life changed. And he wanted his old life back. I mean, he literally said that. I'm not even paraphrasing. He literally said, I want my old life back. I want to be a man. And, like, he said a lot of things in there. Like, just sadness. Like, talked about how he kind of like felt ostracized from society, and like nobody like cared about him or something. And then he wrote like a letter to his parents talking about how much his parents cared about him, which was like just freaking weird. Like, there's a couple letters, there's a bunch of stuff floating around the internet because he posted a bunch of YouTube videos like before he went and shot up a school, and like the people, you know, took screen captures and they copied a bunch of it. Like, so they have like all the like the notepads and like the letters and stuff that he wrote, and like the weird translated journals, and like all the pictures of his weapons with random writing all over it. Some of the stuff that he wrote on his weapons was so weird. I can't even explain it. I've been looking at some of it, and it's just all. It's just I don't even know what to think about none of it. It's so stupid. All of it's so stupid. The guy was obviously severely mentally. What's the term? Disturbed. Mentally disturbed would be the term. Extremely mentally disturbed. I had some pictures of like some of the writings in here, and I was reading some of it. Like there's this one that's like super ridiculously long. Where did I put it? Yeah, this is like the translated writing of one of his like really weird journal entries. And it was a really bad picture. I thought I had a better picture than that. That jank looked like it's got all of like 5 pixels. Five whole pixels, my boys. 5 whole pixels. Where the hell did I save this to? Like, what the hell? There it is. He said, I find it so hard being me. I had one so great, then I am lost. I don't want to continue, but I am. I'm not sure why. I'm not happy, but I continue. I don't want to continue, but I must. I am conflicted. My thoughts are scattered. I am lost. I want my old life. I want my friends. I want fun. I want love. I want dad. I want mom. I want to be free of pain. I want to be strong. I want to find my family. I want to not be afraid. I want to be me. I want to be normal. I want to be a good man. I want to be normal. I want love. I want freedom. I want happiness. I want to be a brother. I want to be a son. Like, it's really freaking weird. Like, it's like a stream of thoughts that somebody just, like, jotted down in, like, the most disjointed way possible. And this is only, like, the first couple pages. Basically, the person, like, put some sort of journal on the internet and, like, on his YouTube page right before he did the horrible deed. And much of it was in code, and people have been translating it, and the stuff that's in there is just even more crazy than you would think. Like, reading it, like, honestly, you kind of want to feel sorry for the person, but I don't feel sorry for somebody who killed a bunch of kids. And then killed himself. I need to travel over to the warrior side so I can, like, you know, let's just do that. Let's not even, like, think about it. Let's just travel over to the warrior side. Simple as that. Like, let's just not even pretend that we have access to this side of the tree. And let's just... Go straight over to the warrior side. And we'll pretend like we're starting from the warrior side. We're gonna pretend. Okay, we're pretending. Alright, so 10% increased melee damage. So we're here, we're a warrior, guys. It took us, how many points was that? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Took us 21 points to get to the warrior side. No big deal, no big deal. Alright, so we probably end up taking like the increased melee damage and then the stun build up and the melee damage, which is strength. Both of those are pretty good nodes to take. I don't necessarily hate like the regeneration that's over here either. There's kind of some good stuff on both sides, which isn't awful. Also get 80% increased armor from body armor over here. And then we get to regenerate maximum life per second. Wonder if we shouldn't just go for the regeneration, which is really powerful. I mean, melee damage is nice and all, but like, I feel like we'd be better off going for like the melee damage instead. Of course, like there's no link between those. That's poopy. Alright, so we grab the regeneration. We come up here, grab this regeneration, grab the armor, and probably end up grabbing that strength node too, which is pretty standard. There's also some block chance here, which we can potentially snag. I think we definitely go down and we grab Lay Siege. Granted, I already have that on my amulet right now, but I think that's a pretty easy thing to do. I think there's also some bleed damage down here, if I remember correctly. I could also build Rage for this as well, which wouldn't exactly be awful. There's Rage on hit with melee attacks like right here on the way to the node. I could have sworn there was, yeah, there's a bleed node right here as well. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we come down here, probably grab the increased block chance. I don't know exactly how much increased block chance we're actually going to need, but we also have the armor break over here, which is really nice. So we got quite a few clusters over here for things that we actually want. So attack skills deal 10% increased damage while holding a shield. And we can grab the 1% damage per 1% block. And we can even grab the bleeding on hits. And the magnitude. I mean, honestly, might as well grab the magnitude and the bleeding if we're going to go with a bleeding setup. And then here we also have the armor. So break 10% increased armor and increased physical damage. We can grab all the physical damage bonuses and the break armor bonuses. I mean, that's a solid setup right there for breaking. I think there's another breaking node section like over here, but that's the one that gives the break armor duration. That one seems pretty useful as well. What does this one set do that has 30% increased effect of fully broken armor? What does that even mean?
Yeah, good question.
What does that even mean?
So maybe just get more damage out of the broken armor.
Defend with 200% armor against critical hits? That's kind of ridiculous. Okay, so let's go down here. Let's grab this 200% armor from critical hits. That sounds kind of insane. Gain 6 life when you block. What the hell is empowered attacks? Empowered attacks.
War cries and power attacks usually. They're usually tied to war cries.
Oh.
But I think you can do it with other things too. What is the check? Oh.
Where's the other shield skills? Yeah, 50% increased defenses from equipped shield is really nice. I do like that. That's a very nice one. I like that a lot. Of course, I have no idea what's on the way to any of this stuff. Like, I could potentially be running into a whole bunch of crazy nodes along this pathway. I bet you they probably add, just like they added, said they added deflection nodes. I bet you they probably also added the elemental, like armor nodes as well.
They showed some of them
They
in
did?
the video. Mm-hmm.
If only I didn't have to waste all my points going in directions I didn't intend to go. I mean, assuming that I get those points back, which obviously I had no intention of spending, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So about 18 points, maybe a little bit more than 18 points. 19, 20, perhaps. So we got about 20 more points to spend if we wanted to spend them. I mean, technically there's another damage bonus down here if we wanted to go get that one, which also comes with 50% increased defenses from equipped shield, which isn't horrible. It's kind of far away though. Of course, we don't necessarily need all of these. In fact, like, we might not even need, like, the increased breaks. So we could potentially drop both of those. And then over here... Yeah, honestly, we probably really want the 20% increased damage against enemies with broken armor, but we probably don't need that 20% increased break there. So we can skimp on that one as well. We also could potentially drop this one, like we don't necessarily need this one. And we probably don't even need the block chance from it either. Okay. What other bleed stuff do we have around here? Bleed. The search system is still one of the worst search systems. It's still so bad. I mean, my goal would be to have a pretty decent percent chance to make any monster bleed. That would be the goal. So, like, I got 5%, 5, that's 10. And then there's another 10, so that's 20. So there's a 20% chance to get for bleeding right there. Combined with at least, like, the support gem, that brings you up to a 50, 60, 70. So 70% chance to bleed is pretty darn good. I would assume that anything over 50% is probably more than enough. But not having to use the support gem would be nice. If I could potentially put something else in its place, which is significantly better. Most of these are like too far out of reach to actually get access to. It's unfortunate. What does spiked shield cost? That's not what I meant to do. Like, what the hell? Fear, suffering, fear. Holy crap. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't know about this. Most of the stuff for the bleeding is so far away from the other stuff that I need access to. %30 increased critical hit chance against bleeding enemies. Then you got incision.
It's got Witch Hunter, boys.
Witch Hunter.
I mean, I think the majority of the damage here is being gained by armor break, right? Because, like, if I take both of these armor break nodes, I'm getting 25% increased physical damage, 12% increased physical damage, 12% increased physical damage, 6% increased physical damage. All that is applying to the bleed. And then we're also getting the 20% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor, and 20% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. So both of those apply to the bleed as well. And then 30% increased effect of broken armor. I don't even know what that does. Like, what the hell does that even do? Some skills, items, and support gems and other effects can break armor, which lowers the target's armor by a specified amount. If this brings the target's armor value to 0, their armor is fully broken for 12 seconds, or 4 seconds for players. On top of not benefiting from armor, non-player targets with fully broken armor take 20% increased damage from hits. So does that mean that 20% is being increased by 30?
Increased by 30, yeah.
So what would that be? So 20%
Half is
plus
50 is
30%.
10, so it's like what? 6 or
26. Yeah.
Yeah.
20. So it would go from 20% increased damage to 26% increased damage. I mean, that seems like a pretty good buff because it's applying to the monster, right? So that's just a 6% flat increase to your total damage. Just all damage that hits the target. And then being able to push it into the negative is going to be massive as well. I mean, I wasn't specifically trying to add a bunch of like armor break. I kind of skipped the increased armor break because I think I'll probably have no problem with it. But I still get 20% increased armor break there and a 10% increased armor break over here. And then a 40% increased armor break with Cruel Methods, which also gives a 25% physical damage increase. So like I'm sitting at what, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. I'm still at a 90% increased break armor potential. Like on top of the physical damage and the bonuses. So I should still be able to break just fine. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, I think I got the major bleed node too, which gives me a bleed magnitude. What is that? 5, 15, 25, 30, 40. So 40% increased bleed magnitude with a 20% chance of bleeding, just like innate on all skills. I mean, it'd be nice if I could get the chance to bleed up a little bit higher, but I think you can get... Can't you get like chance to bleed on jewels and stuff like that too? So I could work in a couple jewels that have chance to bleed.
You can up it. You should be able.
I think so, anyway. Maybe there's some sitting in the stash.
And just go to the trade site and look. Just do a search for a jewel. Lead.
Bleed. 11% increased magnitude of bleeding you inflict on a jewel. Oh, I don't have any liquid refreshment left. I'm all out of liquid refreshment. Time to drink the only liquid refreshment left. Pickle juice. it's so salty. I love me some pickle juice though. I'm not even gonna lie. It's delicious. I'm not even ashamed. I'm not even ashamed. Any jewel. Stat. Bleed. Chance to inflict bleeding on hit. Search. Please select a valid league to search in.
Top right, usually.
So yeah, there's a 4%. Let's arrange by percent chance. So there's a 7% chance to inflict bleeding on hit. That's like 1 exalt. Another 7%, another 7%. So yeah, I can easily get some 7%. And on the current tree that I'm running, like, yeah, I have, how many jewel slots do I activate? 1, 2, and I could probably sneak out a third. So let's say 3. So if I got 3 7%, that's, you know, what is that, 28 or something like that? Plus the 20 on the thing. So that's a 48% chance to bleed on hit between the nodes that I took and the jewels. And if I throw in, if I do want to make sure that I'm guaranteeing a bleed every single time, I can throw in lacerate. And that easily brings me up to what, 48 or 98%? 50 plus 48 is 98.
Yep.
I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't really see why I would need anything more than that. Enhance the physical damage, reduce the physical resistance, get them into the negative, make my physical damage go higher than what it actually states, make sure that the bleed's going off every single time I fire off the ability. The Hema Crystals, as far as I understand it, bleed also applies through physical resistance, right? So the bleed damage should also be affected by the armor of the monster. And hopefully bringing them into the negatives would help out a ton. Armor does not reduce bleed damage, because bleed is a separate damage over time effect. Based on hits base damage, armor only affects the incoming hit damage. While armor won't directly reduce bleed damage, reducing an enemy's armor will increase the physical damage of your attack, which in turn increases the damage of the bleed. So yeah, having the monster's resistance to physical into the negative will definitely still increase the bleed damage, because it's increasing the hit, which causes the bleed damage. So overall, it should still see quite an increase from it. I'm not sure what else I would potentially go for. I mean, I have that one. Most of the other nodes are so far away, I just can't even get access to them. Random person wants some gear. $50 exalts. If only they knew. Dude, this like double tab thing in here is just confusing the ever-loving crap out of me. Like there's basically... Well, yeah, well, in the guild stash, there's two tabs now. There's remove only tabs and then the other tabs. And like I keep clicking.
Basically, the items coming over from the league. You can empty them out, or you can just hide them.
Well, I tried to empty them out earlier, remember? And then I got booted for for rate limit. I mean, there's also 22% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor. I mean, that's also nice. So, like, you could easily get... I mean, I could take a look at the trade site right now just for fun and just be like, there, let's pull up broken armor. So, percent damage against enemies with broken armor would be another stat. And then, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if block chance would be good, but, like, it's like defenses from equipped shield would probably be really good. And there's not a single one on the board with all three of those.
It's probably like 2 prefixes or something. You're mixing up stats.
Increased magnitude of bleeds you inflict. Nope. I mean, you can definitely get increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor and bleed chance on the same item. Like, there's quite a few of those up here. You can get rage on melee hit. I mean, I think rage is a good mechanic. And then, Like, there's almost a perfect one right there. 11% increased stun buildup, 5% increased chance to inflict bleeding on a hit, 24% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor, and gain 1 rage on melee hit. That's amazing. It's a very good combination of effects. I really don't know what other mods can potentially roll on these things. I don't really care about war cries. I mean, I could add some war cries in or something, but I don't know.
Get buffed part of the Warbreaker Ascendancy. They have no cooldown.
Increased damage with flails. We got flails? You guys got flails? Who's got flails? Yeah, this freaking tree is still like horrible to search through. I can't imagine how much worse it's going to be once I add in all those things. It's going to be so terrible to search through this thing. Again.
Oh, you got the new tree up?
No, this is just the old tree. I'm just planning out builds. What's up, meow?
Hello.
Oh my god, meow. There was a video on X I was watching, and it was this guy was in like a tram or something like that, and he was like just sitting there with his coffee in his hand, and some migrant came up and with a knife and just started stabbing him.
Oh?
And I'm sitting there watching this guy, and he's fighting off the migrant with one hand, and he never drops his coffee. Like the entire time, he's holding his coffee in his hand. He's literally getting stabbed to death, and he doesn't like think to like maybe drop the coffee and fight with both hands. No, he's literally like blood pouring on the ground and everything, and he's just got the coffee in his hand, and he's just like making sure the coffee doesn't spill, like while he's fighting off the migrant with his other hand. Like he's like, I don't even know what the hell is going on. And I'm like, the life or death situation didn't like, warrant maybe dropping
You're
the
like,
coffee.
that's meow. That's meow. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was an actual video of you. Yes.
Probably AI. God, it's getting so hard to tell some AI videos from real ones now. It's insane.
I said I'm watching this horrible attack, and I couldn't help but notice he never dropped his coffee cup. The life or death situation was not more important than his morning caffeine fix. LOL. It's just crazy to me. Like, it was a horrible attack, and I'm just like he's literally, it's like he even switches the coffee cup to the other hand. Like, he's holding it in his right hand, and the guy starts stabbing him, and then he switches it to his left hand so he can beat him up with his right hand while he holds his coffee cup like it's a baby, basically, like away from the person who's attacking him.
It's just a normal Tuesday for him, okay? Like, he's like used to this. He wants to make sure he gets his coffee because the stabbing doesn't ruin his day. Not getting the caffeine ruins his day.
That's meow for you, right? That is
maybe
meow.
The coffee heals him.
Somebody said, and his blood was the only thing that spilled on the floor.
Oh man.
See, and that's just a waste of good coffee, because if he already drank some of the coffee, then he's got the caffeine in his blood. I think you're just wasting the caffeine, okay? I just couldn't believe it. Like, I watched it, and like, it was horrible, but like, I was watching it, and I was like, and I just noticed, I'm like, he still has the coffee cup. Is he not going to drop it? I'm like, I'm just morbidly fascinated. Just absolutely morbidly fascinated.
Oh, I wouldn't want to drop my coffee either, to be honest.
I mean, I wouldn't want to drop my life. I think if I had to choose between the two, I think I'm dropping the coffee, not my life.
That coffee might save you.
This is
Might
so
give you that energy to run away.
It's so disappointing to like try and figure out how to build this with a
A tree that you don't know how it's going to be.
yeah, like you don't know what the F's going on. So like how do you properly build this when you have no clue what the hell's going on?
On the fly.
I know. That's why you get yourself an idea of what you want, and like important nodes that you do want, and then once it changes and updates, then you go through and change it as needed.
I mean, if I start from warrior, I think it's a no-brainer to grab the armor first and then go get the regeneration, because there's like 3 regeneration nodes right by the thing. You get 2% maximum life per second, 2% maximum life, or 0.2% maximum life, and then 0.5% maximum life. So you get, what is that, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so 0.9% maximum life per second every second, like right there at the beginning of your tree. And then you get a really nice 80% increased armor from your equipped body piece, which is also pretty massive, like right there. And then there's also some block chance right by the gate, which isn't like that bad to get. About 20% increased life regeneration while moving. That's kind of interesting.
Did you go for the one where you can leech from thorns?
No, I wasn't playing
leech?
around with. I wasn't playing around with the thorns. It could be interesting if I do scavenged plating, I guess.
I just think, you know, if you use it as a shield and you're just going to constantly be getting hit by stuff because you're melee, having a bit of thorns might be an interesting sort of mix. Like a bit of free leech while you're being smashed about and you're hitting stuff.
I don't even know where that one is.
It should be close to where you are. It's, I'm sure it's down there. It's one of the big notables down there somewhere.
Oh yeah, there's the endurance charge stuff right there. I forgot about that. You were gonna do endurance charges, right, Leah?
Yep.
So there, right there by the start, there's a node section. It's armor, 20% increased armor if you've consumed an endurance charge recently. 20% increased armor if you consume a charge recently. Another 20% armor if you can consume a charge recently. And then the notable is grit, 5% chance that if you would gain endurance charges, you would gain up to the maximum endurance charges and +1 to your maximum endurance charges. So like a little bit of defensive bonus and potentially the ability to max out your charges.
The thorns.
I mean, it's only a 5% chance though, but I don't know.
Did you look at that node? Did you look at that node next to the 3 you've got right there, Ginger?
Which one?
The 4 of them. It's life on regen on low life. Yep.
Oh, I wasn't sure about the regen on low life. I looked at it. I just wasn't sure about it. I'd rather have like flat regen than regen on low life. I'm not a big fan of the low life stuff.
And then below that one is like 20% of leech is instant, which is kind of interesting as well.
Yeah, I've got like no leech. I was going with regeneration, and I planned on building some more regeneration. I'm not sure exactly, like, I'm missing a bunch of points because I had to travel over here from the friggin' like, the sorceress side, because I'm just trying to like feel out what I want to do. I know that I want I want as much armor break as I can get. Like I'm planning on going with the Warbringer that has the ability to go into the negative resistances. So the negative physical armor. So I was thinking run the 2 armor break clusters here because there's 2 of them. So I'm grabbing the armor break clusters that give me the 100% increased armor break duration. And then there's like 40% increased damage while the monster is broken. And then there's even a 30% increased effect of fully broken armor, which brings it from the 20% increased physical damage taken from hits to 26% increased physical damage taken from hits. And then over here there's another armor break section which gives you a bunch of increased physical damage, which I'm going to mainly be doing physical damage. I was going to tie it in with bleed, so that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to like tie in the physical damage with the bleed and see if I can make it work. The idea is, behind my current thinking, is I'm going to drop the shield wall, which is going to be my main source of bleed. So I'm going to use the shield.
Stationary.
No, No, because I'm using shield charge. So I'm going to be using shield charge, and I'm going to be using shield wall. So the goal of this is essentially drop the shield wall and then charge through it. And I'm going to set up shield charge to eat the bleeds. So the general idea here is that I get the massive explosion from the shield wall, which then puts a bleed on all the targets and does a huge amount of damage because they added this comboing effect where you get like almost 140% more. It's like 140%, but it's like 140% more damage if you destroy the wall yourself. So I'm gonna.
Does the Warlord charge stun enemies?
Shield charge does.
Because there's a node called Shattering Blow that breaks 50% of armor on heavy stunning an enemy.
Yeah. So
It's called Shattering Blow.
I'm not sure if I need any like more break. I'll min max it as necessary, but like the ascendancy, and I closed out the ascendancy page, but the ascendancy for the Warbringer has like a 10% break 10% of all armor, like on all hits or something like that. So I was pretty much just going to rely on that for my breaking, and if I needed to enhance it further, I would. But like I didn't think it was going to be necessary, especially since I've got 10% increased armor break here, and then I've got 40% increased armor break here. So I'm running like 50% increased armor break, and with a couple changes in points, I could grab the 20% there, and like the 40% here. So if I need more, I can just snag a little bit more armor break.
Do a search for guts, like literally like your guts.
I'm pretty sure I'm using that one.
Because that one looks really good. It's about the endurance charges.
Oh yeah, we were
with endurance charges.
Yeah, I was just talking about that one. I'm not sure if I need endurance charges, but it would be nice. Like,
well, you'd get what 3, 5, 6, 7. You'd get 9% life regen for each endurance charge consumed, and 1 to maximum endurance charges. It's pretty massive. Like 9% is massive. So even if you literally grab,
where do you see the regeneration?
It's called Guts Suffering.
I was looking at grit. What are you?
It's next to Resolute Technique, if that helps. If you know where that is.
Okay, it was on the way. Cover 3% maximum life for each endurance charge consumed.
I mean,
if I have a solid way of consuming endurance charges, maybe.
Yeah, like maybe like a war cry that uses endurance charges, because even if you get like 1 or 2 endurance charges, grab them and then consume them. Suddenly you've got an extra 9% life gen. That could be sort of like for when you're against bosses and stuff, for that extra push. It looks interesting. I don't know if there's any other endurance charge nodes.
Oh, I'm looking for ways to spend them. I actually have a way of generating them already. Okay, so Seismic Cry and Infernal Cry both spend them. What about the spirit stuff?
Yeah, I just think that 9% is massive. So that's a massive amount of life regen. Hello, Shadow. You and your box.
I mean, technically, I guess you could use Charge Infusion. Yeah, I was just looking at it. 12% more defenses while you have an endurance charge.
That's cool. Yeah. Then you're getting like double dipping out of your endurance charges. And especially if you're constantly gaining endurance charges and then constantly using them, it's like a never-ending cycle of life regen and extra armor.
I'm not sure exactly how quickly I'll gain them, but I know for a fact that Magma Barrier is going to generate them one way or another.
You could check uniques and see if there's any uniques that give you like a way to generate, because they used to be in Path of Exile 1, didn't there? Where like on crit and different things. So maybe there's a special unique out there that I'm obviously new to a lot of the uniques, so I don't know if there is anything.
There's gloves we played with last season that generate charges.
Yeah, so there could be something interesting to make it more, more consistent, and you could like push more around the whole endurance charge, making yourself really tanky, but also tons of life regen. And
well, remember, charges in this game don't work the same as PoE 1. They do nothing by default.
Oh, okay.
You have to use something like Charge Infusion, or you have to use a skill that consumes them.
Yeah. It's definitely different, but I like it. Hello. You want a treat? You want one of these?
I don't know, it is kind of interesting, the hemicrystals. I was playing around with the hemicrystals, and it seemed like it works fairly well. Like, I don't have the character set up really all that well, honestly, and it's probably gonna die if I go into like combat with it. We get like a something from the Elon map section, and I don't know if Meow was here for that.
Yeah.
The Elon map.
It's a good arc.
It's a good arc, yeah.
I've heard
Definitely a
arc's
good arc.
looking really good this season as well. A lot of people thinking Arc's going to be better than Spark, but we will see.
For a second there, I thought you were talking about the game, and I was like, Meow, what is wrong with you?
What?
Arc.
Oh. There's also a series called The Arc.
It's also a game called Ark Survival.
Oh, is that nice? You got it up your... How do you get it up your nose? Come on. One uncat yoghurts. Massively terrible. Come on, man. You done? Yeah. Who's your this coffee then? One of these.
Drinking coffee tomorrow. All night.
I'll be grabbing some energy drinks in the morning when the shop opens. Preparation. Probably some snacks.
And weapon means so much on Warrior, it's crazy.
I mean, the setup seems to be working just fine right now. Like, now that I kind of like redid the tree.
I wonder how, when we'll get the new tree, if it's going to be at launch or a couple of hours before. I've got a feeling it's going to be at launch from that post he said.
You'll get it, yeah. From the post he said, you're basically getting it when you play the game.
When it starts, yeah.
Which they don't have it set up yet to upload it to the website or whatever.
Sort of sucks because obviously then we've got to wait for people that update POB and all this lot and.
I mean, you just do it on the fly.
But yeah, as
you
long as
can
you've got...
Theorycraft the ascendancies right now, and you can play around with some of the skill interactions. And passive tree is just the passive tree. You got to figure it out on the fly.
I agree. As long as you've got like the main stuff down, that you know sort of what way you're going and what you're taking, there shouldn't be too many.
The keystones, like just pick up the keystones, you know what direction you're heading in. That's it.
Yep.
Like, I know the keystones I'm brushing.
Yeah, and then there might just be a few new ones that are really interesting along the way. That you might be like, oh, that's better than the one I was going for. Or...
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna be going for specific abilities. I feel like no matter what, like on the tree, and so you're gonna travel in those directions. So I think it's gonna come down to, unless they add something really good that you want to travel for, but like it's gonna come down to like what else is in that direction that you can potentially use to make your character stronger.
My tree's level 94, and I'm thinking, is that too high? Yeah. But then I could drop all that, which would get me 11 points. So that's not too bad. I look forward to trying Ice Shot. I think freezing everything is going to be fun.
good.
Yeah,
See
being
how it
able
goes.
to spam, like first off, being able to spam the actual ability that I need to like clear the bleeds would be kind of important. Like this is one thing that I'm having trouble with is like I put down the wall and half the time the wall is up for way too long.
I don't even know what your health is at because your chinchillas are in the way of your health, so we don't know when your health's low and high.
Yeah, I'll have to move them out of the way. It doesn't really matter right now. It's not like I'm doing anything.
Nah.
I'm just testing. I guess
I really hope
technically.
I'm hoping they fix the whole CPU issue, performance issue at some point.
They redid the whole render engine, so
Yeah, they
hoping
actually said
so.
they redid the engine. They did some sort of like massive overhaul on the engine.
Yeah, because mine, like when I load the game currently, it straight away uses 100% CPU. Graphics card uses absolutely nothing of the 3060. It's like 10-20%. But CPU straight away shoots to 100 between like loading areas, and that's why my
you
loading
changed to Vulkan.
changed to what?
To Vulkan.
What's that?
It's the renderer.
Vulkan.
It's way better than the DirectX.
Okay,
It has been for the last couple, like since the game came out. And DirectX might be better.
I've been telling it from the mountain since frickin' season 1. Or season 0, technically. I'm over there. Go tell it from the mountain.
You also can use the GPU scheduling on your computer instead of CPU. Put some load on the GPU.
How do I do that?
Some Windows setting.
Okay.
Version of Windows are you on?
11.
Oh yeah, you can just search it. It'll come right up.
What's it called?
Hardware GPU scheduling.
GPU scheduling search.
Why you guys gonna be so rude while I'm looking at my items? Y'all guys can't kill me narrow ways. Narrow ways. Y'all can't kill my narrow ways. I need to hit some dudes.
System display.
You do that, you change it to Vulkan, and try it out. And then also tomorrow there'll be new settings here. The more
Just 'cause it's been
optimized game.
The loading screens like have been so horrible for me.
They redid the whole loading thing
Yeah.
as well.
Like the gameplay is fine. The game, like sometimes it's a bit jittery, but the gameplay was fine. It was just the loading screens. They were like 30 to 50 seconds or longer each loading screen. And it just
That's
got
one of the
longer and
main
longer.
things they touted, so it should be a lot better.
Because gameplay was fine. I had no issue with actual gameplay. Graphics.
I wish the Hema crystals had like more of a, I don't know, an effect. Like half the time you can barely even see the dang things. Can't take me.
So that's on.
Wish there was more melee weapons.
I must travel light.
Yeah, they're coming.
Oh yeah, there's so much that's going to be. I love the look of the druid. I think that's going to be.
I have a feeling,
absolutely-
since the druid got delayed to next season, we're gonna get the druid, and we might get another ascendancy or class, but we'll definitely probably get the druid, and we'll probably get like axes or swords or something.
It's going to be two-hand axes, I think, because it showed him using a two-hand, I think. So it could be, yeah, like you say, two-hand axes, two-hand swords.
Usually the swords and like the two-hand, one-hand versions come together because the skills all are built to deal with both of them.
I think it's going to be absolutely amazing.
Okay, I should look at.
Oh, boss, nice. Let's go murder the boss.
Hello, Mr. Flappy.
Flappy bird, flappy herd, come on down, it's a flappy bird, flappy bird, flappy bird, come on down, it's a flappy bird.
Boony. Zarl the Bone Tyrant. That's because you said, hey cat, so I said, hey cat. Let's test this.
Whole scale gloves, what's them? Night scales. I don't care what day is. I don't care where they is. I don't care what they do. They can hit them in the poo. Right in them ugly poo. Pa poo. Ba.
Yeah, I went onto Reddit and read a load of the forums about people that are like clocking at 100% CPU. And there were people like running 1080s with like a lower core than mine. My core isn't amazing, but it's like 6 core, it's decent. And I'm like, so why am I, you know...
You got a 6
so
tuple
much?
core?
Yeah.
Most games don't use all your cores anyway, meow.
No. But it was just like, it confused me that it was struggling so much.
Pretty sure if I pull it up right now, it says that Path of Exile is only using 14.3%. That's a... Firefox is apparently using 44.3% of my... The hell?
Yeah, that's why I've been looking at a... It's a search engine, not search. It's called Brave.
I use Brave.
I'm trying that. Yeah, I'm trying that at the moment. You might want to try it, Ginger.
It's all based on the Google base.
Yeah, it's just meant to be faster and block a lot of the tracking stuff and.
Yep. Yeah, it's better.
And all that.
And it'll let you run, uBlock Origin or whatever that they banned.
Yep. I'm giving that a try at the moment. Come on, load in.
Because I'll say I always.
See, I'm still at 100% CPU.
What renderer are you using?
I'm going to check in a second. Options. Render. Okay, so let's change to Vulkan.
Okay.
Save. And then we'll see if it'll... Save.
We're going to be downloading some stuff tomorrow. That's right.
What? Day 1 patch? Day 1. Day 1. Day 1. I like those monsters on fire. What the hell's that about? Don't have any fire damage, do I?
Yeah.
Take a $5 all the $5.
Told you, Flappy.
Got no $5.
Corbin. I got no fire. Corbin. Can Corbin have fire?
Such a large percentage of the GPU. A Path of Exile is like 40% CPU. Okay. I was looking at the GPU. Why is Firefox eating so much of the GPU too?
When I'm just running around, it's at 40% usage, but it's the loading. That's the. Let's try and load in some. See if this Vulcan feels better.
Are they gonna do it?
You're still gonna have to get all the shaders since you just changed it. So your game is probably gonna be grabbing shaders each zone you go into, but.
Yeah, so how it works is modern games, they build up like a cache of shaders and they store it on your hard drive. It's not something that you download, it's actually something that like the game generates. And when you change the renderer, there's no shaders for your new renderer yet, so you have to actually build the cache. And then after you've built the cache, like then you have your shaders and technically everything is fine. So there might be like a little breaking in period while your computer starts to generate all the shaders.
Don't know if Vulcan's faster or slower at the moment, we'll see.
In my experience, it was faster, it had better like load times, it was more stable too, it crashed less.
It was way better, but once again, tomorrow it's gonna change.
You think you think maybe they fixed it, or? I mean, honestly, I'd probably just stick with Vulcan. It's been very stable, and it's been very good for like the majority of the time I've been using it. DirectX 11 is awful. I don't know what's wrong with DirectX 11. It's like it's like somebody put a turd in a paper bag and lit it on fire.
There's a couple features of DirectX 12 that go with my newer graphics card that I want to get going, so we'll see.
I think Vulcan is just a superior renderer, like in general. Like if I had to take a guess as to what's going on, like I remember doing a lot of research on the like the various renderers and whatnot, and I remember coming across like a bunch of information about the like how the renderers function and like why Vulcan was working better than most of the other renderers, and it just had to do with the fact that like there was a specific function in the way that Vulcan worked that worked even better with NVIDIA cards. So it was stupid because Vulcan is made by AMD, right? So the last thing you would think is that the AMD renderer would work better on NVIDIA, but for some reason when it was tested, like even though Vulcan was made specifically for AMD cards, it actually works better on NVIDIA cards. Like NVIDIA video cards tend to get a bigger performance increase than the freaking like cards that system was made for, which is really weird.
Do you think Lightning Javelin will still be a prevalent? Yeah, Lightning Javelin's still good in this game. They just all they removed was the frenzy charge consumption, which that means you can just use barrage consumption now. Because you used to have to block barrage for your lightning spear, but now you can just have barrage consumption. It's like it's whatever. It's not even. They didn't really nerf it. It's fine. It's gonna be good for clearing. If you love it, you love it.
Vulcan runs very well on NVIDIA cards because of their extensive collaboration with the Kronos Group, the creators of Vulcan, leading to a well-optimized and integrated drivers across NVIDIA's entire product range. From desktop to embedded platforms, Vulcan's design itself inherently benefits NVIDIA hardware by reducing CPU overhead and enabling superior multi-threading, allowing the powerful GPUs to be more fully utilized, achieve better performance compared to older APIs like OpenGL. So I was right. Like Vulcan seems to work like very, very well with NVIDIA cards. So if you're running an NVIDIA chip, like it's probably a good idea to use Vulcan. Maybe if you're on AMD, it might be better to use DirectX 12.
Texture filtering. What is the best texture filtering to do? Mine's on Trollnear filtering at the moment.
Graphics.
Whatever the hell that is.
Texture
Are you
filtering.
using DLSS? Because then that's really what, like, that takes over.
Texture
Should be using
filtering, like,
DLSS.
you don't really have to use very high texture filtering, like 2x or lower,
Well,
honestly.
Mine's just got the option of Trollnear filtering, 2x for 8 and 16.
Yeah, so the higher you get, the less of an effect it has, in general.
I don't know what a Trollnear filtering is.
It's the lowest one on the list, is what it is.
I'll leave it there. I'll do it. I've turned everything to low just to see if it helps.
I mean, I wouldn't turn everything to low.
Ultra performance. And I should be using DLSS, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, save. We shall see.
Basically render at a lower resolution. Very
long as it
good
runs
for
well.
older systems. I even use it on the newer system. One time I don't use it is if I wanted like maximal clarity.
Yeah. Well, I could deal with, you know,
I need more time.
a bit of lag and stuff, but the load times were just the bit that was doing my head in.
Apparently they tested it and the max loading times they got in their test was like 5 seconds. Well, they were trying to improve the load times drastically.
Nice.
So that's something that should be improved tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be lovely. Because that's really my only issue. Like, the game runs perfectly fine. It's just the loading.
Going down, boss.
Oh, I talked to who did one. Who did one? Speak to me. Oh, I need to put that seal in. If I find myself a krill ring on the start of my journey, it's going to be so much fun. That's what I've tested at the moment, just a fun quill ring. It's so fun.
Not yet.
I mean, it should be pretty fun. This build that I sort of like have created.
It's gonna feel 10 times better when you have no cooldown and the shield's blowing, the wall's blowing up properly. And
Well, you're going through the
That's
wall,
true.
which is the main thing. Like the main thing is just going through the wall and hitting the monster on the other side. Like that's exactly what I really need. Like because the main problem is that you don't go anywhere with the wall. So like if you drop the wall and then shield charge into the wall, you just stay right there. But like I think what's going to make it feel 1,000 times better is I drop the wall, shield charge through the wall essentially, like this, to the monster, and then hit the monster, and then I drop another wall at that monster, and then shield charge through that back. Like I should be able to actually make progression. Like with the way that it currently feels, it's like you're not making any progression. Like you drop the wall and then charge, and you go nowhere. Like I want to be able to drop the wall, like in the middle of a bunch of monsters, pick like a mage in the back, right, and then charge at the mage in the back.
Yeah.
And then like
Yeah,
drop a
and just
wall at the
charge straight
mage,
through.
and then do the same thing, and just like keep doing that over and over again. I mean, so
definitely look forward to the updates.
I don't know exactly how it's gonna work, like together. I'm not sure, but definitely being able to hit the monster as opposed to hitting the wall would be a big boon.
Well, it feels smooth at the moment, so that's good. I'm just running around killing stuff, seeing how it's... I could definitely tell it's loading everything slowly. Like you said, it's got to get its own database up.
yeah, if you press
Like
F1,
Monsters will be invisible and stuff.
press F1 on your keyboard.
I
You'll
will
get the
do once
graph
it's
at the
loaded.
top right.
I will do once it's loaded this new area.
And you can see like you can see if the shaders are constantly being like downloaded and stuff.
See, that load time was quicker, but I'm still having like, after it's loaded, I'm getting the screen where it's black and you got the cogs in the middle. But I am running at 90 frames per second.
Do you have it installed on a solid state or NVMe?
Yes, yes. Yep. It's the only hard drive I've got in here. I've got a 2 terabyte.
It's not full, is it?
No, it's got like 1.7 terabyte left. 1.8.
Okay.
It's nowhere close to full. And then 32 gig DDR4 RAM. And then the 3060. So it's definitely like the computer's aging, but it should run this with no issue.
I'm gonna play with Cody's face meat.
Come here, face
meats. I'm gonna get all these face meats. Look at all these meat faces. I'm gonna get your fangums. Give me that fangum right there. You don't need that fangum. Give me that fangum. I'm gonna take it out and I'm gonna wear it as a necklace. I'm gonna wear it for a necklace. I'm gonna sell Kubus fangs on the internet and be a millionaire.
Guess I will probably level with lightning arrow until I can get the ice shot at, I think it's level 6 or 7 or whatever.
Sounds like a good strategy.
What level is ice shot? Where are you? Where is it? Because it's not escape shot. I know that's like the movement thing, isn't it? Yeah, that's the leap backwards thing. Stormcall, freezing salvo is the other one. So ice shot is, oh, you need level 31 for ice shot, I think, by the looks of it.
I like ice shots. Nice.
So
I did a whole ice
yeah,
ranger build like last season. I thought it was really good. Ice shots is pretty impressive. The changes.
And now they've updated it.
Well, yeah, the changes they added look really good.
So I just thought, you know, and it's nice for group play if I'm able to like freeze everything and even eventually freeze bosses. Could you imagine?
Those ice-tipped arrows look beautiful.
I've also really want to try a poison build at some point, like a poison archer. They look quite interesting. But that'll be later down the line.
Chalupa monk will probably be my second character.
Yeah, the monk looks very interesting.
Chalupa.
The new like hollow palm stuff looks very
that looks fun.
Very cool.
I like the animation.
Yeah. Looks like you're slapping everything. Makes me think of like Avatar: The Last Airbender sort of thing. Oh, I love that series. The new series they did. Well, it's not new now, is it? But it wasn't the animated. It was the live, whatever you call it.
Dang, that chest is god.
Triple buffering can stop frame rate plunges. Yeah, but then you gotta turn on VSync. Then you gotta turn on VSync. It's good. Honestly, triple buffering also causes some bad input lag as well.
I'll also try doing the optimized settings at some point as well with the NVIDIA app and see if that makes any changes too. I'll see what that one shows that it should be optimized as. Ooh, uncut skill gem level 2. Come here, you.
Hamo crystals of Hamo.
What do I want to try? Let's try Poison Burst Arrow. Let's give you a try. Why not? Wow, Poison Burst actually does really nice damage.
So Hammer Crystal says that it does 8% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed bleed, right? So if I look at this one ability, there's a passive support gem. It says See Red. Supported attacks have 50% increased bleeding duration. So my assumption is that would increase Hammer Crystals, right? Since Hammer Crystals is 8% of the remaining bleed damage on the target, if I increase the bleed duration by 50%, then technically that should also increase the Hammer Crystal explosion damage. At least I would think, right?
No idea. The hard part as well is they've changed and updated a lot of skill gems, so we don't know if everything that's there now is going to be exactly the same. Because like obviously all the elemental stuff, like the like fire curse and stuff, that's all just gone into elemental weakness, and they've changed a lot of things. So we don't know if they've changed any others.
Could be in the patch notes.
I do like the elemental weakness because that's going to be so much nicer for builds like the monk and stuff that use multiple elements. Instead of having to cast 3 curses, you can just do 1.
Yo, mama's a curse.
Yeah, well, your mum is a chippy.
Well, I mean, she is a chip. She is chipped. She is indeed.
She's chipped, so you know where she is.
How's our British buddy doing? I don't know. Hopefully he didn't get stabbed.
I'm alive. I'm alive. Hello, Santa.
On his way to get frozen pizza and coffee.
Oh, I've got... I bought a bag of 200 chicken dippers. I'm so happy. I've got an air fryer and I've got tons of chicken dippers for the PoE launch. It's going to be great.
Alrighty,
Hey, come on, chicken dippers and some like spicy mayo or some sriracha or something. I can't go wrong. Okay, let's see. So I want to check. So gem. Let's do uncut support level 1.
Boss is about to get one shot. My gear is too good this run through.
what would 50% increased duration even do? So if we had, I think it's like 5 seconds is the default, plus 50% would bring you up to 2.5, so 7.5 seconds. So let's say, for instance, I was doing, I don't know, 5,000 damage bleed. And then times 5 seconds would be 25,000. So instead of that, it would be 5,000 bleed times 7.5 seconds. Was 37,500 minus the 2,500. So I mean, technically, I'd gain like 12,500 bleed damage. Yeah, 12,500 bleed damage.
That chinchilla looks kind of chubby. It's a chub chiller.
I mean, they are chubby. Not sure what you expect. There's chubbos. Cody's chubby too. Cody said, "What? Don't talk about me that way. Come here. Come here, muscle dog. Come here. That's a monster boy. That's a big old no. That's a big old monster dude. That's a big old monster dude. Come on. Come on."
Oh, big old monster. Big monster dog. Whoops. That's a big old monster dude. That's a big old monster dude.
Guppy Chiller's chilling. That should be a new shirt.
Look at you. You're silly. That's right. Silly boy.
Messing with the dog.
That should be a new shirt, Ginger.
What? Messing with the dog?
No. Chubby Chiller's chilling.
Chubby chill chill chum. Chubby chubby chill chum chum cheap.
Well, Santa said it's a good tongue twister. Chubby Chiller's chilling.
I call them chonkzillas. They the chonkzillas. They the chonk thrillers. Chunky chunky boys. They the chunky chunky chillers. Chonky bonky donkey. That's a chonky. Chonky bonky bonky. That's a chonky.
Ooh.
My luck is downhill from here.
I need to go to bed.
Too early.
I'm tired.
You won't be able to stay up tomorrow.
Okay, well, I'm trying my best here, okay? Cody, bite my leg. I need a leg bite. Come on, we can do some work. Bite it. All night. With your teethums. That's right, teeths. Cody said I'm not supposed to bite. He said that's not nice. He said not supposed to bite.
Ooh, Death's Harp would be a really nice one to find leveling.
It's all in the hit. And you start laying down.
Laying down in the paradise city where the grass is green.
Back in life. I'll probably watch a movie or something. I gotta stay up, practice for tomorrow. And
I watched Fantastic Four earlier. I quite enjoyed it.
I mean, I've been streaming for 9 hours. I'm a marathon man.
I'm too strong.
Cody is a monster. He's a monster dog. Gonna hit him right in his big old log. And he don't really care, no he don't. Gonna punch him right in his ugly throat. Cody said better than all. He said, I fight. Cody, would you like a gummum worm? Cody, would you like a gummum worm?
All you heard was, Cody, do you want?
I got a gummum worm. What the said, what about gummum worms?
He said, I don't see no gumbo worm for me. He showed up real fast, too. He said, give me that gumbo worm. Oh, no, Cody, it's a fighting worm. Oh, no, Cody, it's a fighting gumbo worm. Oh, no, it's going to get you. It's going to beat you up like this, and it's going to do circles. And, oh, no, you can't get it. Oh, no, that's a fighting gumbo worm. Oh, no, it's running out of energy. Coach said, that's a good gumbo worm, though. That's good. Cody, do you like gumbo worms? Is they fun to fight? Do they tasty? Gumbo worms is tasty. What do you think about them gumbo worms? Do you want to fight some more gumbo worms? Are they worth fighting? What if they crawl up your nose? Oh no, what if they do that? What if they go up your nostrils? They're gonna go right up your nostrils.
Good low level unique pets.
Right up your nostrums. That's alright, we do. They go right up your nostrums. So come on down with you.
Rest can go downhill. Oh, locking.
I shoved a gumbo worm right up his nose. I did too.
It's rude, sir.
Yeah, shove it right up there. And he gets mad and it goes like this with his paw until he gets it out. He don't care though. He still eats it with boogers on it and everything. He's a booger eater. Cody's a booger eater. He said, well, yeah, I lick my nose all the time. It's like, I'll lick your nose. Might be some boogums in there and them's delicious.
Just gambled a new belt. Keelhaul linen belt.
Bum, 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 bum.
I have any Veilobs to corrupt this belt.
This tear ability does seem kind of interesting. I just don't know how I can get the best effect out of it. 50% chance on kill effects caused by killing blows on bleeding enemies with supported skills to occur twice. What killing blow effects would I be looking at? I mean, there's a couple various things that you could potentially do. See red also seems interesting.
18 hours.
That's many albums away.
So it's what, 2 4 p.m., right? All right. I'll be seeing you boys tomorrow.
All right.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I was gonna be there with coffee on.
Oh, bloody hell. I'll probably buy some energy drinks and some snacks when the shop opens. And then I'll have a nap. Probably sleep for a bit through the day so that I'm nice and rested.
Nice and rested.
Oh no.
The Great Wood? Not the Great Wood. Incision seems interesting too. Hits from supported skills inflict incision 3% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skills per incision consumed recently, up to 30%. Supported attack skills inflict incision when the enemies, which cause enemies to be increasingly more likely to be inflicted with bleeding. All incision is removed from a target on inflicting a bleeding effect.
I got rid of the removable currency tab. So
Sky Oblivion.
pull that into the normal currency tab. There we go.
Frickin' Sky Oblivion. I kind of feel bad for them because they were working on basically a remake of Sky Oblivion, or Oblivion in the Skyrim engine, and then just like they dropped the Oblivion remaster, and the Oblivion remaster was really good. I feel like it kind of just like took the wind out of their sails. It took the wind out of their sails. Alright, so overwhelming presence could be good, I guess, because it does reduce stun threshold. I don't know about that one. Scavenge plating is nice for more armor, but I don't know if it's necessary. I mean, let's say magma barrier definitely is necessary because it gives us increased block chance. Which I don't think it gives us any increased block chance right now, so we're not seeing that benefit. I still want to use Resonating Shield with this build. But I guess it could still be handy just for raising my shield during like difficult times, just to have a way to like backpedal.
Negate some damage.
I'm still looking at potential options, but like I feel like there's so much I just don't know about the new tree that I really just can't theorycraft as much as I would like.
Do we not have any fire arrow? Is there no fire arrow? Because that would have been fun to try like a fire arrow, but I guess.
I mean,
Well, I
you
guess
can
there's
always, you can always just make
the
one.
crossbow one, isn't there?
I mean, you could just
What
make.
is that
You could just make one.
Oh,
Like-
I know, but there's that crossbow that does. I know there's the whatever it's called, the explosive grenade. So I'm guessing that's where all the fire stuff is. Yeah, incendiary shot. Okay. Explosive shot. Sounds fun. What else can I sort out in the guild stash? A lot of it can just stay in the removable ones, but I don't know if we have to sort them out before the end of this current league or not. Like the new league that's coming.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really care.
Yeah,
If anybody
don't
wants the
take
stuff in
standard.
there, they can take it. Like, you just sell it, do whatever you want to do. I was trying to mess with it earlier, and I got booted from the game for doing too many tasks at one time.
I moved. I got the currency tab, the removable one, gone. So now it's just one of them.
I believe there are Twitch drops. I believe there are.
I actually don't know.
I believe there are. I'm pretty sure there is.
I can check real quick. They should already be up on the list.
Let's see, drop some rewards. There is, all I see is Marvel Rivals.
There we go. I've got the drops. Let's look at all the lists here. Dune Awakening. Chaos Orb. Twitch Gaming. Path of Exile 2. Rewards for your community. A Chaos Orb. Play between August 29th and September 15th and get a Chaos Orb. Is there anything else?
Like a helmet? Or...
No, it's a Chaos Orb.
Yeah.
Third Edict
Well, there's
Week
also...
1. Clam Stash. Helmet of the Abyssal Storm of Valaco Portal. Clam Stash looks kind of cute.
Remember, there's also that thing that I posted in
Third
the
Edict
PoE
Week
chat.
2. I can just take screenshots of this stuff here. Hold on.
Yeah, I screenshotted one of the challenges and I pinned it in the Path of Exile channel the other day, which is I think you just got to complete certain parts of Act 1 and you'll get the Exile's Hood, Exile's Staff and Exile's Cloak.
And I'm posting all the drops here.
Ooh, Clam Stash, that sounds very weird. But free portal's always fun. Oh, the Chaos Orb is a hood. Okay.
The what?
Yeah, because they wouldn't give the Chaos Orb is a hood. They wouldn't give currency because then they could say it's our, pay to win. Because someone could make 1 billion Twitch accounts and connect it and get loads of
It
stuff.
just says
I
Chaos
think it's
Orb.
I'm guessing it's a hood or some sort of thing. His mama does have a clam stash. Yeah,
I don't think it is a hood.
They've never given currency before for a reward. So it could be like an emote, like a Chaos Orb emote, or it could be... it could be anything. But I've never, since I started playing PoE 1 and stuff, I've never seen them give currency as a reward. It's always been items or cosmetics.
I mean, it's just a Chaos Orb. At the end of the day, what's that, like 10 cents?
Yeah. Yeah.
A single Chaos Orb. One
Might
single
get rich off that single
Orb.
Chaos Orb. Yeah.
And if everybody has one, then it's not going to be worth very much. Cody,
You never know.
do you want to go get me a taco? Okay, I would like some.
He'll eat
I
it
would like
before
a
he gets back.
taco with no lettuce, sour cream, some taters. I mean, not taters, tomatoes. And if you get me a Fiesta potatoes, I'd like a Fiesto potatoes. Why you bring me a horn? That's not a taco.
It is.
He said, well, it's like a taco. It's crunchy. It's crunchy. It's got a crunch to it. Didn't you know it's got a crunch? Punch, 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 Cody in the punch, punch.
Loaded quicker that time. Definitely loaded faster.
Alright, I think I'm done for the night. There's too much stuff that I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to have
I
a
feel
nap
like-
soon, and I'll get up.
I feel like I've done enough research to know very effectively whether or not, like, you know, what's going to work. And I think it is going to work. I think the build's going to be pretty strong. I should be able to, like, make it function. I figured out, like, some early ways to make the build work as well. I mean, that's, all I can do now is, like, hop into the game with all the changes and make the necessary adjustments, you know, like, on the fly for, like, the launch day.
We'll all be teamed up as well, so it'll be a lot easier because we'll all be working together. So.
I mean, we'll see. I think Leon said
Hope you
something
have a good
about
night.
doing solo campaign.
Well, I'm gonna team up. I think it's more fun. It's what.
I mean, it's just Act
it makes it
4 and
more
some
enjoyable.
other stuff. I'm gonna skip through the AOX 1 through 3. I don't care about that stuff. I already done it like 100
Oh
times.
yeah, the new act will be fun just to actually enjoy.
All right, well, I will see you tomorrow, meow.
See you later, bud.
All right, guys and gals. As always, I do appreciate you guys watching. Be sure to join me tomorrow for the launch. We're gonna be here. I think it's like 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, so it's pretty late in the day. I'm gonna give me some sleep, watch a movie or something, try and stay up for a little while longer so I can like prep myself for the night. The I should be starting an hour before launch. So if there's any new information, we can go over the new information when we get there, and we'll kind of like gather up people and see what's going on. As always, be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching.